What if 5-year-old Jon Snow hatched 3 dragon eggs in the Crypts of Winterfell Chapter 1? The song under the stone, the dinner was set for 7, and Jon Snow was not invited. He had known he would not be. He had known it the way a small animal knows the shape of the cage it has been born into. 5 years old, and he had already learned the geography of a household that did not want him at its center. Which doorways to avoid when Lady Catelyn passed through them, which corners of the great hall held warmth he might steal without being scolded, which servants would slide a heel of bread to him with a wordless look, and which would pretend they had not seen the small black-haired boy at all. He had learned these things in the same way other children learned the names of their mothers. He had learned them because the learning was the only inheritance left to him. But there was the dream. For 3 nights now the dream had come, and the dream did not care for dinners, or for Lady Catelyn, or for the locked door at the top of the stair. The dream had its own gravity, and the gravity pulled him down. Down into the dark of the castle, down into the stone that had been older than the Starks who had cut their names into it, down to the place where the dead kings sat with their stone wolves at their feet, and where, beneath the floor of the world, something sang. The song was not loud. The song was so small that for the first night he had thought it was the wind in the chimney, and for the second night he had thought it was a memory of his own voice, and only on the 3rd night did he understand that the song was not in his ear at all. It was in his chest. It came up under his ribs and warmed him there, a thin, patient throb, like a second heart beating slowly and out of time with his own. The song wanted him. The song was waiting. So when Lady Catelyn met him in the corridor outside the great hall, and her face went very still, very white, very polite. Lady Catelyn was always polite to him, polite in the way one is polite to a knife laid on a table where it does not belong. Jon did not protest. He did not ask. He stood with his small hands folded in front of him, and let her tell him that there would not be a place for him tonight at the family table. "Lord Eddard is at war," she said. The words were measured. Each word had been weighed in her mouth before it came out. "When he returns, you may take whatever place he wishes for you. But while he is gone, this hall will look as a Tully Hall would look, or a Stark Hall. It will not have a—" She did not finish the sentence. She did not need to. Her eyes finished it for her. "It will not have a bastard at its hearth." He looked at her with his gray eyes, the Stark eyes, the eyes that made her flinch even when she was the one making the cut, and he said, "Yes, my lady." That was the right answer. He had practiced that answer in his head for half his short life. He had practiced it the way he practiced his letters with Maester Luwin, with the patience of a child who already understood that mistakes had a cost. She closed the door. He heard the bar drop. He heard Robb's bright laugh inside. And then he heard Robb say something, a small, soft something. The kind of thing Robb would say when he had noticed Jon was not there. His clever brother trying to bring Jon back into the room with the only weapon a 3-year younger boy had, which was love, and he heard Lady Catelyn answer Robb in a tone he knew very well. The tone said, "Do not speak of him." Jon turned. He did not cry. He had stopped crying about Lady Catelyn before he had learned the word for what she was. He had been 3 when he understood that her face would always do that thing when it saw him, the small, involuntary tightening, as if she had bitten the inside of her own cheek. He had learned to spare her the sight. Now, at 5, he barely thought of it as cruelty. It was simply a weather. One did not blame the rain for the fact that one had been left out in it. One only learned the route home. The route home was the dream. He walked, very small, along the stone corridor. The candles in the brackets guttered as he passed. The rushes whispered under his shoes. The kitchens were warm, but he did not go to the kitchens. The kennels were warm, but he did not go to the kennels. He moved with the particular soundlessness of a child who has been told all his life not to be noticed. He had been told it so often that he had become the thing the words wanted of him. A soft, dark shape on the edge of the household's vision, a quiet that did not catch the eye. He passed old Nan dozing in her chair with her knitting fallen into her lap. She did not stir. He passed two of the stable boys whispering in a doorway. They did not see him. He passed Sir Roderick Castle writing in his ledger by lamplight, and Sir Roderick looked up and said, "Jon Snow," not unkindly, only naming him, and Jon ducked his head and said, "Master at arms," and went on. Sir Roderick watched him go. Sir Roderick watched many things. Sir Roderick was Winterfell's best small, unobtrusive eye. But Sir Roderick did not stop him, because Sir Roderick did not know there was anything to stop him from. Neither, in truth, did Jon. He only knew the route. He only knew the song. He came at last to the door to the crypts. It was not locked. It was rarely locked. The dead Starks were not the kind of dead one had to lock away. They were the kind of dead one tried to keep close. The door was iron-banded and heavy and taller than three of him, and the latch was at the height of a grown man's hand, and he had to drag a small stool from the niche where the steward kept his pails to reach it. He climbed on the stool and lifted the latch with both hands and stepped down again and pulled. The door grumbled like an animal disturbed in its sleep. It opened a hand's breadth, 2, 3. He slipped through. A candle. He had not forgotten the candle. He had stolen it from the bracket at the head of the stair the night before, and hidden it under the loose flag in the corner of his cell, with the flint his uncle Benjen had given him on his last visit. He thought of Benjen as his uncle, although Benjen had never once called him nephew aloud. Benjen had only ever called him Jon, but Benjen, alone of all the Starks, had given him a flint and steel and had said, "A bastard needs to make his own fire." Jon kept the flint under the flag. He kept the words under his ribs. He struck a spark. He struck it again. On the third try the candle caught, and the small yellow flame leaned toward him, and his face appeared briefly in the dark, a face too thin, too watchful, too old already for 5. And then the flame steadied and the face went back into shadow. He descended. The Crypts of Winterfell are old. They are older than the castle that sits on top of them. They are older than the wars and the songs and the dead lords who have given them their names. They were begun, the Meisters say, when the first men came up out of the south to break the necks of the children of the forest and steal their land, and they have been added to in every generation since, downward, downward, deeper into the granite skull of the north. The upper levels are well kept. The torches burn. The flagstones are swept. Eddard Stark's own father lies there with his sword across his knees and his stone wolf at his heel, and there is a place beside him left empty, which one day will be Eddard's, and one day will be Robb's, and one day will be a name that has not been born yet. The upper levels are a place a child of Winterfell can go without permission, because the family of Winterfell wants its children to know the dead. There is no shame in standing among the Starks. The dead Starks are the inheritance of the living ones. But the lower levels are not for children. The lower levels are not for anyone. The lower levels have no torches and no swept flags. The lower levels are where the names have been forgotten, and where the stone wolves have fallen from their plinths, and where the floor sometimes gives way without warning into a deeper level still. A level the Meisters say is not even Stark, only stone. A stone that was here before the wolves came. Jon went down to the lower levels. He had been down before. Twice. Once when Robb had dared him, and once alone, because the first time he had not been able to admit he was afraid, and so he had returned alone in the dark, to prove to himself that he was not. He was. But he had stayed long enough to learn that being afraid was not the same as turning back. Being afraid was only a sound in the body, a small high whine you could keep beneath your breath if you kept walking. Tonight he kept walking. The song grew louder. It was strange, louder was not the right word. It did not grow in volume, only in clarity. As he went deeper, the song under his ribs found its echo in the song outside him, and the two sang at once, and now he could almost catch the shape of it. It was a chord, a long, low chord, 3 notes pressed against each other and shimmering, 3 voices. He went past his grandfather. He went past Brandon Stark, the uncle he had never known, whose face on the stone was a face he had seen in mirrors at certain angles in himself and in his father both. He went past Lyanna Stark, his aunt with the winter rose carved at her feet. He paused there. He always paused there. He did not know why. He was 5 and he did not know what ants were really, and he did not know what death was really, and he did not know why his father's face went so still when he came down here. But Lyanna's stone face seemed to look at him. The eyes were carved closed, but he had the feeling every time that they were not closed. He had the feeling that she watched him. He went on. Past Lyanna there was a low arch, and past the arch there was a narrower passage, and past the passage there was a flight of steps cut directly into the rock without dressing, narrow and uneven, going down. He had gotten this far only once before. He had turned back here. Now he did not. The candle was getting smaller in his hand. He cupped it. He went down, he counted. He had begun to count without meaning to, 40 steps, 45. He was now below any level of the crypt where any Stark had been laid in living memory. The walls were rougher. The carving was crude or absent. Once or twice his shoulder brushed a niche and he saw a heap of bones that had been a man, perhaps 1,000 years dead, no plaque, no stone wolf, only the bones. He did not stop. At 70 steps the song had become a heartbeat, not his. 3. At 90 steps the passage opened and he came out into a chamber. It was small, not large enough for a king to be buried in. There was no slab, no carved likeness, no stone wolf. Only an alcove in the wall, and the alcove had been sealed up with mortared stones, and on the sealed mortar someone had cut a sigil, deep enough that the cut still showed against the dust of 100 years or only of 15. A 3-headed dragon. He stared at it. He was 5 and he could not read the histories yet, but he knew what a 3-headed dragon was, because every child in the north knew. The 3-headed dragon was the king the wolves had killed. The 3-headed dragon was the old enemy. The 3-headed dragon was the thing his father did not speak of, and that Lady Catelyn did not speak of, and that even old Nan, who would tell any tale, did not tell. Beneath the sigil someone had cut 3 small marks in a row the way a child cuts marks. A stroke, a stroke, a stroke. 3. He set the candle down on the floor. The wax was already beginning to puddle, and the flame leaned with the small draft that breathed up from somewhere below the chamber, and his shadow on the wall behind him was the wavering shadow of a very small boy in a too big tunic with his small hands at his sides. He looked at his shadow. He looked at the sigil. He looked at the wall. The song was here. The song was on the other side of the stones. He pressed his palm against the mortar. It was cold, but only for a moment. Beneath his hand the cold gave way to a warmth he did not understand. The mortar was warm. The stones were warm. The seal was warm with the patient warmth of something that has been warm for a long, long time, the way a banked hearth is warm under the ashes hours after the fire has gone out. Warm and waiting, he pushed. He was 5. He weighed perhaps 3 stone. He had no business moving a sealed wall, and he did not move it. But the mortar at the top of one of the lower stones cracked under his palm, only a little, only a sift of pale dust, and he heard it, and he understood. The mortar was old. The mortar was tired. The mortar had been holding the wall for a long time, and the wall was tired of being held. He found a loose piece of stone on the floor, a bit of facing that had spalled off the doorway behind him, and he used the edge of it like a chisel, with his small fist as the hammer. He worked at the top mortar. He worked patiently. He had nothing else to do. The family was at dinner. Lady Catelyn would not notice him gone before midnight at the earliest, and probably not even then, because Lady Catelyn never noticed him at all unless she could not help it. The mortar gave. The first stone came free. He set it carefully on the floor. He did not want to make noise. He did not understand yet that no one in Winterfell could possibly hear him down here. He only understood that the song wanted quiet. The song wanted careful. He was a careful boy. He had been made careful. The second stone came free. The third. He had built, without noticing it, a small, low arch into the seal, a window the size of his own head. The candle behind him guttered, almost went out, recovered. He crawled forward. He put his face to the gap. The chamber on the other side was small. Not a tomb exactly, more like a closet. A hiding place, his mind supplied, although he did not know the word for that kind of hiding. The kind of hiding a person makes for the thing most precious to them, the thing they cannot take with them and cannot leave in the light. On a low stone bench, 3 eggs. He looked at them for a long time. They were the size of small melons. They were not smooth exactly. Their surfaces were patterned in scales that ran in long spirals around them, and the spirals caught the candlelight strangely, throwing it back at him in colors that did not match the color of his flame. The first egg was black and red. Where the black sat, it sat very deep, like a piece of the night sky cut and brought down here under stone. Where the red sat, it gleamed like banked coals, and when he moved his head, the red seemed to move too, like a fire seen at the bottom of a deep well. The second egg was cream and gold. It was paler than ivory and warmer than ivory, and the gold ran through it in veins, and the veins moved very slowly when he looked at them, which he understood was not possible, and so he did not look at them straight. He watched them out of the corner of his eye, and they shifted. The third egg was green and bronze. It was the color of moss and the color of an old shield and the color of the inside of a hollow tree that had stood through a winter and a fire and not died. They were the size of small melons, and they were singing. He had thought, climbing down, that he would crawl through the gap. He did not. He sat on his heels on the cold flag of his own side of the wall with his small face pressed into the opening, and he listened, and he understood what the song was telling him. It was telling him, at last. It had been waiting a long time. It had not been impatient. Eggs do not know impatience, even singing eggs, but it had been waiting, and now the waiting was done because the door had been opened. And the door had been opened by the only kind of door opener it had been waiting for, which was a boy made of 2 bloods. The wolf and the dragon, the north and the south, the cold stone and the hot fire. The eggs had been laid here by a woman in love and a man in love, and they had been kept here by a brother in grief, and they had not hatched for the woman who had carried them, or the man who had hidden them, or the brother who had sealed them away. They were waiting for him. He understood this in the way a child understands things he has not been told. He did not have the words. He had only the warmth, which was now coming through the opening of the wall in a soft, slow breath like the breath of a sleeping animal. He crawled through. The candle was on the other side of him. He brought it. The candle's flame lay flat on its side in the air for a moment as he passed through, and then righted itself, and the flame seemed brighter on this side, brighter and steadier and faintly green at its heart. The candle had lived in Winterfell. The candle had not known fire was a thing one could be born for. Now it knew. He set the candle down again. He went to the bench. He stood with his small face level with the eggs. He looked at the black-and-red egg. He had known before he looked which he would look at first. The black-and-red was the largest. The black-and-red was the loudest. The black-and-red was the one whose song moved fastest beneath his ribs, the way Rob's heart moved fastest of all the hearts Jon knew, because Rob was Rob and Rob was made out of running. He reached out his right hand. He laid his small palm on the shell. It was warm. Warmer than he had thought a stone could be, and he had thought of these as stones because everyone said dragon eggs had been stones since the dragons died. They were not stones. They were skin. They were skin over fire. Under his hand he felt a slow, heavy beating, as if something inside the shell were turning, working out of its long stillness, remembering how to be alive. The shell was patterned in scales. The scales were ridged, and one of them, near the apex of the egg, was sharp. He did not see it. He felt it. It went into the pad of his index finger, neat and clean as a needle, with the small surprise of any first cut a child takes. He pulled his hand back. He looked at the finger, a bead of blood. Small, dark, perfect. It quivered on the pad of his finger for an instant, and then it ran. It ran down the side of his finger and along the edge of his palm, and a drop of it broke from the line and fell, and the drop fell, and the drop landed on the shell of the black-and red egg. For a moment nothing. Then the shell drank it. He saw it. He saw the drop sit, round and red, on the dark shell, and then he saw the drop thin, spread, become a film, become a stain, become a memory of itself, and then become nothing. Drunk down. Taken in. As if the egg had been thirsty, very thirsty, for a very long time for one particular kind of water, and now the water had come and the long thirst was over. The egg began to hum. It hummed louder than the song. It hummed under his ribs and through the soles of his feet and into the back of his throat. He felt the hum in his teeth. He felt it in the soft places behind his eyes. The other two eggs began to hum with it. The chamber filled with a sound that was not quite a sound. The candle on the floor leaned and stood and leaned again and then went out. He should have been afraid of the dark. He was not. There was no dark. The eggs were lighting themselves. The black and red glowed at its seams with a red that was not the candle's red, an inner red, the color of a forge looked into through a slit. The cream and gold glowed pale and warm. The green and bronze glowed like the eye of an old cat in a stable at midnight, slow and steady and watchful. He stood with his small bleeding finger held against his chest and watched the three of them brighten, and at last, the black and red cracked. The sound of it was not like glass. It was not like stone. It was like the first thunder of a season, low and considered, taking its time. A line ran up the side of the shell from the base to the apex, and the line widened and a piece of the shell fell. And through the gap he saw a wet darkness, and the wet darkness moved, and from the wet darkness an eye opened. The eye was red. It found him. Across the small chamber, over the lip of the broken shell, through the steam now rising off the egg as the heat met the cold air of the crypt, the eye found him. It was small. It was the size of a coin. It was the eye of something newly born and not yet able to focus. And yet it found him with the certainty of a creature that has been promised, in the dark of the egg, that when it broke its shell there would be one face waiting, and it would know that face before it had ever seen it. He stepped forward. He did not know he had stepped forward. His feet had stepped forward without consulting him. He was at the bench. He laid his bleeding finger against the gap in the shell. A small wet snout pushed against his finger and licked the blood from it with a tongue rougher than a kitten's and hotter than a kettle. The tongue was black. The tongue was forked. He laughed. He had not laughed in days. He had not laughed in many days. He laughed because the dragon. And it was a dragon. Of course it was a dragon. He had known it from the first moment, and so had his blood was tickling him. He laughed, and the dragon made a small chirping noise back at him. A noise more like a bird than like a beast. A noise like a chick that has only just found out that there are other voices in the world and is trying out the idea of conversation. He laughed harder. He felt tears on his face that were not crying tears. He felt his small chest open up around the laugh, and the laugh fly out of him like a flock of birds startled from a hedge. Behind the black and red, the cream and gold cracked. Behind the cream and gold, the green and bronze. He turned to each of them. Each, when its head came free, sought him. Each, when its eye found him, brightened. The cream and gold was smaller and more delicate, all long lines, with a head that seemed almost too refined for the body that pushed out behind it. The cream and gold's eyes were a deep gold like coins at the bottom of a clear stream. The green and bronze was thicker, broader in the shoulder, with a blunt, heavy head and a stubborn-looking jaw and eyes the color of a forest pool. The green and bronze, when it climbed out of its shell, did not chirp. It growled. A small growl, the growl of a kitten threatening a lion, but a growl. The black and red and the cream and gold both turned their small new heads to look at the green and bronze with an expression that was, even in newborns, recognizable. "Oh, you." Jon, 5 years old in the dark of the Crypts of Winterfell, 200 steps below his half-brother's laughter, sat down on the cold flag of a hidden tomb, and the black and red and the cream and gold climbed into his lap. And the green and bronze butted its blunt head against his shin and curled around his ankle the way a cat will. And he put his small bleeding finger in his mouth to stop the bleeding. And he understood, with a clarity he would not understand again for 10 years. That his life had been one shape until this moment and would be another shape for the rest of it. He did not name them yet. He did not know enough Valyrian even to think of names. He barely had his own letters. He only sat with them and let them warm him. They were so hot. They were so hot. They were like 3 small ovens in the freezing dark. He stopped shivering. He had not known he was shivering. The black and red curled against the hollow of his throat, and he could feel its small heart beating, and his own heart slowed down to match it. And the cream and gold tucked its long neck under his arm and breathed against his ribs. And the green and bronze wrapped its body around his ankle with a curiously possessive air, and the 4 of them sat there, and the chamber was warm, and the candle on the floor, which had gone out, relit itself. He did not see the candle relight. He was not looking at the candle. But when at last he looked up, the candle was burning and the flame was steady, and the flame was a very faint, very pleased green. It would have been easy then to stay. It would have been easy to lie down on the cold floor with his 3 small, living, warm, impossible companions and sleep, and never go up again, and let Winterfell forget him as Winterfell had been trying to forget him already. He had thought, more than once in his 5-year-long life, of disappearing. He had thought of it the way other children thought of being a knight or a king. It had been his private kingdom, the kingdom of being gone. He did not stay. Because he understood, with the same clarity that had told him the dream was the dream, that if he stayed they would be found. The kitchens kept early hours. The grooms kept earlier ones. By dawn the castle would have noticed him missing. Not because Lady Catelyn would have noticed, not because Robb would have noticed, but Maester Luwin would have noticed, because Maester Luwin noticed everything, and Maester Luwin would tell Sir Roderick. And Sir Roderick would have men down here within an hour of being told, and men in this chamber with 3 new dragons and a boy would mean he did not have the words. He was 5, but he had the picture. He saw it very clearly. He saw Lady Catelyn's face when she would learn that her husband's bastard had hatched the enemy under her feet. He saw Robert Baratheon, whose name he had heard whispered as the king who killed the dragons, learning that the dragons had come back in his own friend's house. He saw, in his head, his 3 new tiny companions on 3 pikes above the gate of King's Landing, the way old Nan said Daeron's head had once been set above the gate of Sunspear in a song. He picked up the black and red. He picked up the cream and gold. The green and bronze refused to be picked up. It climbed his leg, claws like pinpricks, and settled itself in the crook of his arm and bit him affectionately on the wrist. The bites of newborn dragons, he learned that night, are not gentle. They are tests. He bore the test without crying. He bore it because he understood, wordlessly, in his small body, That crying now would tell them something about him he did not want them to know about him forever. They had imprinted on him. He would imprint on them. They would learn him as he learned them, and what they learned in this first hour would be the shape of him they would carry until they died, which, he understood, would be a long time, perhaps longer than any other thing in any other life he could imagine. He let the green and bronze bite him. He let it taste. He breathed through his nose. He did not flinch. The green and bronze grumbled and unhooked its tiny teeth and looked at him with its slow cat eyes and seemed to nod, the way an old man at a hearth nods when he has decided about a stranger. He stood up. He was very small, and there were 3 dragons in his arms and around his ankles, and he was bleeding from a finger and a wrist, and the side of his calf, where one set of needle claws had scraped him, and he was very warm for the first time in his life. And he was very alive for the first time in his life, and he could not for the rest of his life remember exactly what he was thinking in this precise moment because his head felt full of bells. But his body knew. His body was already planning. He needed a place, not this one, deeper. There were caverns below this chamber. He had heard them in the song, lower notes under the 3. He would find them. The dragons would help him find them. They were drawn to the deep heat, and so they would tell him with their bodies which way the deep heat lay. He needed food. He needed bones and meat, and the small fat things the cooks threw out from the kitchens at evening, the trimmings and the gristle that ordinarily went to the dogs. He needed a way to come down without being seen, and he needed a way to leave the iron-banded door looking the way it had looked when he had opened it. And he needed, more than anything else, never to be the boy he had been an hour ago. The boy locked out of dinner. The boy whose name was something other people had to apologize for. That boy could not have 3 dragons. That boy could not even have one. That boy could not carry this. The new boy could. The new boy had to. He stood in the chamber and felt himself become the new boy. It was not a thought, it was a putting on. He put on the new boy the way one puts on a cloak that has been laid out for one in the cold of the morning. The cloak fit. It would always fit. He felt his small shoulders square. He felt his small jaw set. He felt his small face go still in a particular way it had not gone still before. A stillness that would, in years to come, be remarked upon by everyone who met him and never quite understood. A stillness that would make Lady Catelyn flinch even harder than the stark eyes had made her flinch. Because it was a stillness that did not belong to a child at all, he carried his 3 dragons to the gap in the wall. He stopped there. He turned and looked back into the chamber. He looked at the bench where the eggs had sat. He looked at the small heap of broken shells. He looked at the candle, burning faintly green. He understood that he could not leave the shells. He gathered them with great care. He put them inside his tunic against his belly. They were sharp at the edges, but he did not feel the cuts. He had been cut already. A few more would not matter. He looked at the bench empty. He thought, someone put these here for someone. A woman. He thought of his Aunt Lyanna's face on the stone 200 steps above him. He thought of how she had been looking at him without her eyes being open. He thought, and this was the thought of a boy who would in many years still not know who he was, but who in this moment guessed, the way a boy will sometimes blindly guess at the truth of his life and not believe his own guess. He thought, "Thank you." He took the candle. He crawled out through the gap. He set the candle down on his side. He turned and put the stones back. One by one, with great care, he replaced the stones he had taken out. He did not have mortar. He could not seal them. He could only stack them. Anyone who looked closely would see. But no one would look closely. The lower levels were not visited. He arranged the stones to look as much as possible like a wall that had been a wall for 100 years, and he stepped back, and he looked at it, and his small mouth set into a thin line, and he turned away. The 3 dragons in his arms made small, sleepy noises. The journey out of the egg had used them up. They were going to sleep on him, and he could feel them going. He cradled them tighter. The candle in his hand was guttering again, and the small flame was no longer faintly green. It was the ordinary yellow of a Winterfell candle. The chamber on his side of the wall was just a chamber. The deep song was still there, but smaller now. Smaller because the singers were curled against his chest, the song no longer waiting because the song had been answered. He climbed. He climbed slowly. He climbed with 3 small, living, warm, impossible bodies in his arms. The dragons grew heavy as they slept, much heavier than 3 small bodies should have weighed. He understood without being told that dragons were not as light as they looked, that even newborn they were dense in a way other creatures were not, that they were made of harder stuff and would weigh more than their size every day of their lives. By the time he reached the level of the named tombs, he was sweating through his tunic, and the shells inside his tunic were biting into the skin of his belly, and the cuts on his hands and wrists and calf were beginning to throb. He did not stop. He passed Lyanna. He paused there. He looked up at her stone face. "I'll keep them," he whispered. The whisper was so soft that even he could barely hear it. "I'll keep them safe." Her stone eyes were carved closed. They did not open. But the air in the crypt seemed for a moment a little warmer, the way a room is warmer when someone has just left it, and he heard, or thought he heard, or wanted to hear, a sigh, very far off, the sigh of a long-held breath finally let go. He climbed on. At the door he set the candle down. He arranged the dragons against his chest more carefully. He tucked the cream and gold against his ribs, and the black and red against his throat, and the green and bronze around his waist where it had curled in its sleep. And he buttoned his tunic over all 3 of them. They made a small, warm, strange-shaped bump against his torso. He looked, he knew, like a boy who had stolen a pumpkin. He did not care. The corridor outside the crypt was empty. It would be empty for hours. It was very late. He took the stool away. He latched the door from the outside, climbed down off the stool, returned the stool to the niche where he had found it. He put the candle back into the bracket at the head of the stair. He pinched it out with his fingers. He did not feel the burn. He walked back through the corridors of Winterfell. He passed the kitchens where one cook was scraping out a pot. He kept to the shadows. He passed the kennels where a hound stirred and lifted its head and stared at him, ears up with a strange recognition. The hound did not bark. Even hounds know. He passed Sir Roderick's room where the lamp was out. He passed the closed door of the great hall where no laughter came anymore because the family was abed. He came to the small chamber that was his. It was not large. It had no window. It had a pallet and a stool and a chest and a single shelf above the chest where he kept the few things he owned. The flint Benjen had given him. A wooden wolf Robb had carved him badly when Robb was 4. A pebble Arya had once put in his hand at the age when Arya had still been only a wobble of a baby who could not yet know that there was anyone she should not put pebbles into the hand of. He looked at his shelf. He looked at his pallet. He looked at the small, dark room that had been his only place in the world, the only place where he had been allowed. He understood, looking at it, that he could not bring the dragons here. The maids cleaned this room. Lady Catelyn herself sometimes walked past the door and looked in, only for an instant, only to confirm to herself that he was still there, the way one looks at the corner of one's eye to confirm a discomfort. This room was watched. This room was not safe. He went out again. He was very tired. He had been climbing stone stairs for what felt like a long time. The dragons against his chest were heavier and heavier. He did not stop. He went down a side corridor and through a postern and out into the small kitchen garden where the cooks grew herbs, and from the kitchen garden through a low gate to the old stables that were no longer in use, because the new stables had been built closer to the main gate, and into the old hayloft above the disused stalls, and from the old hayloft through a hatch in the back wall into the void between the hayloft and the outer keep wall, a void of a few feet, an architectural accident of an old reconstruction. And from the void down a ladder he had never seen anyone else use, down through a forgotten cistern that had been dry for 100 years, and from the cistern through a low arch he had to crawl through on his hands and knees, and at last into a little dry square cell of a room that had perhaps been a guard post once, when the disused stables had been a real one, and that, for some years, now had been only an unmapped pocket inside the body of Winterfell. Known to no one because there was no longer any reason for anyone to know about it, except him. He had found it when he was 4, when he had gone hunting for a kingdom of his own, a place where Lady Catelyn could not see him, a place where he could pretend the small dark cell of his own bedroom was not all that the world had given him. He had not told anyone, not Robb, not Theon, not old Nan. He had hoarded it. He laid the dragons down on the dry stone. They half woke. They mewled at him. He sat down beside them, cross-legged, and arranged them in a heap against his thigh. The black end red on top, the cream end gold against his belly, the green end bronze curled at the bottom, possessive, head propped on his knee. He looked at them. They were impossible. They were absolutely impossible. They were sleeping. They were warm. He emptied the shells from his tunic. He laid the broken pieces on the floor beside him and looked at them for a long moment, and then began very carefully to break them smaller and smaller, smaller than a coin, smaller than a fingernail. He did this for an hour, perhaps longer, he could not have said. The dragons slept while he worked. At the end of the hour he had a small heap of black and red dust, and a small heap of cream and gold dust, and a small heap of green and bronze dust, and he scooped each heap into a little pile against the wall, and he covered the piles with a handful of loose stone chips from the floor. He would scatter them later in different places where no one would ever connect them. He had decided this without deciding it. He thought, "I'm 5." He thought it almost as a complaint. It came up out of him like a yawn. He was 5. He was very tired. He had been the new boy for what felt like a year, and he had only been the new boy for 3 hours. He laid his small head down on the cold flag, beside his 3 sleeping impossible companions, and he closed his eyes. Sleep was already on him. Sleep was hungry. But before sleep took him, he had a thought, and he held on to the thought because he understood it was the most important thought of his life. The thought was, tomorrow I must be the boy I was. Lady Catelyn must look at me at breakfast and see the same boy. Robb must clap my shoulder and feel the same boy. Maester Luwin must hand me my slate and see the same boy. The boy locked out of dinner. The boy who said, "Yes, my lady." That boy must come back tomorrow as if nothing had happened. And that boy must come back the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that, for as many days as it takes, until these 3 are too big to hide. And by then, I must be the thing they have grown me into. He understood, lying in the dark with his 3 new heartbeats against his ribs, that he had a long way to go and that he would walk every step of it alone, and he understood this without self-pity. He understood that loneliness was the rent on what he had been given. He understood that no one in his life could be told. Not his father, who would have to be told someday, but not yet, because his father was a man of duty, and his father might choose duty over him. Not Robb, who would not be able to keep the secret, because Robb was Robb, made out of running and laughter and the wide, bright openness of a boy who had never been locked out of dinner. Not Maester Luwin, although Maester Luwin came closest, because Maester Luwin's first loyalty was to the Citadel, and not to a 5-year-old bastard with 3 impossible companions. Not even old Nan, although old Nan's tales were the only ones that had ever included him. Old Nan would tell. Old Nan was old, and the old loved telling secrets they had been holding too long. He had no one. He had three. The thought, as he framed it that way, did not hurt him. It steadied him. Three was a number. Three was a beginning. Three was, he understood, the right number for what he was. He had been one all his life. He had been the one who was extra. Now he was four, and three of his number could breathe fire, and he understood, without yet knowing what fire would mean in his life, that fire was going to be the great inheritance of him. He thought, I'll name them when I can read. He thought, I'll teach myself to read better. I'll read everything Meister Lewin has. I'll read until I know what they are. I'll read until I know what I am, he thought, drifting. I am Jon Snow, he thought before sleep took him, and I am not. He slept. In the dark of the unmapped chamber under Winterfell, in a pocket between the old stables and the keep wall, a 5-year-old boy slept with 3 newborn dragons against his ribs, and his face turned toward the wall, and the breathing of all 4 bodies came into time together. And somewhere 200 steps below them, the song under the stone, which had sung for 100 years and only just been answered, sang once more, very softly, like a hand drawn down the strings of a harp, and then went silent. Outside, above, the dinner had ended. The candles in the great hall had been snuffed. Lady Catelyn Stark, alone in her bed, with her husband at war and her trueborn children asleep in their proper beds, lay awake. She did not know why she was awake. She had not been awake for a long time in the small hours, since Bran had been a newborn. Tonight she was awake. She found herself listening. She did not know what she was listening for. There was nothing to hear. The castle slept. The snow had not yet begun outside. The wind in the chimneys was its ordinary wind. And yet she listened, and her hand crept up the bedclothes and found her own throat, and her fingers closed there as if to keep something in or to keep something out, and she did not know which. She thought of the bastard. She did not want to think of the bastard. She thought of him anyway. She thought of his small face in the corridor, his folded hands, his "Yes, my lady," which had sounded. She had not allowed herself to notice this in the moment, but now she allowed it, exactly like Ned's voice, exactly like Brandon's voice, exactly like Lyanna's. The Stark voice, the Northern voice, the voice she had married into and that she would never, no matter how many sons of her own she bore, possess. She lay in the dark and felt, for the briefest moment, a fear she could not name. Then she pushed it down. She was a Tully of Riverrun. She was Lady of Winterfell. She had a household to run, and a war to wait out, and 3 children of her own to raise. There was no room in her for nameless fears. She closed her eyes. Below her, in a pocket of stone no one had drawn on any map of the castle, the bastard slept. And against his ribs, 3 impossible hearts beat very slowly and very warmly and in time, like a chord that has been struck, and that will go on ringing, very softly, for a very long time. So began the secret of Jon Snow. Chapter 2. The feeding years. The first thing the new boy learned was that he must not love the dragons less, but love them more secretly. By the morning after the night under the stone, he had built, in his head, the architecture of the rest of his childhood. He was 5, and his architecture was crude. He revised it many times in the years that followed. But the foundation he laid that first morning he never moved from. The foundation was this: every part of his ordinary life, every conversation with Robb, every nodding lesson under Meister Lewin, every bowed head in front of Lady Catelyn, was now a costume that he wore over the only thing that mattered. He must wear the costume so well that no one, ever, saw the thing under it. He must wear it so well that even he sometimes forgot what the thing under it was, and went weeks or months walking around as the costume. And only at night, and only in the dark, and only when he descended into the unmapped pocket under the old stables, would he take the costume off and be Jon. Because he was not Jon Snow anymore. He was Jon Snow only on the surface, in the way one wears a name like a coat one has been given and not chosen. Inside the coat, there was someone else, and that someone else had no name yet, because he was not old enough to know what the name should be. He had 3 small, impossible companions, and they did not call him Jon either. They made small sounds at him, distinct sounds for distinct moods, and over the first weeks he came to recognize each sound and to answer back. The black andred made a low churring noise when it wanted him, and a higher trill when it wanted food, and a flat hissing snort when it was annoyed. The cream and gold made longer notes, almost songs, with rising and falling pitches. The cream and gold sang to him sometimes when he sat with the 3 of them, melodies he half recognized from old lullabies and could not place. Melodies he understood in his bones must have been older than the lullabies, melodies the lullabies had borrowed and lost. The green and bronze made almost no sound at all. The green and bronze observed. It watched him with its slow cat eyes, and it watched the other 2, and it bit them when they got out of line, and it bit him when he was lazy. The green and bronze, he came to understand in the first month, was the one of the 3 who would teach him the most. The other 2 adored him. The green and bronze tested him. He did not name them in the first weeks. He did not feel ready. The names of dragons were heavy things. The Meister's histories called them by the names of giants of the deep past, and he was not yet sure which giants his 3 would grow into. He waited. They did not seem to mind. Names came later. What came first was the feeding. The dragons grew. They grew fast in the first weeks and faster in the first months and faster still after that. By the end of the first month, the black andred was as long as his forearm. By the end of the second, longer than his whole arm. By the end of the third, longer than he was tall. They ate everything. They ate whatever he could bring them. They ate the trimmings from the kitchens and the bones from the great hall scraps, and the fat heels of meat the cooks tossed for the dogs, and the small things he could catch himself in the kitchen garden. When no one was looking, rats, slow voles, the occasional crow that landed on the dovecote roof, anything with meat or marrow. They drank. They drank water from the cistern, and milk when he could steal milk, and once, in the worst of one winter, blood when he could not find anything else and had to bleed himself a little from his palm into a wooden cup. They took the blood and licked his palm clean afterward as if to apologize. And he understood from that moment on that they would never demand of him what he could not give, but would always take what he could. The trouble was the scale of the taking. A 5-year-old can steal a fistful of meat from the kitchens once a day without being noticed. A 6-year-old, a little more. By the second year, when his 3 were no longer the size of cats but the size of mid-sized hounds, the kitchen scraps were not enough, and the kitchen scraps were also being noticed. The senior cook, a woman named Mott, was the kind of woman who counted things. She counted the joints brought in, and the joints sent out, and the difference between them. And one cold morning in the winter of his 6th year, she had stood with her thick fists on her thick hips, and announced to the kitchen at large that she was not going to be made a fool of by some boy or other who was thieving meat at the back door. And the boy in question would either confess himself, or she would lay traps. Jon, sitting on the bench by the kitchen fire with a half-eaten end of bread in his hand. He had been sitting there for that purpose, to be visible during the announcement, to be obviously eating only bread, kept his face still. The traps did not catch him. He had not been stealing from the kitchen in any way Mott would have understood as stealing. He had been taking what no one wanted, what was already half on its way to the dogs, and he had been doing it at hours when the kitchen was empty. But Mott's announcement told him that his methods had been visible enough to leave a track. He needed new methods. He found them. He spent the rest of that winter and the spring after it walking the outskirts of Winterfell at every hour of the day, in every kind of weather, with a small basket on his arm and a bored expression, as if he were a boy who had simply wandered out to be alone, which Winterfell had decided was acceptably what Jon Snow did. In the basket, he carried a knife. He laid snares in the wood beyond the kennel yard. He learned which streams the trout liked, and which roots the rabbits gnawed, and which clearings the hares used in the dawn. He became, at 6.5, a small, unobtrusive hunter, although no one in Winterfell would have called him that. They called him a quiet boy who liked to walk. They were not wrong. He was a quiet boy who liked to walk. They simply did not see what he was walking with, or where he was walking to, or that the basket on his arm was sometimes heavy when he came home. The dragons grew on rabbit, hare, trout. The occasional small deer he learned to shoot with a homemade bow he kept hidden in a hollow log near the wood's edge. He had asked Robb to teach him archery. Robb had asked their father for permission once their father had returned from war, and Lord Eddard had said yes in his careful way, with a glance at Lady Catelyn that had asked her to be quiet, and she had been quiet. And Jon had spent a month under Robb's well-meaning amateur instruction, and then a quarter-year under Sir Roderick's better one, and he had been adequate. He had not been brilliant. He had been careful not to be brilliant, because Robb had been brilliant, and Robb had wanted to be brilliant, and Jon had not wanted Robb to have to share that. So at lessons, Jon was adequate. Alone in the wood, with a bow he had whittled himself out of, Sir Roderick would never have approved, Jon was very, very good. He shot a stag at 6.75, a small one. He did not bring it home. He gutted it himself in the wood, his small arms in the steaming cavity up to the elbow, and he learned then that it was harder to gut a stag at 6 than it would be at 16, but not impossible, and that doing it in pieces was better than not doing it at all. He hauled what he could in the basket. He took several trips. He buried what would not fit. He went home at moonrise with his sleeves dark, and his face dark, and his eyes very bright. And old Nan met him in the kitchen corridor and looked at him for a long moment without speaking, and then handed him a damp cloth, and said only, "There's stew in the pot," and turned away. Old Nan saw more than the rest of them. Old Nan never said anything. Old Nan, Jon learned in the second year, was an ally of sorts, although she had never used the word and would never use it. Old Nan had been at Winterfell since before there was an Eddard Stark. Old Nan had seen things in this castle she did not tell, and Old Nan had decided long ago that there were children she would never betray, and a small black-haired boy who came in at moonrise with his sleeves dark was apparently one of them. He worried about her sometimes. He worried about what she had guessed and what she had not. He decided, after some thought, that she had guessed something but not the right thing. She had guessed perhaps that the bastard boy had a hidden life of his own, a place in the woods, a refuge, the kind of thing a lonely child builds, and she had decided to let him have it. She did not guess the dragons. No one guessed the dragons. To guess the dragons one would have had to think that dragons were possible, and in the year 290 in Westeros, no one thought dragons were possible. The dragons had been dead for over a century. The dragons were a story. Dragons in Winterfell could not happen because dragons could not happen. The world had set its face against the possibility, and the world's face was an excellent shield. Jon hid behind it. Nothing he could have built himself would have hidden his three as well as the world's flat refusal to believe in them. In his 7th year, he named them. He had taught himself enough Valyrian by then. Only a little, only the beginnings, to know that they should have Valyrian names, that the names should mean something, that the names should fit. He had pieced together the beginnings of the High Valyrian from a tattered old book in Maester Luwin's library. A book in 2 parallel columns with common on one side and the dragon tongue on the other. A book that had been laid open on a top shelf and forgotten, and that the Meister had not used in a decade. Jon had asked, very carefully, whether he might borrow the book. The Meister had looked at him over his half-moon spectacles, the way the Meister looked when he was deciding whether or not to be interested. "High Valyrian," Meister Luwin had said. "For what?" "I'd like to read the histories," Jon had said. "The old ones. The histories are in common, mostly." "The old ones aren't. The Meister had laid down his quill. "Jon, your letters in common are still ragged. They're getting better," Jon had said, very meek, very small. "I copy out the Targaryen kings every night to practice. The Targaryen kings, I like the names." The Meister had looked at him a long moment. Then he had said slowly, the way a man says a thing he is choosing to say in the moment he says it, "Take the book. Bring it back when you've made progress. I'll quiz you in a season." Jon had taken the book. He had bowed. He had walked out of the Meister's tower with his small chest tight around a feeling that was not exactly fear and not exactly triumph. That was the particular feeling of a boy who has gotten away with something he did not know, was something one had to get away with. He had not understood, then, what was in the Meister's face when the Meister had handed him the book. He understood later. The Meister had been watching him for years. The Meister had not yet decided what he was watching. The Meister had given him the book partly to see what he would do with it, the way a falconer leaves a piece of meat on a perch to see whether the hawk on the rafters will at last come down for it. Jon brought the book back in a season. He brought it back having memorized most of it. He recited a passage in High Valyrian on demand, his pronunciation rough but the meaning correct. The Meister looked at him a long time. The Meister said, "Another." The Meister gave him another. The other was an annotated grammar, heavier, drier, in tiny script with footnotes in 3 additional scripts Jon did not recognize. Jon took it. He brought it back in 2 seasons. The Meister gave him another. The other was a Targaryen genealogy. Jon took it. The Meister watched him take it. The Meister said, "Do you know whose name comes first in that book?" "Enar the Exile," Jon said. "Yes," said the Meister. He took off his spectacles. He polished them on his sleeve. "And do you know why it begins with him and not with Aegon the Conqueror?" "Because the histories of the Targaryens begin in Valyria," Jon said. "Not in Westeros. The dragons came with Enar's house from Valyria. He saw the doom in his daughter's dreams. He left 12 years before the doom. His house was the only one of the dragon lords that survived." The Meister put his spectacles back on. He said, "Be careful with that one, Jon. With Enar, with the histories of the Targaryens." His voice had the same patient tone it always had, but there was something in it now that Jon understood as a warning offered as kindly as a warning could be. There are men in this country, even good men, who do not like to hear their wives' names in the same sentence as Targaryen. There are men who will not allow it under their roof. You are 9 years old. You are old enough now to understand that words have weight, and the wrong words in the wrong corridors will hurt people who do not deserve to be hurt. Jon had nodded. He had understood. He had been understanding longer than the Meister thought. "Yes, Meister," he had said. The Meister had looked at him. The Meister had handed him the genealogy. "Take it," the Meister had said, "but keep it in your cell and learn it. There may come a day when Targaryen names will matter again in this world, and a young man who knows them may be useful to those who would prefer not to learn them." It was the closest Meister Luwin had ever come to telling him. Jon had taken the book and carried it back to his cell. And that night he had not slept in his cell at all, but had gone down through the postern and the cistern to his 3, who were now larger than mid-sized hounds and growing. And he had read aloud to them from the genealogy in his small, careful Valyrian, and they had listened with what he understood was attention, with the slow blink and the cocked head of large, intelligent animals being told the names of their ancestors. He named them that night. The Black Andred, he named Tyraxes. There had been a Tyraxes once in the dance, a dragon ridden by a prince named Joffrey Velaryon, who had been a boy of 12. A boy not much older than Jon would soon be himself. A boy who had ridden out to fight at the Battle of Tumbleton on his small dragon, when many an older man would not. Tyraxes had died at Tumbleton, killed by larger beasts. Jon thought of his Blackandred as a Tyraxes brought back, the same temperament, bold, eager, loving, slightly reckless, a heart that ran ahead of the head. The Blackandred lifted his head when Jon spoke the name aloud, and the Blackandred blinked his red eyes once, and the Blackandred made the churring sound that meant yes. And from that night on the Blackandred was Tyraxes. The cream and gold he named Valira. There had not been a Valira in the histories. He had not wanted to give the cream and gold a borrowed name. The cream and gold did not feel like a return of any prior dragon. The cream and gold felt like a new thing. The cream and gold sang. He took the name from a passage in his grammar where Vihal had been the root for to bear or to carry, and Ira had been the feminine ending. Valira, she who carries. He named her Valira because she carried him most often in his dreams. Because she would, he sensed already, be the one of the three he flew. She accepted the name with a long, warm note of her song, and she lowered her head and pressed the smooth cream and gold of her brow against his forehead, and they stayed like that for a long moment in the dark, and Jon understood that he had named his sister. The green and bronze he named Meager. He thought about it a long time before he named the green and bronze. He thought of all the green dragons in the histories, and none of them were quite right. The green and bronze was not cannibal exactly, the green and bronze was not wild, the green and bronze had imprinted. The green and bronze loved him, but the green and bronze had something of the cannibal in him, the heavy bones, the blunt jaw, the willingness to bite. The green and bronze had the temperament of a thing that did not forgive easily. The green and bronze had Meager in him. Jon was a boy in 290 in Winterfell, whose own family did not love him properly, and he understood at 9 that there was no name in the Targaryen books that came down with more weight than Meager, and that there were good reasons for the weight, and that he should perhaps choose a kinder name. But the green and bronze, when Jon tried other names, did not respond. When Jon said Meager, the green and bronze lifted his blunt head and looked at Jon with an expression that, in a man, would have been called recognition. Yes, that. Jon, kneeling on the floor of his unmapped chamber with his three in front of him, looked at the green and bronze and understood that the green and bronze had not been asking for kindness. The green and bronze had been asking for accuracy. Meager, he said. The green and bronze rumbled. The green and bronze laid his heavy blunt head across Jon's knee. The green and bronze closed his eyes. The naming was done. After the naming there was a long stretch, about a year, during which his life ran in a deepening groove. Mornings he rose with the household. He took breakfast in the kitchens, never in the hall. The hall, by old habit, was the place where he was not. He attended Meister Lewin for his letters, and his sums, and his Latin, and his Valyrian, and he was a good pupil, but not too good. He had learned by now exactly how good to be in front of the Meister, how to leave a few errors in his sums so the Meister would have something to correct, how to mispronounce a Valyrian diphthong once or twice in a long passage so the Meister could chuckle and adjust him. He attended Sir Roderick for his arms, and he was adequate at swords and reasonably good at archery, and bad at riding, which he played up. He was, in truth, an excellent rider because dragons, but a bastard who was an excellent rider would be an oddity, and he did not want to be an oddity. He played at dolls' wars and stick swords with Bran when Bran was old enough to play. He carried Arya around the courtyard on his shoulders when she was small enough that this was still allowed. He listened to Sansa recite her courtesies. He applauded. He embraced his brothers and his sisters every morning and every night and at noon when they passed, and he held them as close as Lady Catelyn would let him. They were his. They would always be his. They did not know what he was. They only knew that he was their brother, and that knowledge would be enough for him, and it was. He even, in a small way, with Lady Catelyn herself, learned a kind of peace. She did not soften toward him. She would not. She had married into a duty she could fulfill, and a wound she could not heal, and his face was the wound. But she stopped, by Jon's 8th year, expecting from him the small misbehavior she had feared in him. He gave her no occasion to scold him. He set out with patience to make himself a problem she could not name, and so a problem she could not raise. She learned slowly to look past him. She learned in moments to forget he was there. That was, in his calculus, victory. He did not need her love. He needed her not to look at him with the small attention she had given him in his first years. He needed to be furniture. He was furniture. He became furniture. He became a small, dutiful, unremarkable, dark-haired boy who passed through Lady Catelyn's life like a draught of cold air past a closed door. His evenings he kept for himself. After supper, which he took alone now, in the kitchen, with his back to the wall and his book on his knee, he would walk the courtyards as a boy might who could not yet sleep. He would lean on the well curb and look up at the stars. He would feed the wolfhounds. He would talk to the stable boys who liked him, because he had taught himself how to be liked by stable boys. One small soft compliment about a particular mare, the right question at the right time, the willingness to laugh at the right joke. He had taught himself, by his 9th year, how to be a person who left almost no impression in any of the small encounters of the day. People remembered seeing him. They could not have told you what he had said. After the courtyards he would slip back through the postern, through the cistern, through the disused stables into his pocket of stone. He would let his 3 come at him in a rush. They were no longer small. By his 9th year they were each the size of a large hound. Not so large as a horse, not yet, but no longer the kitten-sized creatures of the first month. They could each take his weight. Tyraxes had, twice, in the bigger lower chamber where Jon had cautiously experimented with letting Tyraxes lift him a foot or two off the ground. Vihalira had let him climb on her back without trying to throw him. Meager had carried him on his shoulders briefly, with an air of bored indulgence. They wanted to fly. They could not fly here. The pocket was too small. The crypts beneath the pocket, which he had opened up by his 8th year, by patient work over many months, with stolen iron bars and the help of 3 dragons whose claws, by then, could pry granite, were larger. He had cleared out a chamber 100 feet long and 40 wide, deep below the level where any Stark had been buried. A chamber that had been a natural cavity in the rock that the original builders of Winterfell had never bothered to map. And in that chamber, the 3 of them now took their evening exercise, beating their wings to keep from falling. Learning the shape of air, Tyraxes flew first. Tyraxes flew at the end of the 3rd year, almost 3 years to the day after his hatching. He took off from the floor with a kind of clumsy enthusiasm and beat his way up to the vaulted roof of the chamber, and clung there upside down for a moment like a bat, and then dropped and caught the air and made one slow circuit of the chamber, his wings 8 feet across. By then, barely fitting under the curve of the roof, Jon stood on the floor with his face turned up and tears running silently down his cheeks. He had not known he could cry like that. He had not known he had it in him. He had not cried at Lady Catelyn's hardness in years. He cried now, watching the small flame of his black and red brother make his first circuit of the air, and he did not stop crying for several minutes, and Vihalira and Meager came and pressed themselves against his sides and held him up while he cried. By the end of his 9th year, Tyraxes had taken him on his back for a short flight inside the chamber. Vihalira had carried him too. Meager would not let him on. Meager preferred to walk. Meager was the largest and the heaviest and the slowest in the air, and Meager, Jon understood, would fly only when there was a reason to fly, and would not be a thing one rode for pleasure. Meager would be a thing one rode for purpose. In the spring of his 9th year, Maester Luwin found him in the library at midnight. It had been a careless thing. Jon was usually more careful. But he had been reading a treatise on the diseases of dragons, a wholly speculative work, since the dragons had been dead for 100 years, and no one had treated one in living memory. But the treatise drew on older Targaryen records, and Jon was concerned about Vihalira, who had been listless and warm to the touch, and he had lost track of the hour. He had lit 2 candles instead of 1. He had spread 3 books on the Maester's own table. The Maester had come in for a draught he kept locked in a cabinet, expecting an empty room, and had found Jon there with the books. The Maester stood in the doorway a long time. Jon did not move. He had been moving in the moment when the Maester opened the door, turning a page, and his hand had stopped, and he sat with the page half turned and his small face very still, and he watched the Maester watch him. "The diseases of dragons," the Maester said. "Yes, Maester." "At midnight." "Yes, Maester." The Maester came in. He closed the door behind him. He came and stood by the table and looked at the 3 books open there. He looked at the diseases of dragons. He looked at the 2nd book, which was a treatise on the husbandry of riding beasts. He looked at the 3rd book, which was a heavy old volume of the genealogies of House Velaryon. He did not look at Jon. "There has been a fire in the south yard tonight," he said eventually. "A small one, Maester. The stable boys put it out. There were 3 of them. There have been 3 fires this season." "Yes, strange, isn't it?" the Maester said, looking down at the open page of the diseases of dragons. "That the fires have all been at night, and that none of them has done much damage, and that all of them have been in places where one might step outside the inhabited part of the castle without being seen." Jon did not answer. The Maester turned a page of the book Jon had open in front of him. He turned another. He read for a moment. He nodded once to himself. "This treatise," he said, "is bad." "Yes, Maester. The author is talking about beasts he has never seen and never will see. The Citadel never had a dragon to treat. The descriptions of what to look for in a sick dragon were copied, badly, from a Targaryen book that was burned in the 2nd century. There is one other surviving Targaryen book on the subject. It is in Oldtown. I do not have it. I see, Maester. You should not consult this treatise." He closed it. He set it back on the shelf. "If you have a sick beast on your hands, Jon Snow, you will not find help for it in this library." Jon felt his small face try to break. He kept it still. He had practiced too long. "I do not have a sick beast on my hands, Maester." "No." The Maester nodded slowly. "Of course not." He sat down across from Jon. He folded his thin hands on the table. He looked at Jon over his spectacles, and his eyes were very old and very kind and very, very tired. "Jon." "Yes, Maester, you are 9. "Yes, Maester, I am 64. I have served at Winterfell for 30 years. I have served your father since before he was a man. I knew his brother Brandon, who was a young man I admired very much, and I knew his sister Lyanna, who was a girl I admired more than I should have, and I knew his father Lord Rickard, who was a hard man and a fair one. I have been here longer than you have been alive, and I have eyes." Jon did not breathe. "I have not put a name to what I see," the Maester said. "I will not. I am too old to put names to things I do not need to. I am, however, going to give you an instruction, and I am going to give it as a Maester gives a treatment, which is to say with the precision of a man who knows what he does not know. Yes, Maester. You will continue to come to me for your lessons. You will continue to be the boy you have been in every visible respect. You will not draw attention. You will not become brilliant in a public way. You will not show anyone the things you can do that you should not be able to do. Do you understand me? Yes, Meister. Whatever it is that you are carrying, Jon Snow, you will carry it more carefully from this night onward. You will not light 2 candles in this library at midnight. You will not lay 3 books open in front of you. You will not leave the diseases of dragons on the top of the pile when the cleaning women come through in the morning. The Meister drew the book gently away from Jon and reshelved it. And if a day comes, the Meister said, in the same flat, patient, instructive tone, when whatever you are carrying needs a Meister's attention, not a library but an attention, you will come to me. You will not go to anyone else, not your father, not your father's bannermen, not the Meister at the wall, who is my friend but who is old and at the wall and not here. You will come to me, Jon. I will not have a name for what you bring. I will only have a treatment if I have one. Do you understand? Jon understood. He understood more than the Meister knew. He understood, in fact, that the Meister had just told him something he had not realized he needed to be told, which was that there was a Meister at the wall, and that the Meister at the wall was a friend of his Meister, and that the Meister at the wall might therefore be a place to send a careful coded letter someday if a careful coded letter were ever needed. He filed the Meister at the wall away in his head. He nodded. Yes, Meister. Good. The Meister stood. He picked up his draft from the cabinet. He paused at the door. He turned. Jon. Yes, Meister. There are 3 of them, are there? Jon's small face did break then, just at the corners. Just for an instant. He felt his mouth try to smile. He clamped it down. He met the Meister's eyes. I do not know what you mean, Meister. The Meister nodded slowly, with what might have been satisfaction, or might have been sorrow, or might have been the particular fatigue of an old wise man who has been correct one more time when he would have preferred to be wrong. That was the right answer, he said. Keep giving it. Good night, Jon. Good night, Meister. He went out. He closed the door. Jon sat at the table a long time. He listened to the Meister's footsteps recede along the gallery and down the spiral stair. He listened to the small night noises of Winterfell. He listened to his own heart, which had been running like a hare and was now beginning to slow. He understood that he had been seen. He understood also, this was the more important thing, that being seen had not cost him. The Meister was not an enemy. The Meister would not tell. The Meister had told him exactly the things he needed to know in order to continue, and the Meister had asked him, with a discretion that had been almost beautiful, only to be more careful. The Meister had given him an ally without naming the alliance. He did not weep. He had wept enough in this year. He gathered the 2 remaining books, leaving the diseases of dragons on the shelf as instructed, and went out of the library and back to his cell. From his cell, by the same long route, down to his pocket, and through it to the great chamber below, where his 3 were sleeping in a heap on the heated stone slab he had made for them by patient years of stacking and clay packing, and the heat of their own bodies. Valira opened one gold eye when he came in. She made a low note. Meister Luwin knows, Jon said aloud in High Valyrian very softly. He had taken to speaking to them in High Valyrian. He believed they understood it best, although he could not have proven it, or guesses. He won't tell. He is going to help us if he can. Valira made another note. Tyraxes stirred and woke and uncoiled himself from the heap and came to him and laid his head on Jon's shoulder. Tyraxes was as large now as a pike pony. Tyrax's head on his shoulder was a heavy thing. Jon braced under it. He had been bracing for years. He laid his palm against the great red eye, and the eye blinked under his palm, and the lashes, black like wires, brushed his hand, and he understood that he was loved. He had been loved every night for almost 5 years. He had been loved more in those 5 years than in any other quantity of years he could imagine. Meager did not stir. Meager was already awake. Meager was awake at the noise of the door. Meager was always the first to wake. Meager simply watched. Meager was the one who would always watch. Jon sat down with them on the slab. He pulled his knees to his chest. He looked into the dark of the chamber. He thought about the Maester. He thought about the long road ahead. He thought, I will be 10 soon. They will be 5. He thought, in 5 more years they will not fit in the Wolfswood entire, let alone in this chamber. He thought, I will write to the Maester at the wall. He thought, with a small, clear, cold steel certainty that was new in him. I will be ready when I have to be. Vallyra began very softly to sing. Chapter 3. The tongue of old Valyria. By the spring of his 10th year, Jon Snow had taught himself High Valyrian well enough to dream in it. The dreams were strange. He did not always remember them. When he did remember them, they were always somewhere warm, somewhere with white stone walls and water running and a sun he could feel on the inside of his eyelids. Sometimes he was a man in those dreams, taller than he had ever been, and sometimes he was a woman with long silver hair. And sometimes he was something low and long with a body that did not belong to any human language. And always, in the back of the dream, there was a long shadow on a wall and a sound of wings. He would wake in his cell sweating, with the High Valyrian for now and forever, and be careful, my love on his lips, and he would sit up and put his hands to his temples and breathe slowly until the dream went and Winterfell came back. Then he would get up and dress and go to breakfast, and at breakfast he would be the bastard boy again, the small, dutiful, unremarkable thing the household had forgotten how to notice. He had not always known that High Valyrian was the language he was dreaming in. For the first months of his self-tutoring, the dreams had still come in common: his father's voice, Robb's voice, Lady Catelyn's careful diction. Then, very slowly, as he had pushed the new language up into the front of his head with a willed and patient discipline, it had begun to come down into the back of his head, into the place where the dreams were made. And one morning he had woken, perhaps 11 months after the Maester had first handed him the old parallel column primer, with the absolute certainty that he had been dreaming in High Valyrian. He had not been able to remember the content of the dream. He had only remembered the rhythm, the shape, the way a particular vowel had moved through his sleep. He had sat on the edge of his pallet that morning and thought, it is mine now. The language, it has come down into me. He had been pleased. He had also been frightened in a way he kept from himself. He understood by then that languages took up space, and that anything you let into the back of your head changed the front of your head. He had not been born High Valyrian. He had made himself High Valyrian. There was no going back to the boy who had been only common. The dragons spoke it. Or, more truthfully, the dragons answered to it. He did not believe, even then, that they understood words as a man understands words. They did not seem to need words for what they did with him. But they understood his pitch and his cadence and the small differences in his vowels when he spoke to them. And they responded to Valyrian as they did not respond to common. And over the years, he came to use common only for the surface life and High Valyrian only for the deep one. By his 10th year, he hardly spoke common at all in the chamber under the crypts, only Valyrian and the dragon's own voices and his own breath. Maester Luwin gave him more books. The Maester did not give them as a man giving a thing. He gave them as a man laying down a hint for another man to take. A book would appear on Jon's slate, set there in the small hour while Jon was at the breakfast table. A book would be left on a low shelf with a slip of paper between the pages, the slip of paper bearing nothing but a small mark in the Maester's hand, a circle with a vertical line, a private sign, and Jon would understand. The book was for him. He would take it. He would keep it 3 weeks or 4 or 6, and he would bring it back, and another book would appear in its place. In this way, Over the course of his 8th, 9th, and 10th years, Jon read, and most of all reread, in the deliberate, slow rereading way he had learned was the only way to keep a book inside one's body. Everything Maester Luwin owned on the Targaryens. Everything Maester Luwin owned in or about High Valyrian. Everything Maester Luwin owned about the Doom and the Freehold and the lands of the Long Summer and the breaking of empires. And then he read everything Maester Luwin owned about statecraft, the laws of inheritance in the 7 kingdoms, the customs of the Reach and the Dornish and the free cities. And then he read everything Maester Luwin owned about military matters, sieges and battles, and the campaigns of Aegon I and the wars of the Conciliator, and the marches of the Young Dragon, and the great campaign of Robert Baratheon down the Trident, which was the most recent, and the one Maester Luwin had himself walked through with maps as it had happened. He copied the maps out for his own use. He kept his copies in a panel he had carved out of the back of his trunk in his cell. Behind a false back he had fitted himself with patience over many evenings. He had become, by his 10th year, very clever with his hands. Working in close quarters with 3 small dragons who would steal anything not nailed down, had taught him a level of patience and precision he could not have learned elsewhere. The dragons grew through this period in a way that began to worry him. Tyrax's, who was the largest by half, was 4 feet long from snout to vent at 3.5 years, 6 feet at 4 years, almost 9 feet at 4.5. His wingspan more than doubled in the same period. By the spring Jon turned 10. By the spring of 292 AC, Tyrax's was longer than a large horse, and his wings, fully extended, brushed the high wall of the great lower chamber on either side. Valera was a little smaller and more slender. Meager was almost as long as Tyrax's but thicker through the chest, heavier, his wings shorter and broader and built for slower, more powerful flight. The 3 of them between them now produced enough heat to keep the lower chamber tropical year-round. Jon's clothing, on his nightly descents, had become a careful set of layers he could shed and shed and shed, and never feel cold. He had stripped to his small clothes in the chamber more than once in the dead of winter while snow piled on the courtyards above. The heat was a blessing for the dragons. It was a problem for him only in the practical matter of the ducts. He had spent months mapping the natural ventilation of the lower crypts, finding the places where warm air rose to upper levels of the castle, blocking some of them with stacked stone and clay packing, opening others where the heat could disperse harmlessly into the open wolfswood air, through a series of unused chimney flues he had identified and adopted as his own. He kept the chamber from suffocating his dragons, and he kept the warmth from rising up under the kitchens where someone like Mott might notice and ask why the cellars had grown so warm. He worked at this, the simple practical thermodynamics of his hidden household, with the steady patience of a boy who had nothing else to spend his evenings on, no other game, no other set of toys to build and unbuild. The hidden chamber was his game. The dragons were his game. He was very good at his game, but by the spring of 292, he had begun, in a small private place inside himself, to count the years that remained. He counted them coldly, the way the Maester counted ledger entries. The dragons were growing at a rate of perhaps 2.5 feet a year in length in their first few years. The rate would slow, his Targaryen books told him, but only somewhat, and dragons of the Great Period had reached lengths of 50 feet and more before they stopped lengthening. He had perhaps 4 more years before the chamber would not hold them, perhaps 5. He doubted it would be 6. By Robb's age, by Robb's birthday in the year 298, they would be 16 feet long apiece, or 17 or 18, and they could not be hidden any longer in a chamber 100 feet by 40. They would need an open sky. They would need a valley. They would need the wolf's wood. He had begun, in his evenings under his cell shelf with his maps spread, to plan the wolf's wood transition. He did not yet know the right valley. He had identified a half-dozen candidates from the maps. He had walked to 2 of them himself. On long days when he had given out that he was hunting and old Nan had nodded, and Maester Luwin had asked no questions and Lady Catelyn had not noticed. Neither of the 2 had been right. He needed somewhere truly hidden. The Wolf's Wood was vast, running for hundreds of miles between Winterfell and the stony shore in the Bay of Ice, but it was not unwalked. The mountain clans walked it. The hunters of Winterfell walked it. There were charcoal burners in some of its corners. He could not put his 3 down in any valley that anyone walked through. He needed advice. The advice would have to come from somewhere, and Maester Luwin would not, even Maester Luwin would not, be able to give it, because Maester Luwin had never been to the Wolf's Wood beyond a half-day's ride, and Maester Luwin was a Maester of letters and not of forests. The advice would have to come from someone older who had walked further, who knew the kinds of things only the very old know. There was, he decided, only one such person available to him. There was the Maester at the wall. That summer, the summer of his 10th year, Tyraxes took him on his first true flight. It was inside the lower chamber, of course. There was no other place. But it was not the small, clumsy circuit of the year before. It was a flight. Tyraxes had stretched himself fully along the long axis of the chamber. And Jon, in nothing but trews and a thin shirt, had climbed onto his back at the place behind the shoulders where the spines were spaced widest. And Jon had laid himself flat along Tyrax's neck and gripped the spine in front of him with both hands and pressed his thighs in tight. And Tyraxes had simply walked to the far end of the chamber and turned and looked down the long axis at the wall 100 feet away. And then Tyraxes had bunched himself the way a great cat bunches before a leap, and Tyraxes had jumped. Jon, 10 years old with his arms locked around the spine of a dragon longer than a horse, was flying. The chamber rushed past. The walls blurred. Jon felt the great muscles of the back beneath him work. 2 great long strokes of the wings that beat the dragon up almost to the curve of the roof, and then a long glide, and then 2 more strokes that carried them the rest of the length of the chamber. Tyraxes pulled out of the glide a foot before the far wall, beating his wings hard to break, and landed with a thud that shook dust from the ceiling. Jon's heart was in his ears. Jon's vision was full of green and gold, although the chamber was dim and there was nothing in it that was green or gold. Jon felt, for the first time, what he would feel for the rest of his life. What he understood in that moment was the inheritance of his blood, the thing the histories had been talking about and that no history had been able to put into words. That to be on a dragon was not the same as to be on a horse. That to be on a dragon was to be inside the dragon. That the dragon was an extension of his own body, and his own body was an extension of the dragon's, and that for as long as he flew he would not be Jon Snow and Tyraxes. He would be one thing with 2 names that no longer mattered to either of them. Vyhalira leapt next. He had not asked her to. Tyraxes had not been even halfway through his second pass, when Vyhalira had taken off from beside the slab and beaten her own way up to the apex of the chamber, and then dropped, and then caught her wings under herself, and then circled. She did not have him on her back. She was making her own first flight, alone in solidarity with her brother, and she flew in long, graceful curves, much slower than Tyrax's, much more controlled. She was the smaller of the 3, and she had always been the most patient. She did not crash. She did not even come close. She made 3 circuits of the chamber and landed neatly on the slab beside Meager, and she folded her wings carefully along her sides, and she looked at Jon as if to say, "See, brother, this is how we do it." Meager watched. Meager did not fly. Meager watched a long time, and at last Meager lay down on the slab and laid his blunt head between his forefeet and closed his green eyes. Meager would fly when Meager needed to. Meager had decided. That was the summer that Jon, bruised and tired and lit up from inside with a feeling that did not have a name, began to write his first letter to the Maester at the wall. He wrote drafts. He wrote dozens of drafts. He burned each one before he wrote the next. He could not afford a draft surviving in any of his hiding places. He could not afford even the soot of a burned page lying around where someone might wonder what he had burned. He wrote his drafts in the chamber below the crypts, on small pieces of slate, with a chip of soft red rock he had found and broken to a point. He wrote them in High Valyrian. He wrote them in code. He wrote them, finally, in the kind of formal courtly common that any Maester's pupil might write in, but with one feature he had been planning for 2 years. He wrote them in Rhaegar Targaryen's hand. He had decided on this years before. He had taken it from a sentence in Maester Luwin's voice, that night in the library, whose name comes first in that book. He had not known then that the Maester was watching for the moment when he would risk the names. He understood now. He had been studying Rhaegar's hand from the few small samples that survived in the Citadel-approved histories on Maester Luwin's shelves. The famous letter to Lord Tully on the eve of the rebellion. The calligraphic dedication in the History of the Crown reissued with a Targaryen frontispiece. And he had been practicing it, in patient hours, until his own letters had the same long sloped capitals, and the same particular round E's, and the same elongated final descenders. He could not write a whole letter in Rhaegar's hand, he could only flavor his own with it. But that, he understood, was what would matter. The Maester at the wall, if the Maester at the wall was the right kind of Maester, and Maester Luwin had thought him so, would catch the flavor and know. He wrote in the end a letter that said almost nothing. To the Maester of Castle Black, from a student of Winterfell, greetings. I have read your work on Enar the Exile, and the 10 years before the Doom, in the small treatise I borrowed from my Maester here. I have a question about your section on the eggs of Enar's house. You wrote that the eggs Enar brought out of Valyria numbered 5, and that the Targaryens have generally been said by the histories to have brought no more than 3. And you reconciled the discrepancy by suggesting that 2 of Enar's 5 had not been Enar's at all, but had been brought along by a junior cousin not noted in the formal histories. I wonder, Maester, if you might write me a longer note on this, particularly on the matter of how the dragons born to Enar's line distinguish themselves in temperament from the dragons born to other Dragonlord lines, and whether you have a view on whether such temperament passes by blood or by association. I am studying for my Maester's chain, and the question vexes me. I am sorry to trouble a man of your years with such a small matter. I send this with all respect. A Stark child. He wrote it 3 times, and each time he changed a small thing, and the 3rd time he was satisfied. He flavored 7 of the letters in the message with Rhaegar's curl. No more. A barely perceptible thing, the kind of thing only a man who had himself studied Rhaegar's hand would notice. He signed it a Stark child in his own ordinary boy's hand, which was very much not Rhaegar's, and the contrast, he understood, would carry the message. I am a Stark and I am not. I write as a child and not. Read this. He took the letter, sealed with simple wax, to the rookery in the early morning of a day when Maester Luwin would be away from the rookery for his weekly visit to the smithy. He bribed the rookery boy, a small boy of 7, the smithy's nephew who was not at all on his guard against another boy, with a bone-handled knife Jon had been carrying in his pocket for just this purpose. He picked out himself the raven that was bound for Castle Black. He attached the letter himself. He sent it off himself. He left the rookery before the Maester returned. He went back to his cell. He sat on his pallet and breathed for a long minute and waited for the trembling in his hands to stop. It stopped. It always stopped. He had taught himself this too. He did not expect a reply quickly. He could not. Ravens went slow between Winterfell and Castle Black in the summer, and the Maester at the wall, an old man, Maester Lewin had said, very old, would take his time. Jon waited. The reply came in 7 weeks. He intercepted it. He had been watching the rookery in his off hours for weeks. He had learned the Maester's habits there well enough to know when the boy was likely to leave a particular tray of letters, unattended. He had learned which letters the Maester sorted by hand, and which the boy sorted. He had decided long ago that any letter from Castle Black, where this Maester at the wall lived, would be sorted by Maester Lewin himself. He had been ready, therefore, to take this particular letter not from the tray but from Maester Lewin's hand. He had been ready to do it badly. He had not had to. The letter, when it arrived, did not arrive in the rookery. It arrived on Jon's slate in his small dark cell while he was at his sword lesson in the courtyard. It had been laid there by a hand Jon knew well. Maester Lewin had read it. Maester Lewin had set it on his slate. Maester Lewin had said nothing about it and would not. Jon broke the seal, wax with no sigil, as he had used himself, and read, "To the Stark child from an old man at Castle Black, greetings. I have read your letter with the attention it deserves. I am sorry to be slow in answering. My eyes are not what they were, and the boy who reads to me reads slowly. He read me your letter twice, because the second reading I asked him for, because the first reading had not been enough. Not because I did not understand the first reading, but because the second reading let me hear the hand it had been written in. I do not see any more. I have not seen for 30 years, but I hear the curl of letters when they are read to me, the way a man might hear a familiar voice in another room. I heard a voice in your letter, child, that I have not heard in 20 years, and that I had not thought to hear again in this life. I will answer your scholarly question first, because it is the question you wrote. The 5 eggs of Enar were Enar's. The senior cousin you mention in your letter is a confusion in the histories that I corrected in a long footnote to the second edition of my work, which apparently your Maester does not possess. Send to the Citadel for it. They will not give it to you, but they will give it to your Maester if he writes. Enar brought 5 eggs, and 3 hatched, and 2 did not, and the 2 unhatched eggs were said by Enar himself to have been waiting for a particular blood that had not yet come to them. Enar's exact words, I quote them in the long footnote, were these: "Some eggs hatch when their blood rider is born." He took this from the older Valyrian dragon lore, which holds that the dragon is the rider, and the rider is the dragon, and the egg is only the seed of the bond. An egg without a bond is only a stone. An egg with a bond is a dragon waiting to know its name, temperament. Yes, child. Yes, the temperament passes both ways. Some passes by blood. The Targaryen dragons of the 1st century inherited a temperament from Enar's lines, certain stubborn, courageous tendencies that were noted at the Field of Fire and again at the dance. But the larger part of temperament passes by association. The dragon learns the rider as the rider learns the dragon. A timid rider raises a timid dragon. A cruel rider raises a cruel dragon. A wise rider, and there have been wise ones, though the histories do not always praise wisdom, raises a dragon that will not burn what does not need to be burned. A dragon learns from his rider's heart. This is why, my child, the wisest of the histories warn dragon riders to come to their dragons clean. A dragon who comes to a rider who has hatred in him will become hatred. A dragon who comes to a rider who has love in him will become love. I am going to write something now that is not an answer to your scholarly question. I am going to write it because I am old and because the hour is late in my life. The boy who reads to me will write what I say. I have not asked him to leave the room. You should know that this letter is read by him. You should know that he is a sworn brother of the Watch, and that what he reads in my room he does not carry out of it, and that he is in any case too young and too unread to understand most of what I will say. He will copy my words and not understand them. The Watch keeps secrets, child. The Watch keeps them very well. I have lived a long time. I have been a man of the Night's Watch since I was old enough to have been a king. I was not made a king. The king who was made instead of me reigned and was put aside, and another king reigned and was put aside, and another reigned. I have seen my house rise and fall and rise and fall in the small letters they have been kind enough to send me, and at last I have seen my house gone. I had thought my house was gone. The mad king in his madness, the crown prince in his strangeness, the princess of Dragonstone who was not my niece but my great-niece across 2 generations. The mad king is dead. The crown prince is dead. The princess is in Pentos, where I have heard she is to be wed to a horse lord. I had thought my house was gone. Then a letter comes to me from a child of the north, asking about Enar the exile, and the letter is written in a hand that curls in a way only one man I ever knew wrote his letters, and that man is dead these 15 years, child. I will not say his name. I will not ask you for yours. I will not ask you for anything you cannot give me without breaking the lock you have set on your life. But I will tell you this. If you are who I suspect you are, and I do not need to know, child, I do not need to know, the suspecting is enough for an old man who has lived without family for half a century. Then you must understand one thing above all others. The blood I share with you is a blood that has not, in this generation, learned to be careful. The mad king was not careful. He burned what should not have been burned, and he kept what should not have been kept, and his madness was not the act of a single moment, but the slow drift of a man who had never been taught to put a hand on his own heart and steady it. The crown prince was not careful in another way. He was learned and he was good and he was kind, but he was a dreamer, and he dreamed his family into a war that we have not finished paying for. You must be careful, child. You must be more careful than any of us were. If you have what I believe you may have, and again, child, I do not need to know, you must keep it from the world a great many years longer than you have already kept it, until you have grown into the kind of careful man we did not grow into. You must read every history you can. You must learn every language you can. You must train your heart as a smith trains a blade, with fire and with patience and with much hammer. You must come to it clean. I will help you, child, as much as an old blind man at the end of the world can help. I will send you books. I will send them to your Meister, with my compliments, and your Meister will give them to you, and the world will not know. I will write you when you write me. I will answer your scholarly questions in the open language, and the questions you do not write, I will answer in the language I have heard in your letter. If a day comes when you must come to the wall, you will be welcome at my door, and the door will be the door of a kinsman, although neither of us will ever say it. One last thing. The books I will send you contain instructions on the binding between rider and dragon. They contain instructions on the feeding and the training. They contain certain ritual languages older than High Valyrian, by which a rider learns to speak with his dragon at the level beneath words. These books were brought from old Valyria to Dragonstone with the eggs. They were burned at Summerhall, all but the copies I had brought with me to the wall. They are the most precious things I own. I would have given them to the princess if I had been able to send them safely to her, but the world is dark, and ravens to Essos die more often than they live. I am sending them to you instead. I am sending them, child, because I believe you will need them sooner than she will. I am old, and old men have hunches. Mine is that there are dragons in the north. Your servant, who is not your servant, your kinsman, who will not name you that, a old man at the wall. John read the letter through, sitting on his pallet in his cell. He read it through again. He read it through a third time. He laid it down on his knees and put his hands over his face and did not weep, but did not, for several long minutes, breathe either. He sat very still. He felt his heart slow and slow and slow until he could count it again. He felt his small body, in his small dark cell, with the cold flag of the floor under his bare feet and the rough wool of his blanket on his lap, become for the first time in his life a thing he could feel from the outside as well as the inside, a body that someone in this world knew. Someone in this world who would not betray him. Someone in this world who had blood like his blood. He took the letter very carefully to the hearth of his cell, which was cold because he had no fire laid that night, and he laid the letter on the small heap of ash, and he took his flint and steel from the loose flag by his pallet, and he struck a spark, and he watched the letter burn. He watched it slowly. He watched every word turn to ash. He thought he should have been hurried, should have been afraid that someone would come to the door. Lady Catelyn never came to his door, but other people did. But he was not hurried and he was not afraid. He was steady. He had been the steady boy for so long that steadiness had become his only ordinary mode. And he stayed steady even now. With his great-granduncle's letter burning in his hearth, and his 3 dragons 200 steps under his feet, and the whole long secret thing of his life suddenly with a shape and a witness, he thought. I have an ally, he thought. I have a kinsman, he thought. I have a teacher. He thought, I will not waste him. He thought at last when the letter was only soot, I will write him back tomorrow. He swept the soot into the small wooden box he used for this purpose. He had been burning small things in his hearth for years, and he had taught himself to handle the soot. And he carried the box to the privy, and he tipped the soot into the privy. And he washed the box in the water bucket and replaced it. He went back to bed. He lay on his back. He looked up at the dark of the rafters. He thought, I will be 11 this winter, he thought. The dragons will be 6 this winter, he thought. The wildlings are getting bolder. I have heard the riders talking. They will come south in numbers in a year or 2. They will come over the wall and into the gift and down into the wolf's wood. I must be ready, he thought. I am the most dangerous bastard in the 7 kingdoms. He thought it with a small wry boy's smile that was the first wholly happy expression his face had made in a year. The smile did not feel like vanity. The smile felt like a fact, very plainly stated to himself in the dark of his cell after midnight, with no one to see him say it. The smile was a recognition. He slept. In his sleep, he dreamed in High Valyrian, and the dream was of fire under stone, and the dream was of 3 voices in a chord. And the dream was of an old blind man at a desk somewhere at the top of the world dictating to a sworn brother of the watch. And the dream was of Jon, only Jon. The boy he had been and the man he was making himself into, walking down a long corridor towards something he could not see. In the morning he rose with the household. He took breakfast in the kitchens. He attended Maester Luwin for his Valyrian, and the Maester, when Jon arrived, set down on the bench beside him a small package wrapped in oilskin and tied with a length of black cord. Maester Luwin did not look at the package. Maester Luwin only said, You will want to study from this for a while. I do not need the table back. Jon took the package. He bowed. He went out. He went down to his chamber. He laid the package on the slab where his 3 were drowsing. He cut the cord. He unwrapped the oilskin. Inside were 6 books, very small, very old, in a script that was older than the High Valyrian he had been teaching himself. The books smelled of cold and of leather and of a sea wind he had never himself smelled. On the inside cover of the top book, a binding book, his eyes told him, a book on the bond between rider and beast, there was, in a hand that wavered but had been beautiful once, an inscription to the Stark child. May you come to them clean. He laid the book down. He looked at his 3. "Listen," he said in High Valyrian, and they did. Chapter 4. The first burning. The first time Jon Snow killed men, he killed them at 11 years old by night, in the wood beyond Winterfell. And he killed them on the back of a dragon 8 feet long whose name was Tyrax's. And afterward he washed the blood from his hands in a stream and told no one. The killing was the end of the story, not the beginning. The beginning was a wildling raid. It came in the last month of his 11th year, the autumn of 293 AC, in a winter that had begun early and looked to last long. Lord Eddard had been away 3 weeks, riding south to White Harbor on business of Lord Manderley's, and the household had been thin at the high table. Lady Catelyn had been administering Winterfell in his absence with her usual brisk competence, and the routines of the castle had moved on undisturbed. Robb, then 13, had been growing into his role. Robb stood at the high table in his father's chair at meals, with his tully red hair brushed and his face very serious, and Robb made small decisions about the running of the household and consulted his mother only where he had to. Jon watched from his bench in the kitchens with a brother's pride. Robb was going to be a great lord one day, Jon thought. Not because Robb was particularly clever. Robb was clever in an ordinary boyish way, no more. But because Robb had been born to it the way a horse is born to running, and the role moved onto him and through him as if it had always been the shape he was meant to fill. Jon could not be a great lord. Jon would never be a great lord. Jon was happy that Robb would be one for him. The raid came at moonset. There had been raids that summer further west, small ones, the kind the Meisters wrote about in small letters and the lords forgot about by the time the letters arrived. The wildlings had been moving south in larger bands than usual for a year now. The Watch reported it. Maester Luwin had spoken of it twice at the high table, in his careful Meister's tone, suggesting that perhaps Winterfell ought to put a second watch on the woodland approaches at night. And Sir Roderick had nodded gravely and not done it. Because Sir Roderick trusted the deep snow more than he trusted his own men. The deep snow had not yet come. The autumn was dry and clear and cold, and the woods were full of fallen leaves that crunched under booted feet, and a band of wildlings was apparently willing to risk a brittle approach if the prize at the end of it was the storehouses of Winterfell. The wildlings had grown bolder. The Watch had grown weaker. Things were turning that should not have been turning, and very few in the south of the wall had yet recognized it. Maester Luwin had recognized it. Sir Roderick had recognized it. Jon, by virtue of his reading, had recognized it too. But none of them had recognized it strongly enough to demand a second watch at the woodland gate. So when the wildlings came at moonset, they came over the unwatched ground. They were perhaps 30. They came up out of the Wolfswood by a deer path Jon himself had walked twice that year. They were lean and bearded and armored in boiled hide, and they had axes and spears. And they had with them a thing Jon had read about but had not yet seen. A small black wagon of a kind the wildlings called a horde cart, drawn by 2 mountain ponies. The cart loaded with chains and iron rings and shackles and a long iron pole. He understood, the moment he saw it, what the cart was for. It was for thralls. The wildlings had not come simply to take grain. The wildlings had come to take children. He understood this from his perch on the wall of the kitchen garden, where he had been sitting alone with his knees drawn up, and his eyes turned out into the dark. He understood it because he had been awake when he should not have been. He had been unable to sleep all that week. His 3 were restless, their songs sharper, their movements in the chamber more agitated, and he had been spending hours of every night down with them and waking from his short sleeps already exhausted. That night he had come up from the chamber at the 11th hour, climbed back through the postern, sat down on the kitchen garden wall to breathe the cold air for a while, and he had not yet gone into his cell when the first noise reached him. It was not the noise of attack. It was the noise of careful approach, a foot on a frozen leaf at a great distance. Another, a whisper. He froze. He sat on the wall in the dark. He was dressed in dark clothing, as he was now always dressed in dark clothing at night, and he watched the line of the wood, and he saw, after several long minutes, a shape move at the line of the wood. A shape and a second shape and a third. Men. Crossing the open ground between the wood and the kitchen garden in the small, careful run of men who had been doing this work all their lives. He did not move. He did not breathe. He counted. 12, 15, 20. They went 2 by 2 and 3 by 3, in the careful, coordinated way of a band whose chief had drilled them. They did not see him. He was sitting in the corner of the wall in the deep shadow of the eastern guardhouse, his clothing black, his face turned away from the moon, and the men were watching the lit windows of Winterfell, not the dark places. He was, for purposes of their attention, invisible. He kept counting. He counted 30. He waited a long minute and counted no more. 30 was the band. He had to decide. He had perhaps 10 seconds. He had perhaps a minute. He did not know how long it would take a band of 30 wildlings to make their way around to the postern gate and the unguarded stores. Long enough for him to descend through the unmapped path to his 3 and bring them up. No, not from the chamber. From the chamber, it would take him a half hour even at a dead sprint, and his 3 were so large now that they would not move easily through the passage he had been using. They had grown bigger every week, and he had been worrying about the passage. He had been working at widening it. He had not finished. He could not bring Tyraxes up the unmapped passage tonight. Not in time. He could only. He looked up. There was, he had identified 2 years ago, a flue in the eastern face of the great lower chamber that opened into a chimney pipe high in the back of the kennels. The chimney pipe ran up the eastern wall of the keep, brick and mortar, and it terminated, high above the wall, in a slate tile cap that he had visited only twice on careful daytime climbs. The chimney pipe, he had measured it, was about 2.5 feet wide at its narrowest point. Vallyra would fit through it. Vallyra's wingspan folded would just fit. Tyrax's would not. Tyrax's was too broad now in the shoulder. Meager would not. Meager was hopeless in any kind of narrow space. Vallyra. It would have to be Vallyra. He slid off the wall and into the deep shadow of the guardhouse. He moved as he had learned to move in the wood, silent on his small feet, and he made his way around the eastern face of the keep to the back of the kennels, and to the small iron grate at the base of the chimney pipe that was the back access for the chimney sweeps. The grate was iron and was bolted from the inside. He had been carrying, for 2 years, a small set of picks his Targaryen book had taught him to make. He had the grate open in less than a minute. He stepped inside the chimney's lowest cellar, a sooty chamber 4 feet square that he had been here twice, and he closed the grate behind him and crouched on the stone, and he did the only thing he could do. He sent a thought. He had been working at this since the books had come from the wall. Maester Aemon's books, for that was who the Maester at the wall was now in his head, Maester Aemon. Although the Maester never signed himself that way and Jon never used the name, Maester Aemon's books had described a thing the old dragon lords had called prince or sending or the unspoken word. It was, the book said, the bond beneath words, the thread by which rider and dragon felt one another's hearts across distances. It was not telepathy. It was not exactly thought language. It was, the book said, more like a pressure felt across the distance, the way a man in a crowd can feel a friend behind him in the dark even before he turns around. Jon had been working at it for 2 years. He had practiced it daily. He believed he had built, by long, patient practice, a thin thread to each of his 3, a thread that, when he tugged on it, they felt. Sometimes they came when he tugged. Sometimes they did not. The thread was thinner than he wanted it to be. He had never tugged on it from outside the castle. He did not know if it would reach. He tugged now. Not for Tyraxes, who was too broad. Not for Meager, who would not fly tonight if he had to be summoned by a tug. For Vihalira. He tugged for Vihalira. He sent the picture in his head. He sent the chimney. He sent the urgency. He tried to send the smell of wildlings, the look of the horde cart, the sound of an axe haft thumped against an armored thigh. He sent, above all things, the call. The unspoken word he had been practicing for 2 years. He waited. He counted 10 heartbeats. He counted 20. Then he felt, faintly at the back of his head, an answer, coming. It was not a word. It was the certainty of a word. He understood it the way he understood his own thoughts. Vihalira was coming. Vihalira was in the chamber 200 feet below him. Vihalira had heard. Vihalira had risen from her slab and was at this moment moving along the lower chamber's eastern wall toward the flue. He climbed. He had to climb the chimney himself. He had to be at the top when Vihalira was. The chimney had iron rungs hammered into its face for the use of sweeps. He had counted them. There were 104 of them. He climbed them in the dark, in the soot, faster than he should have been able to. His small hands knew the rungs. He had been up this chimney twice in scouting, and once in his head, every single night since, walking himself through it as a kind of prayer. He climbed, and his lungs burned, and his arms shook, and his palms wept sweat into the soot. And at the 72nd rung he heard, very faintly, a great whoosh from somewhere far below him, wings, in the flue, beating, and he climbed faster. At the 100th rung he came up onto the slate tile cap. The wind hit him. He scrambled out onto the roof and crouched flat against the slate and turned and looked down the chimney mouth. Vihalira came up. She came up like a candle flame in a draught. He saw, far below, the gold of her body in the dark of the flue, and then a brighter gold as she neared, and then a great cream and gold body filling the whole mouth of the chimney. And then she was out. And she made one long beat of her wings against the cold air and rose 2 yards above him and circled and dropped beside him on the roof. She was 8 feet long. Her wingspan was 16 feet. She was, in this moment, the largest secret in the 7 kingdoms. She landed on the slate cap with the daintiness of a cat, her wings folded, her gold eyes huge, and she dipped her head to him and pressed her forehead against his forehead the way she always did when they had been apart, and he laid his cold hand on her warm jaw and said, in High Valyrian, "Sister." Quickly, he climbed onto her back. He had ridden her in the chamber dozens of times. He had not ridden her in the open air. The open air was an entirely different thing. He felt the wind take her wings even before they were spread, felt her shift her weight forward and pin her wings against her body, felt her gather. Then she sprang. She was off the roof. The slate dropped away from him. The cold air took them. She beat once, twice, and rose, and Winterfell fell away below him. The great wall and the towers and the lit windows and the snow-coated roofs and the small black shapes of the wildlings now visible from above moving like ink spots across the white kitchen yard. He could see them all. He could see, from 100 feet up, the whole of the raid laid out as a map. 30 men. 6 of them now at the postern gate, working at the bar. 8 more spread along the kitchen garden wall, the rest holding the horde cart on the line of the wood, ready to receive captives. He understood then, the first thing he had not learned from books, that dragons were not merely weapons. Dragons were vantage. To see the field from above was to see it. A man on the ground could not see what he saw now. A man on the ground saw, at best, the few men in front of him and the back of the man beside him. Jon saw the whole battle. He saw which men were where, who was hesitating and who was committed, who would run and who would die. He saw, in a flash, that the wildlings were committed to the postern, that the kitchen garden men were a screen, that the horde cart in the wood was the bottleneck. If he burned the horde cart, the raid would have no place to put captives, and the raid would lose its purpose. If he burned the men in the kitchen garden, the men in the postern would still come over the wall. If he burned the men in the postern, the men in the kitchen garden would still have axes. But the men at the cart in the wood, the chief and his 3 lieutenants and the ponies, those were the spine. Break the spine, and the body would scatter. He turned Vihalira toward the wood. He had not yet figured out how he was going to give her commands. He had never given her commands before. She had always done what he wanted because they had been together in the chamber, and the thing they had been doing had been a game between them. This was no game. This was a thing he had to ride her into. He thought he should be afraid. He found he was not afraid. He found he was very calm. He thought it was the calm of the dragon coming up through him as the bond ran both ways now. He thought it was the calm of Vihalira, who was not a creature that knew fear in her body. Or perhaps it was his own. Perhaps he had been waiting for this moment all his life and had simply not known. He thought at her, the cart. There. He pictured it. He pictured the dark wagon and the iron rings and the small dark men. She turned. She tilted on her wings and dipped, and the cold air rushed up at them, and the slate roof of Winterfell raced away behind them, and the line of the wood came up. And beyond the line of the wood, the small dark blot of the horde cart sat in the deeper dark with the chief and his lieutenants around it. She struck. She did not flame at first. She came in low, faster than he had thought possible, and her wings made a noise like a sail snapping in a storm, and the chief looked up. Jon would remember the chief's face for years, an old, hard wildling face, gray-bearded, mouth open in an expression that was not yet fear but only surprise, and Vihalira opened her mouth. The flame came out cream gold. He had read in his books that dragon flame came in colors that varied by the dragon. Vihalira's was the color of her scales, the color of her name. It came out of her mouth in a long, slow pour. Not a blast, not yet. She was small still, and her flame was not yet what it would become. And it took the cart and the chief and 2 of the ponies all at once, and the cart went up like a torch dipped in oil. And the chief threw himself sideways with his hair already burning, and one of the ponies screamed and the other ran on fire into the wood. The flames lit the small clearing. The lieutenants at the cart broke and ran in 3 directions. Jon could see them clearly. He counted. 3. 1 west into the deep wood. 1 north back the way the band had come. 1 south toward Winterfell foolishly where the kitchen garden men still moved on the wall. He pointed Vihalira at the north-running lieutenant. He pictured the man. She turned. She came over him from behind at 30 feet up, low and silent. Her flame took the man between the shoulders and bore him down into the snow. He went out almost at once. He had been on fire only for a moment. His momentum, even dying, had carried him into a drift of snow that smothered him. Jon understood from the look of the body in the moonlight, from the way it lay, that the man was dead before the snow had stopped his fall. He had killed his first man. He felt nothing. He felt, somewhere very deep down, a small surprise that he felt nothing. He thought he should feel something. He told himself he would feel something later. He had work to do now. He told himself, do the work. He turned Vihalira. He went for the west-running lieutenant. He took him at the edge of the wood as the man crashed through brush. The flame took him in the back and burned through his hide armor and laid him out face down in the leaves. Jon thought of the wood catching. He thought, not too much. He thought at Vihalira, narrow, tight. She narrowed her flame to a thin lance. The next man, the 3rd lieutenant who had run south, Jon took down in a patch of open ground with a flame so narrow it left almost no scorch on the grass around the body. 3 down. The chief and the ponies dead at the cart. The rest of the band, 25 men, were now hearing the screams and the wing beats and turning to look. He saw them turn. He saw them see Vihalira. He understood, from the way some of them dropped to their knees and the way some of them threw down their axes and the way one of them, the youngest, a boy not much older than Jon himself, turned and ran for the wood as fast as his legs would carry him, that the wildlings believed in dragons. The wildlings believed in dragons in a way the men of the 7 kingdoms had stopped believing. The wildlings had a god of fire. The wildlings had not been told for 100 years that dragons were dead and could not come back. The wildlings, when they saw a dragon, knew what they were seeing, and they responded to the seeing in the old way that men had responded to dragons for thousands of years before the dragons died. They prayed, they cursed, they fled. He turned Vihalira. He came over the postern gate at 15 feet, very low, with the wind of her wings beating the snow up off the courtyard. She did not flame. He had given her the picture, not the gate. The men at the postern threw themselves flat against the wall. He passed over them. He came back. He sat down, in the open ground between the postern and the wood, where the wildlings had been formed up. Vihalira hit the ground with a thud that knocked snow from the eaves of the kennel roof. She stood there on the cold ground with her cream gold body steaming in the night and her wings half spread and her gold eyes burning, and she looked at the wildlings, and she made a sound from deep in her throat. A long, slow, building rumble, and Jon, sitting on her back, very small but very straight, looked at them too. He had not planned to speak. He had not known he would speak. The words came out of him. He said, in the old tongue, which he had learned from a tattered grammar Meister Lewin kept in his second cabinet and which he had practiced on the chamber wall, "Go home." The wildlings stared. He said it again. He said it in the careful, approximate old tongue of a boy who has read about a language but has never heard a native speaker use it. His accent was bad, his cadence was wrong. But the words were words they knew. Go home. He said it slowly. He said it the way a king might say it. He saw the second man from the postern drop his axe. He saw the third drop his. He saw the chief at the cart, who had not died after all but had crawled out from under his burning kit, and was now sitting on his hands and knees in the snow with his hair smoking, and his face streaked with soot, look up at him. The chief looked at him for a long moment, and Jon understood, because he had been studying men for years now, because he had learned to read faces with the same patience he had learned to read books, that the chief had recognized something. Not him, not Jon. The chief had recognized the thing on whose back he sat. And through the thing on whose back he sat, the chief had recognized a great old story that the wildlings still told and the Southerners had stopped telling, and the chief was kneeling to that story. The chief said something Jon did not catch. The chief said it loudly. The wildlings around him heard it. They dropped their weapons. They turned. They went. They went north the way they had come. They went through the wood. They went without their cart and without their chief, who lay where he was kneeling with his eyes on Jon. Jon, on Vihalira's back, watched them go. He let them go. He had read enough now to know that a band of wildlings who had been turned by a dragon would not raid Winterfell again in his lifetime. He had read enough now to know that the story of this night would travel. The story would travel through the wildling bands all the way back to the Frostfangs. The story would travel through the Watch garrisons all the way back to Castle Black. The story would tell. He had thought of this in the chimney, climbing. He had thought of it in the air over the kitchen garden. He had thought of it in the moment he had landed Vihalira in the snow. He had not turned back. Stopping the raid had been worth the cost, but the cost was real. By tomorrow morning, the wildlings who had escaped would be telling their kin that a small black-haired boy on a cream-gold dragon had stood in the snow outside Winterfell and spoken to them in the old tongue. By next moon, the story would be at the wall. By next year, the story would be at King's Landing. He had bought Winterfell a night and perhaps a year, and he had paid for it with a part of his secret. He could not undo it. He could only manage it. He thought, sitting on Vallyra's back in the snow, with his small hands buried in her warm scales, that he would have to tell at the right time in the right way, the man kneeling in the snow 40 feet from him. The chief, on his knees, was looking at him. Jon dismounted. He dropped from Vallyra's back into the snow and walked the 40 feet slowly. His small boots crunched. He stopped 6 feet from the chief. The chief looked up at him with watering eyes, his hair half burned away, his beard crusted with melted ice. Jon said in his bad old tongue, "What is your name?" The chief said something. The something was a word and another word and another. Jon caught one of the 3 words. He used it. "Mance," Jon said. He was trying to repeat what the chief had said. "Mance." The chief shook his head and laughed. He laughed in spite of his burns and his soot-streaked face. He laughed because his name was apparently not Mance, and because something about this dark-haired boy from south of the wall had said an utterly wrong wildling name with the gravity of a prince. And Jon understood, when the chief had stopped laughing and wiped his eyes, that he had stumbled into something, that there was a wildling called Mance who mattered, and that Jon, who had asked for any name, had given this one, and the chief was telling him the name was important. The chief said something else. Jon shook his head. He did not catch it. The chief slowed down. He pointed at himself. He said in common, "Tormund." Jon repeated it. "Tormund." "Aye, lad," said the chief in common, the words rough. He looked from Jon to Vallyra and back to Jon. "Aye, lad, Tormund. Tormund Giantsbane, if ye must have it long." "And what name to give me, lad, in return?" Jon thought a moment. He could not give his name. He could not give Vallyra's name either. Her name was for him alone. He could not give the boy he had been. The boy locked out of dinner had no name worth giving to a wildling chief. He said, "I am the boy with 3 dragons." The chief stared. "3," said Tormund Giantsbane after a beat. "3," said Jon. He pointed at Vallyra. "This is one of them. The other 2 are not here tonight. Tell your people. Tell them not to come south again in my lifetime. Tell them that, when the long night comes, the boy with 3 dragons will be on the side of the living." He had not known he was going to say that last sentence. It came out of him in the same way the go home had come out of him. He understood, when he had said it, that he had said something important, that he had laid a stone in his own future that he would not be able to lift again, and that he had not laid it lightly. He had been reading, all the past summer, in the books that Maester Aemon had sent him. He had been reading what the old dragon lore had to say about a thing the Valyrians had called the Long Winter, and that the books at the wall had identified as the same thing the men of the north called the Long Night. He had been turning the books in his head and laying them against the Maester's letters and the small things Maester Luwin had said, and he had been building, slowly, his understanding of the great problem his 3 would have been hatched into the world to face. He had not, until tonight, said the words to anyone. He had said them by accident, by instinct, to the most useful possible person. The chief nodded slowly. The chief did not say anything. The chief, Jon realized then, watching his face, was working out his own version of the same equation Jon had just laid down. The chief was a man who, like Jon, lived close enough to the cold to feel which way the cold was moving. The chief understood, perhaps faster than the lords of the South understood, that the season was turning towards something the South had forgotten how to fear. The chief understood, looking at the boy on the cream-gold dragon, that he had been given an offer that did not yet know it was an offer. And Jon understood, looking back at the chief, that the chief had understood. And they stood there in the snow at the end of the raid, neither of them speaking, neither of them needing to. At length the chief said, "Aye, lad." It was all he said. He said it the way one man says it to another after a long conversation that has not been spoken. Jon turned. He climbed back onto Valhalla. He did not look at the chief again. The chief, Tormund, stood up slowly, painfully, and walked into the dark of the wood the way the rest of his band had gone. He did not run. He did not even hurry. He walked. He walked with the air of a man going home to tell a story. Jon took Valhalla up. He took her back to Winterfell. He landed her on the roof of the keep, beside the chimney cap. He patted her jaw. He sent her the picture of the chimney. He sent her the picture of the chamber. She made the long note that meant, "Yes, brother." She climbed back down the chimney. She was gone. He climbed down the chimney after her, more slowly. He came out at the bottom into the small soot chamber. He bolted the grate. He took off his outer tunic, which was filthy with soot, and rolled it small and stuffed it under his arm. He went out through the kitchen garden in his shirt, in the cold, in the snow, with his hair white with soot and his face streaked. The kitchen garden was empty. The kitchen garden wall was empty. The kitchen, when he came around to the kitchen door, was a chaos of voices. The household had heard the screaming in the wood. The household had seen from the upper windows a glow. The men were arming. Sir Roderick was shouting. Maester Luwin was running with a lantern. Lady Catelyn, in a hastily thrown cloak with her red hair coming down out of its braid, was at the gate, speaking sharply to a steward. He slipped past them in his shirt. He went to the kitchen pump. He pumped water over his face, his hands, his arms. He scrubbed with the rough soap by the basin. He washed the soot out of his hair. He worked fast. He worked methodically. By the time the men at arms had begun to muster and form up to go out into the wood, Jon Snow was a clean small boy in a clean shirt standing at the kitchen pump as if he had only just come to wash his face before bed. Maester Luwin came through the kitchen at a run. He stopped. He looked at Jon. He looked at the pump. He looked at Jon again. His eyes went just for a moment to Jon's hands at the pump, which were red with washing. Maester Luwin said in his ordinary maester's voice, "Jon, get to your cell. There has been some trouble in the wood." "Yes, maester," said Jon. "I heard a noise." "It is no business of yours, Jon. Off you go." "Yes, maester." He went. He went through the kitchen and along the corridor and up the small back stair to his cell. He shut the door behind him. He leaned against the door. He felt his small legs shake for the first time now, only now, and he slid down the door to the floor and sat on the cold flag with his knees drawn up and his face in his hands. He did not cry. He had taught himself not to. He had taught himself many things. The shaking went on for a long time. He let it go on. He understood, sitting on the cold flag, that the body had to do what the body had to do, and that one did not cry over the body any more than one cried over the wind. He counted his breaths. He let the shaking come. When the shaking stopped, he stood up. He undressed. He laid himself in his pallet. He pulled the rough blanket to his chin. He could hear very faintly through the thick walls the household marshalling. He could hear, fainter still, Sir Roderick shouting orders. He could hear the great gate creaking open. The men were going out into the wood. They would find the burned cart and the burned ponies and the 4 burned wildlings. They would find no sign of the rest of the band. Tormund had walked his men away in the dark, north. They would find no sign of Jon. They would, when they came back, sit at the kitchen table with their hands cupped around hot wine, and they would argue about what had happened. He thought. They will say it was lightning, he thought. They will say it was wildfire from a hidden cache. He thought. In 50 years, the mountain clans will tell a story about a boy and a dragon at Winterfell, but the lords of the south will say the boy was a goatherd in the mountains, and the dragon was a metaphor, and the story will be folklore by my grandchildren's time. He thought, I have bought a year. Maybe 2, he thought. I am 11. He turned his face to the wall. He closed his eyes. He saw in his head the chief's face in the snow, the soot-streaked face, the burned beard, the slow grave nod. He saw the kneeling in the snow. He saw the eye lad. He thought, with the wry small smile that had become a private feature of him in the last year, I have made my first ally outside the family. I have made him among the wildlings. I have made him for the long night, he thought, just before sleep took him. My father is going to be furious about that. Then he thought, more soberly, my father does not know. Then he slept. In his sleep he dreamed of cream gold fire on a slow pour. He dreamed of a chief in the snow. He dreamed of 3 dragons on the roof of Winterfell at dawn, although they were not on the roof of Winterfell at dawn. They were back in the chamber, 2 of them sleeping, and Valira, bright with the night's flight and the night's burning, was awake on the slab with her gold eyes open. And her gold eyes were looking up the long flue toward the chimney cap, and toward the small dark cell of the boy whose blood she had drunk 7 years ago. And her great heart was beating slowly and warmly and faithfully, and waiting for him to come down again, which he would the next night. And every night after that, until the chamber would no longer hold her and her brothers, and they all of them, boy and dragons together, would have to take wing for a wider sky. In the morning the household was full of the news of the wildling raid. By breakfast, the story was that lightning had struck a wildling cart and the wildlings had fled. By noon, the story was that wildfire had been smuggled into the woods and had ignited a cache. By the time Lord Eddard returned from White Harbor at the end of the week, the story was 1,000 stories, and no one of them was the right one, and Lord Eddard listened to all of them, in his quiet, careful way, in his solar with his maester and his master-at-arms. And he watched his bastard son sit at the bench in the kitchen at supper with his small, steady face, and his small, steady hands and his small, steady eyes. And he did not. Lord Eddard did not ask Jon anything, because Lord Eddard was not a man who would have known to ask. Not yet. That was all right. There was time yet. There was time. Above the kitchen, in his cell, Jon Snow lay on his back on his pallet and looked at the rafters and counted in his head the years that remained before the chamber would no longer hold his 3. He counted 4 years. He counted 3. He decided 3. He decided that by his 14th year, he would have found the valley in the Wolfswood that the Maester at the wall had been promising to help him locate. And he would move his 3 out of the Crypts of Winterfell into the open sky of the world. And they would learn at last to fly the way dragons were meant to fly. He decided this on the rafters as a man decides a thing he is going to make happen. He decided it the way one decides to be alive in the morning. He slept. Chapter 5. The Old Man at the End of the World. The correspondence deepened. Through the autumn of his 12th year, and through the long winter that followed, a winter that broke and reformed 3 times, before finally settling into the wet melt of the spring of 295 AC, Jon Snow wrote letters to the Maester of Castle Black. And the Maester of Castle Black wrote letters back. They wrote in the open language of scholarship. They wrote of the migration patterns of the dragons of the freehold, of the differential temperaments of the dragons born of Enar's line and the dragons taken from the conquered houses of old Valyria, of the metallurgy of dragon bone and the medicinal properties of dragon blood, of the recorded incidents at Summerhall and the speculation about what had caused them. They wrote, in the surface text, the conversation of an elderly Maester and a precocious northern student. In the second text, the one beneath the words, the conversation of an old kinsman and a young one, they wrote of how the heart of a rider was trained, how the bond between rider and dragon ripened, what the books called the long taking, the slow, patient process by which a dragon and his rider became, not one creature exactly, but something one might call a complete instrument, a creature with two bodies and one purpose. Jon learned more from those letters than he had learned from any book. The books had been written by men who had stopped writing. The letters were being written by a man whose nephew and grandfather and great-uncle had ridden, and who had himself, although he had never said this in so many words. And Jon had not asked, almost certainly studied dragon riding as a boy at Summerhall before the fire that had taken half his family in a single afternoon. The letters were not theoretical. The letters were practical. The letters said things like this: "Child, when you ride, do not try to lead with your hands. Your hands are for balance, not for instruction. The dragon already knows you wish to turn before you tell him. Your wish to turn is in the way you shift your hips. Learn to shift your hips before you reach for the spines. The hands are for emergency only. If you find yourself reaching for the spines, you have already given the dragon a confused order and the dragon will be confused. Child, when your dragon flames, do not look at the flame. Look at the target. The flame will follow your eye. The dragon's eye and yours become, over the long taking, one eye. The dragon will burn what you look at. If you look at the wrong thing in a moment of feeling, if you look at the man you hate, who you ought to spare, or at the man you fear, who is no danger to anyone, the dragon will burn the wrong man. You must train your eye. Train it as a marksman trains his eye. Practice on the trunks of trees and on the bodies of fallen beasts in lonely places. The eye is the weapon. The dragon is only the hand. Child, when the dragon hunts, allow him to hunt. Do not make him a hawk. A hawk is a small creature taught to do what its master could not do. A dragon is a great creature taught to do what its rider need not do. There is a difference. The hawk must be brought home. The dragon must come home. There is no leash for a dragon. There is only the bond. If you forget this in the early years, when you still imagine yourself the master of him, you will lose him. He will obey for a while and then he will not. The bond is broken by mastery. The bond is kept by partnership. Child, you must let the dragon be unkind sometimes. Let him be unkind to you. Let him snap at you when he is tired. Let him refuse you when he is hungry. Let him be his own creature on his own day. If you try to be obeyed in every small thing, you will be obeyed in nothing important. Save your authority for what matters. In every other matter, defer. The letters were instructive about the dragons. They were also instructive about Jon. He had begun, by the spring of 295, to understand that the Maester at the wall was teaching him to be a Targaryen as much as he was teaching him to be a rider. Half of the long taking, the letters said again and again, was the rider taking himself. Half of the training of a dragon was the training of the man. And the training of the man, the Maester had written in one of his most patient letters that winter, was longer than the training of the dragon, because dragons learned with their bodies and men learned with their hearts, and the heart was a slower student than the body. Jon copied that sentence into the back of one of his books. He looked at it often. The Maester at the wall did not always write only about dragons. The Maester at the wall wrote, sometimes, about other things. The Maester at the wall wrote, once that spring, a letter that began with a discussion of an obscure point of Valyrian poetic meter, and that ended, 6 paragraphs later, with a passage Jon read 7 times that night, and then burned and then rewrote in his head until he had it word perfect. Child, there is a man in King's Landing who is your father's friend. He is a fat man who drinks. He was a great warrior once, and then he was a king, and then he was a husband, and now he is none of these things and he calls himself all of them. He hates dragons. He hates dragons because he killed the wrong dragon. He has not been told that he killed the wrong dragon. He will not be told. He has lived these 15 years with the small private suspicion that he killed the wrong dragon, and the suspicion has been eating at him. and the wine has not stopped the suspicion from eating. And so he hates dragons more every year, with the kind of hatred that grows where guilt has settled and not been confessed. This man will come north someday. He will come north because the great office of the realm has fallen vacant, the office of the king's first servant, and the man who held it last is dead in suspicious circumstances. The man in King's Landing will look around at the men he might call to the office, and he will find that none of them are men he trusts, because he has spent his whole reign filling his court with men he does not trust. He will think then of his old friend in the north. He will think of his old friend the way a drunk thinks of the friend of his sobriety. He will think, "There is the man I should have been like." He will write a letter. He will write the letter in his own hand, very late at night with much wine in him, and he will not send it until the morning. He will come north to give the letter himself, with 5,000 men at his back. He will come because he wants to see his old friend, and because he wants to be seen with him, and because he wants, although he does not know he wants this, to confess his great wrong, although he will not confess it in words. Child, when this man comes north, and he will come in perhaps 3 years, perhaps less, you will be older than you are now, and your 3 will be larger than they are now, and the bond will be deeper than it is now. And you will be tempted, because you are young, to show yourself. You will be tempted because this man hated the man whose son you are, and you will want him to know what he killed. You will be tempted because this man's queen is of a house that murdered your sister in the cradle, and you will want her to know what survived. You will be tempted, above all, because the bond will be loud in you that day. The dragons will know the man for what he is. They will smell on him the deaths of their kin, and they will pull at you to come down on him from the sky. You must not yield to them. You must not yield to yourself. You must be smaller in his presence than you have ever been small in any presence in your life. You must be the bastard he expects to see. You must be quieter than your half-brothers. You must be quieter than the dogs. You must let him pass through your father's house and out the other side, and you must not give him, no matter how much your heart asks for it, any sign of who you are. He will go home and he will die. I do not know how he will die. I know that he will die. Men of his shape do not last long when their last friend in the world has given them a reason to feel ashamed. He will die, child, and the long collapse of his reign will begin, and the realm will need you. You must be in your father's house when the collapse begins, and you must be ready to ride. You must not be in the black cells or on a spike at the gate, or dead in a quiet alley with a Lannister knife in your back. You must be alive and on the dragon, and the dragons must be at your call. You will not get this if you let him see you. Do you understand? Jon understood. He burned the letter. He rewrote it in his head. He carried it in his head for the next 3 years, but the letter that arrived in his 13th year was different. It came not on his slate but in his hand, directly. Maester Luwin had brought it himself to the kitchen garden where Jon had been sitting that morning, eating bread and butter and watching the small wagtails on the well curb. The Maester had laid the letter on the bench beside him. The Maester had said, "It is for you. It is private. I have not read it. You will burn it when you have read it." Jon had said, "Yes, Maester." The Maester had walked away. Jon had broken the seal. "Child, I have not many years left in me. I cannot say with any certainty how many. My eyes have been gone for 30. My ears begin to go now. I will write you while I can write. When I cannot write, the brother who reads to me will write what I dictate. You have seen his hand in some of the latter parts of my letters. He is a good lad. His name is, but I will not write his name. The watch has not many secrets. I will not multiply them. I am writing today about the valley in the Wolf's Wood. I have given much thought to your problem. I have, with great care and over the past 3 years, made inquiries through men I trust at the Citadel, none of whom know to what end I make the inquiries, about old maps of the Western Wood. I have, in particular, asked after a name in one old book, the Valley of the Long Dead, called by the Meisters Hallowmoss. The book gives it as a small, east-running valley in the foothills of the frozen shore, between the headwaters of the last river and the upper reaches of the White Wolf, about 4 days' ride from Winterfell northwest, as the raven flies. The book is older than the Conquest. It was written by a wandering septon, a man called Marden, who was driven north by some private trouble I have not been able to discover, and who lived for some 7 years among the woodsmen of the western Wolf's Wood. He wrote his book in Old Westerosi, in a hand I find difficult, but my brother reads it to me slowly. The book describes Hallowmoss as a valley the woodsmen would not enter. They had not entered it in any of their memory. They had not entered it in any of their father's memory. They believed the valley to be haunted by the dead of the great winter before the long night. The great winter before the long night, child, your books at Winterfell will not name it. The Watch records call it the hard winter, but it is older than the Watch, and the wildlings call it by other names. Was a winter that, the legends say, killed the men of the first men in such numbers that there were not enough living to bury the dead. The first men of the western Wolf's Wood are said to have brought their dead in great wagons to a particular valley, and to have laid them there, in long stone barrows, in the deep snow. The barrows are said to be still in the valley. The valley is said by Marden's book to be unlucky for any man who enters it, although Marden himself, who was apparently not a coward, walked it once and noted the barrows and the cold air and the strange clarity of the stars at night when seen between the walls of the valley, and reported finding no malice in the place, only a great quiet. The valley is unwalked. The woodsmen do not enter it. The wildlings, when they come south, skirt it. The mountain clans, when they hunt, do not put their snares there. There is, in any of the records of the Watch or the Lords of the North, no record of a man entering Hallowmoss in 300 years. Marden's book is the only document I have found that names it. The book is in Old Town. The valley is forgotten. Child, if I am right about Hallowmoss, and I cannot promise you that I am right, only that I have done what an old blind man at the end of the world can do to be right, Hallowmoss is the place you have been looking for. It is roofed by the foothills of the frozen shore on the north, by a long ridge on the south, by a steep drop on the east, and by a sheer cliff and a small mountain lake on the west. Approach by land is hard from any direction. Approach by air is straightforward only for a dragon. The valley has, by Marden's account, an open meadow at its eastern end, where a small spring rises and where the snow does not lie so deep in winter. The meadow is large enough to land a horse on, perhaps a small troop of horses. The valley is warm in pockets, owing to springs of heated water that surface in 3 places along its length. This would suit your 3, who, as you have told me, prefer the heat of stone. The valley has wood and game. The woodsman's avoidance of the valley has, by Marden's account, allowed the elk and the moose and the wolves to multiply there without molestation. Your 3 will eat. They will eat well. Above all, child, the valley has the great quality you most need. It is a place no man goes. The dead first men in their barrows have kept the valley empty for 300 years. They will keep it empty a little longer if you ask them politely. The northern peoples have a respect for their old dead that the southerners do not have. The valley will not be walked by lords or scouts or trappers in your lifetime. It will not be marked on any current map. It will be yours. I send you with this letter a small map I have had my brother copy from Marden's book. He has been careful with the copy. The map is plain, black ink on parchment, no markings, no key, and would not, if found, tell anyone anything they did not already know, but it will tell you the valley. One last thing. The barrows of the first men are real. They are graves, child. They are not to be disturbed. Make your dragons their nest in the meadow at the eastern end of the valley. Do not let them dig in the western parts. Do not let them root up the stones. The dead are jealous of their bones even after 300 years. They will not bother you if you do not bother them. I would not say this to a southerner. I say it to you who are northern enough to know it. Be respectful. Be quiet. Be a guest in their valley and they will be a quiet host. One last thing. I have wished all these years to meet you. I will not. I am too old to ride south and you are too closely watched to ride north. I will die at the wall, child, and I will die without seeing you in the flesh. I have made my peace with this. I tell you only so that you know. You have a kinsman who would have loved you if the world had let him. The world did not. I do not blame the world. I have lived too long to blame the world for what it is. I blame, gently, the men who made the world, although they did not mean to make it so. I blame myself among them for the things I did not do, the steps I did not take, the words I did not say. But that is an old man's regret, and an old man's regret is no business of a young man's hope. Be well, child. Be careful. Come to your 3 clean. Come to Hollowmoss with patience. Come to the rest of your life with the steadiness I have heard in every one of your letters growing in you, your kinsman. Jon read the letter through. He read it through a second time. He read it a third. He folded the map carefully and slipped it inside his shirt, against his skin, where he would carry it for the next 2 days until he had memorized every line of it and could destroy it. He took the letter to his hearth that night. He laid it on the cold ashes. He struck the spark. He watched the letter burn. He watched the line I have wished, all these years, to meet you curl and blacken and go up the chimney. And he set his jaw, and he was a boy of 12 who would not weep, and he did not weep. But he stood at the hearth with his small bare feet on the cold flag for a long time after the letter was ash, and he was very still. He thought, someday I will fly north. Someday I will come over the wall and land in the courtyard at Castle Black, and I will go to his door and I will not knock because he is blind, but I will say his name aloud at his door and he will know me. Someday, he thought, but probably not. He is old. He may die before I am old enough to fly to him. He has told me as much, he thought. I will make him proud of me before then, he thought, with the wry small smile that had become a fixture. I will make him proud of me by not being seen. He laughed, very quietly, in the dark of his cell. He had not laughed in a long time. The laugh was a small thing, but a clean one. In the months that followed, Jon learned the location of Hollowmoss by heart, and then he made his first scouting trip. He was 12 and a half. He took 2 weeks at the end of the summer, telling Lord Eddard and Lady Catelyn. Well, telling Lord Eddard. Lady Catelyn had stopped requiring an accounting from him long ago, that he wished to ride out into the Wolfswood with a pack of supplies and a sleeping roll, and to see something of the country before winter closed it. Lord Eddard had looked at him a long moment. Lord Eddard had said, 12 is young for a fortnight in the Wolfswood, Jon. I have been into the wood many times, father. For an afternoon, Jon, not a fortnight. I know the streams. I know how to make a snare. I know how to make a fire in wet weather. Maester Luwin has been teaching me wood lore for 2 years. Lord Eddard had looked at Maester Luwin, who had been standing across the solar with his hands folded in front of him. Maester Luwin had nodded once. Lord Eddard had looked back at Jon. Lord Eddard had said with a gravity that Jon would remember always, take a sword. Take a wolfhound. Take flint and steel and salt and bread. Tell me when you leave and tell me when you return. Do not go further west than the last river. Do not go further north than the long lake. Come back by the 1st of the month. Yes, father. And Jon. Yes, father, be careful. Jon had looked at his father in that moment, and had understood, for the first time perhaps, with the full clarity of his 12 years, that his father loved him. He had always known it. Everyone knew it. Lady Catelyn knew it and minded it, but he had never quite felt it as a presence in the room. He felt it now. His father's eyes had been the same gray eyes Jon would see in any mirror that ever showed him. His father's mouth had been doing the small, careful set that Jon had been imitating since he was old enough to imitate. His father, Jon understood, watching him, was watching his son ride away into a fortnight of wood and worrying, as a father will worry, that the son might not come back. He had said, "Yes, father, I will be careful." His father had nodded, he had gone. He had ridden out to the wolfswood with a wolfhound and a sword and his pack, and on the third day, when he was 4 streams further west than the last river, though he would, on his return, claim he had stayed east of it. This was a small lie he had laid in his planning, and he laid it without compunction. He had unsaddled his horse in a clearing and tied the wolfhound to a tree and walked, alone, the last half-day of the way to Hollowmoss. The map had been correct. The valley was where Marden's book had said it was, and Marden's book had described it as Jon, climbing the south ridge in the failing light of a long autumn afternoon, came down on the eastern meadow and saw it for himself. The meadow was as the book had described, open, perhaps 3 acres, with the spring rising at its eastern end into a small dark pool, and the pool feeding a small bright stream that ran east and disappeared into the wood. The west of the valley narrowed into a darker, taller, colder country, with the long barrows of the first men visible as low stone ridges along the south wall of the valley, set against the ground in the patient way of graves a man has made for his kin and left to settle. The barrows did not look haunted. The barrows looked, to Jon's eye, like sleeping people. He stood at the edge of the meadow for a long time. He looked at the barrows. He understood that he was being watched. He did not know by what. He did not know whether anyone, anything, was actually watching him. He understood only that the valley had a presence about it, and that the presence had registered his arrival, and that he ought to acknowledge it before he made any move at all. He drew his sword. He stood in the meadow. He laid the sword on the ground between himself and the line of barrows. He knelt. He said in old tongue, his old tongue was much better now than it had been when he had spoken to Tormund Giantsbane 2 years ago, old dead of the first men. "I am Jon Snow of House Stark. I have come to ask your hospitality. I have 3 living kin who need a home. I will not disturb your bones. I will not let any other man come into your valley. I will keep your barrows from the wind. I will pour, every solstice, a horn of mead onto the stones at the eastern barrow in your name. Will you take us in?" He waited. He did not know what he was waiting for. He waited a long time. The wind in the meadow shifted. It came down from the western end of the valley, very cold, and it moved across his face, and it ruffled the grass at the edges of the meadow, and it died. The sun set behind the western cliff. The valley went into a long, slow dusk. He did not move. He stayed on his knees. His knees ached. His eyes ached. He did not move. At the 3rd hour of his kneeling he felt, he could not say what. He felt the cold of the meadow change. The cold of the meadow had been one cold, the ordinary cold of a northern autumn night. Now it was another cold, a more measured cold, as if a hand had been placed on the back of his neck, very lightly, by someone who wanted only to feel his shape. He did not flinch. He stayed still. The cold moved over him for a long minute and then withdrew, and the ordinary cold returned. He understood that he had been answered. He stood up. He picked up his sword. He sheathed it. He bowed once deeply to the long line of barrows. He said in old tongue, "Thank you." He turned and walked back over the south ridge to his clearing where his horse was tied. He slept by his fire that night and dreamed of his 3 sleeping in the meadow. He woke before dawn and looked at the stars above the wood and saw, for the first time, perhaps, that the stars over the western wolfswood were different from the stars over Winterfell, that they were brighter and colder and arranged in patterns he had not yet learned the names of. And he understood that he was going to spend, in the years to come, a great many nights of his life looking at these stars, and he was glad. He rode home. He told his father he had walked the last river and seen the long lake and shot 2 grouse and seen no men. He told his father, taking the small liberty he had budgeted for, that the wood beyond the last river had felt empty in a way the wood east of it had not, and that he wondered if perhaps the woodsmen were avoiding the wood for some reason. He told his father about the woodsmen casually, the way a boy reports a thing he has noticed without knowing what to make of it. Lord Eddard had listened in his quiet, careful way, and had nodded and had said, "Old country, west of the last river. Some of the older woodsmen will tell you it's cursed. I would not put much stock in it, but I would not blame a man for going around it. No, father, you did not go around it, I take it. I crossed the river at one ford, my lord, and the wood felt empty, my lord. Mm. His father had nodded slowly. Stay east of the last river next time, John. The mountain clans have not been seen east of it, and their kindness to lone boys is not what it was. Yes, father, he had bowed. He had gone out. He had stood in the corridor with his hands on the wall for a long minute, breathing, until the small tightness in his chest had eased. He had not lied to his father in a way he could not retract. He had lied only in the way a son is sometimes obliged to lie, the way a son protects a father from a knowledge the father is not yet ready to bear. He understood this. He understood by now the moral architecture of the deceptions of his life. He did not enjoy them. He did not regret them. He carried them. He wrote to the Meister at the wall that night, in a letter that did not say what it was saying, that he had found the place described in his books, and that he would move his books in the spring. The Meister at the wall answered in 3 weeks, in a letter that did not say what it was saying, that he was very pleased to hear it, and that the great move ought to be made on a day of no moon. They went on writing. Through the winter John prepared. He widened the passage between the chamber and the chimney pipe. He worked it at nights with his 3 helping, their claws prying the granite he had himself struck loose with his hammer and chisel during the previous summer. By the first thaw of 296 AC, the passage was wide enough for Tyraxes, barely, and easily wide enough for Vihalira. Meager, on a careful test, fit through it grudgingly. The dragons could now, in an emergency, exit the chamber by way of the chimney as Vihalira had done 2 years earlier. They had not done so since. Jon had decided, after the wildling raid, that Vihalira's exit had been a one-time thing, and they had stayed in the chamber. In the spring of 296, on a moonless night, Jon had chosen by careful consultation of the Meister's almanac. A night when Lord Eddard was away in White Harbor and Robb was in command of Winterfell and Lady Catelyn had gone to bed early with a headache, Jon led his 3 out of the Crypts of Winterfell. They went up the chimney one at a time. Vihalira first, then Tyraxes, then Meager. He gave each of them the picture, hollow moss. He had been sending them the picture for months. They knew it. They had not been there. They knew it. He climbed up after Meager. He came out onto the slate tile cap. He stood on the cold, wet slate. He looked north and west into the dark. He saw 3 shapes in the deeper dark, the 3 of them circling, very high, very silent, very dark against the stars, waiting for him. Vihalira came down. He climbed onto her back. He thought at her, home. He sent her the picture, the meadow, the spring, the barrows. He sent her, as a feeling rather than a picture, the welcome the dead first men had given him on his scouting trip. Vihalira rose. Tyraxes and Meager came in behind her. The 3 dragons of Jon Snow flew over Winterfell, very high, very silent, at the 2nd hour of the morning of the first moonless night of the spring of 296 AC, and not a soul in the castle saw them. They turned northwest. They flew through the cold high dark for what Jon afterwards realized had been the equivalent of 2.5 days' ride, although the flight had taken them under 3 hours. They came down on the eastern meadow of Hollowmoss in the first gray of dawn. Jon slid from Valira's back. He stood on the grass. He looked at his three. He said in Old Valyrian very softly, "Home." They understood. They lifted their great heads and they looked around the meadow and they sniffed the air and they made, each of them, the long noise that was the noise they made only at home. Tyraxes walked to the small spring at the eastern end and dipped his snout into the water and drank. Valira walked to the line of barrows and lowered her cream-gold head and exhaled, very gently, a thin, warm breath over the stones. And the breath was not flame but only warmth, the kind of warmth one might offer to keep a sleeping person warm. And the stones of the barrows held the warmth for an instant, and then the warmth was gone, and Valira straightened and looked at Jon, and the gold of her eyes was peaceful. Meager walked to the center of the meadow and lay down. Meager would always like the center of any meadow. Jon sat down on the grass beside Meager. He laid his head against Meager's great heavy shoulder. He said again, "Home." The sun came up over the eastern ridge. The valley lit up. The barrows steamed in the new warmth. The dragons, all 3 of them, settled into postures of rest, with their great heads on their forefeet, and their wings folded along their sides and their tails coiled close. And Jon, with his head against the green and bronze shoulder of his brother Meager, who would not stir when his rider was upon him, watched the dawn come up over the place he had brought them to, the place that would be theirs, the place that would shelter them for the next 2 years, until the world was ready to know what he had been keeping. He thought, "I am 13. He thought, "I have done it. I have moved them out of the castle and into the open sky, and no one in Westeros knows," he thought, as the warmth of his green and bronze brother eased the long fatigue of the night out of him. "The Maester will be pleased." He wrote to the Maester a week later that the books had been moved. The Maester wrote back 3 weeks after that he was pleased and that he was an old man and that he was tired today and that he would write more soon. He did. He wrote for the next 2 years every fortnight. The letters got shorter. The hand changed. The brother who read to him began to write more of the letters in his own hand in the Maester's voice. The Maester was failing. Jon could feel it through the paper. He wrote back with more and more care, with more and more love, even though he never used the word. He went home. He came back to the valley nightly. He flew the 3 of them every night. He learned to fly. By his 14th year he could ride any of them. Meager by then, having decided that he would carry Jon after all sometimes, when Jon needed him to. Although Meager was still slowest and still least amused, and he could fly them in formation, and he could land them in difficult places, and he could exchange one for another in mid-flight by signaling them with his unspoken word. He became, very quietly, in the snowy dawns of 2 long northern winters, what no man in Westeros had been for over 100 years, a dragon rider. A boy with 3 dragons and the patient instruction of an old blind man at the end of the world. He went home to Winterfell each morning before dawn. He came in through the chimney as he had gone out. He climbed into his cell. He slept perhaps 3 hours. He rose with the household. He attended Maester Luwin for his lessons, and Maester Luwin watched him with the same patient, careful watching, and did not ask, and did not need to. In the autumn of 297, in the late autumn, a letter came from the wall. It was not from the Maester. It was in the hand of the brother who read to him. It was short, to the Stark child. "The old man at the wall has bid me to write you in his name. He has been weak this fortnight and he has been weaker today. He has asked me to send you a single line. Here is the line, he says. Come to them clean." He says nothing else. He has not asked for the brothers or the septon or the boys he has fathered in his life, of whom there are none. He has asked only for the brother who has been reading and writing for him. I have set him by the window. He sleeps. He may not wake. If he wakes, I will send another letter. Be well, child of Winterfell. He has loved you. Jon read it. He sat with it. He burned it. He did not sleep that night. He climbed into the chimney at the second hour and let himself out onto the slate and climbed onto Valhalla and flew north. He flew, this time, not to the valley but past it. He flew over the Wolfswood and past the lakes and through the Gift and across the green miles of the Watch's old lost territory, and at last, in the false dawn of a cold, cold morning, he came over the wall. The wall was the largest thing he had ever seen. He had read about it all his life. He had not imagined it. He passed over the top of it on Valhalla's back at perhaps 200 feet of altitude, and the wall was a long white line beneath him from horizon to horizon, glowing faintly in the early light. And he understood, with a clarity that came up out of his belly, that the wall was alive in a way no other stone he knew was alive, that the wall had been built for a purpose, and that the purpose was not yet finished, that the wall was waiting. He came down at Castle Black. He did not land. He did not dare. He turned Valhalla in a long, slow circle above the courtyard. The few men awake in the courtyard, boys mostly, kitchen boys carrying buckets, looked up and stopped and stared. One screamed. One fell to his knees. One, the smallest, a boy of perhaps 11, pointed at the cream gold belly passing over him and laughed in delight, with no fear in him at all, the laugh of a child who has been shown something he had not known the world contained. Jon directed Valhalla to the Maester's Tower. The Maester's Tower stood at the eastern end of Castle Black, a narrow, lonely tower with a single window high in its eastern face. He brought Valhalla in close to the window. He hovered her there. He looked into the window. There was a man in a chair by the window. The man was very old. The man was very thin. The man's eyes were closed. They were always closed, Jon understood. They would always have been closed in his life, and the man's mouth was open, and the man was breathing in the small, uneven way of a body whose breath is about to leave it. A young brother of the Watch, the brother who had been writing the letters, Jon understood, a thin, pale brother of perhaps 20, stood by the chair, with his hand on the old man's hand. The young brother looked up. The young brother saw Valhalla at the window. The young brother saw Jon on her back. The young brother's eyes went very wide. The young brother's hand tightened on the old man's hand. The young brother said something. Jon could not hear it through the glass and bent over the old man's face. The old man's lips moved. The young brother straightened. The young brother looked at Jon at the window. The young brother, Jon read this in the small new movements of the young brother's face, was relaying a message. The young brother said something Jon could not hear, but Jon could read the lips. The young brother said, "He says, come closer." Jon brought Valhalla closer. He brought her so close that her great head was almost at the window. The window was small. Valhalla could not put her head inside, but she could lay her great cream gold jaw against the stone of the outer sill. And she did. And the old man at the chair, without opening his eyes, because his eyes had not opened in 30 years, reached out his old thin hand, and the young brother guided the hand to the sill. And the old hand found the warm cream gold scales, and the old hand rested there. The old man smiled. Jon, on Valhalla's back outside the window, with the cold dawn wind blowing his hair back and his eyes burning in a way they had not burned in many years, watched the old man smile. And the smile was the smile of a man at the end of his life who has been given the one last thing he had hoped to be given before it ended. The smile was the smile of a kinsman who had at last seen, not with his eyes, but with his hand, the kinsman he had loved at a distance for so long. The old man's lips moved again. The young brother bent over. The young brother straightened. The young brother looked at Jon. The young brother's eyes were wet. The young brother said very clearly, although Jon still could not hear him, only read the lips, he says, "I have come to them clean. I am ready now." The old man's hand on the sill rested a moment longer. Then the hand slipped from the sill. The old man's chest rose and fell once and did not rise again. Jon stayed at the window a long minute. He laid his own hand, his right hand, his sword hand, the hand that had become as much a dragon hand as a sword hand in the years of his secret apprenticeship, against the cold scale of Vihalira's jaw, beside the place where the old hand had been. He did not say anything. He had nothing to say. The young brother at the window, very young, very pale, very brave, raised his own hand to the inside of the glass and laid it flat against the glass. And Jon raised his hand to the outside of the glass and laid it against the young brother's. They held there a moment. Then the young brother turned away to tend to the body, and Jon turned Vihalira, and he flew home. He went home in the long gray of a winter morning. He came down at Hollowmoss for an hour to let Vihalira rest and to let himself rest, although he did not rest. He sat in the meadow with his three around him, and he wept, finally, after many years, properly wept, into Vihalira's warm cream-gold shoulder, and the dragons did not move, did not stir, did not interrupt. They held him there, three great living warm bodies, and they let him weep until the weeping was done. Then he flew home. He came into his cell at the 11th hour of the morning. He had been missed at breakfast. Maester Lewin, when Jon presented himself in the Maester's study at noon, too late, in clean clothes, with his face washed but with the small redness around his eyes that washing could not undo, looked at Jon a long moment. Maester Lewin said, "A friend of mine at Castle Black is unwell." "Yes, Maester. A friend I have not seen in many years. I had a raven from his attendant this morning." "Yes, Maester, he has died, Jon, some hours ago by the boy's account. It is a great sadness for me. He was a man I admired very much." "I am sorry, Maester." Maester Lewin looked at Jon. Maester Lewin said, "You should have a moment for yourself, Jon, if you wish. I will not need you for lessons today." "Yes, Maester." He turned. He went out. He went up to his cell. He shut the door. He laid himself on his pallet on his side, with his knees drawn up, and he closed his eyes, and he did not weep further, because there was no further weeping in him just then. But he lay there for a long time, breathing, the boy who had lost his kinsman, the rider who had lost his teacher, the secret of the 7 kingdoms who had lost the one man in the world who had known the secret and had not been afraid of it. He thought, very quietly at the end of the long lying, "I will not forget," he thought. "I will be the careful Targaryen," he thought. "I will come to them every time clean." He sat up. He went to the small chest under his pallet. He took out the books the old man had sent him. They were now 11, more than half the old man's library, and he laid them on his lap one by one. He looked at the inscription in the first, "To the Stark child, may you come to them clean." He thought, "I have. I am," he thought. "Thank you, kinsman," he thought finally with the wry small smile that nothing in his life had been able to drive out of him. "Now I will do it alone." Then he stood. He went down to dinner. He took his bench in the kitchen. He ate. He smiled politely at the kitchen girl who brought him bread. He thanked her. He listened to the gossip. There had been a raven from Castle Black that morning, the gossip said. The old Maester at the wall had died, very old, very peaceful in his sleep. The lords of the south would not even hear of it for a fortnight, and he nodded gravely at the right times. And he was a boy at a bench in a kitchen at the end of a winter day, and the secret of him was as well kept as ever. That night, alone in his cell, he wrote a letter. He addressed it to no one in particular. He did not seal it. He did not send it. He laid it in the panel at the back of his trunk, behind the false back, with the maps and the burned letter ashes and the small set of picks, and the wooden wolf his brother Rob had carved him badly when Rob was 4. The letter said, "To my kinsman who has gone before me, I will not forget. I will be the careful one. I will be everything you taught me to be. When the long night comes, I will be ready, and the 3 of them will be ready, and the world will not fall. I am 13. I have time. I will use it. Your kinsman." He blew out the candle. He slept. Chapter 6. The Valley of the Long Dead. After the old man died, Jon walked through Winterfell with a new face on, and no one saw the change. He had been carrying all those years a half-born grief, the grief of having a kinsman who could not come to him and to whom he could not go. Now the grief was full-born. The old man was dead. There was no longer a possibility, however remote, of the meeting that would never have come anyway. Jon understood, as he had not quite understood before, that grief was not the absence of a person. Grief was the absence of the absence, the moment when one stopped pretending in the secret rooms of one's head that there would be a knock on the door someday. There would not be a knock. The door was closed forever. And now the room behind the door was Jon's alone to furnish, and Jon was the only one in it who would remember the man whose photograph, if there had been such a thing, would have hung over the hearth. He furnished the room. He hung the old letters in it, the ones he had memorized. He put the inscription to the Stark child, "May you come to them clean," over the mantel. He set the small set of practical instructions on the bookshelves. He arranged in the corner the great patient figure of the old blind man at his desk, dictating to a brother who would be young forever in Jon's memory, because Jon had only seen him once and through glass. The room was crowded. The room was also peaceful. He visited it nightly, in the long flights to Hollowmoss, and he closed the door of it behind himself, and he stepped out into the rest of his life, which was the life of a 14-year-old bastard who had a great deal of work to do. The valley taught him. The valley taught him in a way the chamber under the crypts had not been able to teach him. The chamber had been a nursery. The valley was a school. The valley was wide enough that Tyraxes could put on a real beat of his wings and have the air to use them in. The valley was long enough that Vihalira could practice her great long graceful turns and her shallow dives. The valley was high enough. The cliffs on the west wall rose nearly 400 feet from the meadow floor, that the dragons could practice the difficult thing they had not been able to practice in the chamber, which was the vertical climb. To get out of the valley, they had to climb up over the ridges. To stay in the valley, they had to descend through the cold air down into the meadow. They learned both. They learned, over the course of 2 seasons in the valley, to climb in tight spirals on a thermal off the spring pools, to dive long and shallow along the valley floor like hawks at speed, to bank sharply against a vertical wall and use the wall as a backstop, to roll in the air and right themselves in the same motion. Tyraxes was the most agile of the 3, the most willing to take risks. Vihalira was the most graceful, the most musical of pilots, her wing beats clean and predictable, her landings exact to the inch. Meager, who had always been the heavy one, the slow one. The Watcher surprised them all by becoming, in the valley, the most powerful climber of the 3. Meager's wings were short and broad, the wings of a creature built for power rather than grace. He could not turn quickly, but he could rise. Meager could rise straight up out of the meadow on a beat of his wings, 3 beats, 4 beats, going up like a hawk pulled by a wire, and he could keep doing it until he was above the ridges. Then he could glide. Meager's climbs were Jon's favorite thing to watch in the valley. The valley taught Jon too. The valley taught him how to fall. He fell 3 times that winter. The first time he fell from Tyraxes back in the long upward climb out of the valley, when Tyraxes had turned to chase a moose on a ridge and had banked sharply, and Jon had not been ready, and Jon had been thrown. He had fallen perhaps 30 feet. He had been caught by Tyraxes himself, who had whipped his great red and black body in a turn so tight that Jon's ribs ached for a week afterward thinking about it, and had snatched Jon out of the air with a forefoot, and had carried him down to the meadow with the kind of frantic relief Jon had not known a dragon was capable of. The second time he fell from Valira's back, in a calm, slow circuit on a sunlit afternoon, simply because his legs had cramped and his grip had failed. Valira had caught him on her tail. The third time he fell from Meager of all dragons, when Meager had stumbled on the landing after a long climb, and Jon had been thrown forward over the green and bronze shoulder and had landed face down in the cold spring pool. Meager had picked him out of the pool with surprising gentleness by the back of his shirt, the way a cat carries a kitten, and had dropped him into the warm spot beside the eastern spring, and had then turned and bitten Jon, affectionately in his way, on the forearm hard enough to leave bruises. Meager had been furious. Meager had been furious because Meager had stumbled. Meager never stumbled. Meager remembered the stumble for weeks. After the 3 falls, Jon was a different rider. He had been a competent rider before. After the 3 falls, he was a careful one. He understood in his body what a fall from a dragon's back was. He understood what it would cost. He understood that a man on a dragon was always a moment from being on the ground, and that the work of riding was the patient work of never being that moment. He read his old man's letters again, in his head, with new ears. He understood now what the Meister had meant by the hands are for emergency. He understood that he had been gripping the spines with his hands as a beginner does, and that the dragon had been doing all the work of keeping him in the air, and that the dragon's keeping him in the air was what had made him soft. He stopped gripping. He learned to ride with his thighs, with his hips, with the small muscles in his lower back. He grew the small muscles in his lower back. By the spring of 297 he could ride bareback, without saddle and without grip, through any turn his 3 could make. He also, that winter, undertook a thing he had been planning for 2 years. He went to find Tormund Giantsbane. It was not a thing he could simply do. Tormund Giantsbane. He had learned in the years since their meeting, from the small, careful inquiries he had made in the Watch's letters, and from Tormund's own infrequent appearances in raids further west, was a war chief of one of the larger wildling bands. A man of growing reputation north of the Wall. He had a hall of a kind in a frost-cracked valley in the upper Frostfangs. He had men. He had, and this Jon had only learned indirectly, but he believed it, a tentative bond with another wildling, a man called Mance Rayder, who was beginning to gather the wildlings under a single banner against something they all feared but few of them spoke of. Mance Rayder. Mance was a name Jon had stumbled into accidentally that night at Winterfell. He understood now whose name it was. He understood that Mance Rayder was the man Tormund had been deferring to, beneath the formal hierarchy of the wildlings, even 3 years ago. He understood that to talk to Tormund was, eventually, to talk to Mance. He took Tyraxes, because Tyraxes was the largest, and because Tyraxes had the longest range, and because Tyraxes was the dragon a wildling king would expect to see, and he flew north on a moonless night in late winter. And he came over the wall as he had come over it the morning his kinsman had died, and he flew on into the cold country. He had to find the hall. Maps were no help. The wildlings did not draw maps. He used the bond. He told Tyraxes, sent him the picture of a red-bearded man on a stone seat, with a long fire pit at his feet, with the sound of horns in the distance. He sent the picture in the simplest, oldest, deepest way he had been taught. Tyraxes flew. Tyraxes flew for 2 hours northeast. Tyraxes turned, banked, considered. Tyraxes descended onto a high snowfield in the lee of a great cracked peak. They sat there a long time watching the country. At dusk, Jon saw the smoke. It rose thin and pale from a small valley to the northeast of the peak, perhaps 3 miles distant. Jon brought Tyraxes back into the air and skirted the valley low and slow along its northern ridge. He saw, in the failing light, a long hall built of fitted stone half buried in the snow, with 3 thick chimneys, and around the hall a scatter of smaller dwellings, and a corral with shaggy mountain horses and men. The men were not in any uniform. The men were dressed in furs and boiled hides, and a few odd pieces of southern mail probably traded or stolen. The men were going about the small business of an evening, drawing water, splitting wood, carrying meat, with the casual unconsciousness of men in their own home. Jon set Tyraxes down on the snowfield above the valley. He left Tyraxes there. He went down to the hall on foot. The men at the hall saw him before he was within shouting distance. They did not draw weapons. They drew curiously instead into a knot at the door of the hall, and they watched him approach. A small dark boy, alone in the dusk, in the snow, with no visible weapon and no visible mount, walking up to a wildling hall. They did not draw weapons. Jon understood, because they could not decide what he was. They thought, perhaps, that he was a ghost. The wildlings believed in such things. They thought, perhaps, that he was a child of some south band that had wandered too far. They did not yet think, though the older men in the knot would soon think it, when they saw his face more closely, that he was the same small dark boy of the old tongue at the kitchen garden gate at Winterfell 3 years before. He walked up to the hall. He stopped 6 feet from the knot of men. He pulled off his hood. He said in his much better old tongue, "I have come to speak with Tormund Giantsbane." The men stared. One of them, a tall, thin man with a scar across his nose, turned and went into the hall. Jon waited. The wind moved across the snow. The men in the knot watched him without speaking. He did not put his hood back up. He let them see his face. He understood, watching the older men in the knot, that some of them had begun to recognize him. He saw the small change in their eyes, the small lifting at the corner of their mouths, the small whisper that one of them spoke to another. He understood that the story had been told. The story of the small dark boy on the cream-gold dragon, who had spoken the old tongue at the kitchen garden gate at Winterfell. The story had traveled. The story was, very probably, the reason a knot of wildlings in front of an unguarded door had not drawn weapons on a boy who had just walked up out of the snow. The thin man came back. The thin man said, "Inside." Jon went inside. The hall was warm. The hall smelled of meat and pine smoke and old furs, and the particular sour sweetness of mead going around. A long fire pit ran down the middle of the room. At the far end of the room sat Tormund Giantsbane in a great chair built of antlers and rawhide, with his red beard down to his belt and a horn of mead in his hand. And beside him on a smaller chair sat a man Jon had not seen before. A lean dark man with a sharp face and long fingers and a posture that did not match the wildlings at all. The lean dark man was watching Jon as Jon came up the hall. The lean dark man, Jon understood, in the way a boy understands such things by feel, was Mance Rayder. Jon walked up the length of the hall. He stopped before the antler chair. He bowed not deeply but properly, the bow of a guest to a host. He said in old tongue, "Tormund Giantsbane, I am the boy with 3 dragons. We met once in the snow at Winterfell 3 winters past." Tormund laughed. Tormund laughed the way Tormund laughed at everything large, deep, his belly shaking, his mead horn slopping a little, and Tormund said, "Aye, lad, aye. I knew you when ye came in the door. Ye have grown, but ye have not grown much. Sit, sit, have a horn." Tormund pointed at the bench beside the fire. The men in the hall, perhaps a dozen of them, were now staring openly. Tormund said to the hall, "This is the boy I've spoke of, the dragon boy, the lad I knelt to in the snow at the bastard's castle. Treat him as my guest. Now sit ye down, and the rest of ye sit your arses down, and someone bring the lad a horn." A horn was brought. Jon sat. He drank carefully. He had drunk mead before in small measure at family feasts, but he did not enjoy it, and he did not pretend to. The wildlings watched him drink. The lean dark man beside Tormund watched him drink. Mance Rayder, for it was Mance, leaned forward. Mance said in clean, perfect common, "You are a long way from your father's house, boy." "I am. On Dragonback, on Dragonback. 3 dragons, Tormund tells me. 3. You have come up over the wall, twice now, in the dark, in the dark." Mance considered him. Mance was an older man than Jon had expected, past 40, perhaps with gray in his dark hair and lines around his eyes. But he had the look of a man who had been clever all his life and had not let his cleverness rot. Mance said quietly, "And you came tonight because—" Jon set down his horn. He looked at Mance. He had been thinking about how he would say this for a year. He had not, in his thinking, gotten as far as the actual words. He had only gotten as far as the principle. He said, "Because the long night is coming and we will need each other." Mance was silent a long moment. Tormund was not silent. Tormund slammed his horn down on the arm of his chair. Tormund said, there it is. There it is, Mance. The dragon boy says it. I have said it for 10 years. The cold is coming. The cold is in the bones of the mountains. The whites have walked at White Tree these 2 winters, the walkers. Tormund made the small averting gesture his people made when they spoke of the walkers. There, I knew it, the dragon boy. Mance held up a hand. Tormund subsided. Mance said to Jon, "You are how old?" 14. "And your 3 are how old?" 9. "How big?" 16 feet, the longest of them, Tyraxes. 16 feet. Mance's voice was very flat. "In 9 years from a hatching." "Yes. Books I have read say they will not stop growing. They will not. And the lords of the south do not know of them." "No. And your father does not know." "No. And you are telling me." "I am telling you," said Jon. He chose his words carefully now. "I am telling you because the wildlings know what the south has forgotten. I am telling you because the wildlings will need a place to be, south of the wall, when the long night comes, and the lords of the south will not give it to you. They will not give it to you because they think you are their enemy, and they think you are their enemy because they have forgotten the older enemy. I am telling you because I will, when the time comes, bring you south. I will speak for you. I will fly the 3 of them over the wall and ferry your people south to lands that will be defended, and I will fight beside you against the walkers when they come. I will fight beside you. The lords of the south will fight beside you, because I will make them fight beside you. I am telling you so that when the time comes, you will know that you have a place to come to, and a man, a boy, to come to, and so that you will know on which side of any future wall to be." Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall in the early forming of his kingdom, looked at Jon a long time. Mance Rayder said very softly, "How will you make the lords of the south fight beside us?" "With the 3 of them," said Jon, "and with whatever else I have to use." "Will you take the Iron Throne, Dragon Boy?" Jon had not expected the question. He thought about it. He said, "I will not take it for the sake of taking it. I will take it if it is the price of stopping the long night. I do not want a throne. I want a winter that ends." Mance Rayder nodded slowly. Mance Rayder said, in a tone Jon would remember for the rest of his life, the tone of a man who has been waiting many years for a particular sentence to be spoken in his hearing and has just heard it. "Then we have business, you and I." They had business. They sat at the long table that night, the 3 of them, Mance and Tormund and Jon, with the hall thinning around them as the men drank themselves to bed. And they planned. in the careful way men plan a thing they will not be able to do for years. The great withdrawal of the free folk south of the wall when the long night came. They marked the routes. They marked the holdfasts that could be persuaded to take wildling refugees, and the holdfasts that could not. They marked on a rough common script map Mance produced. Mance, Jon learned that night, had once been a brother of the Watch, before he had broken his oath and walked north into the country where he had now become a king. The southern places where wildlings could be hidden in numbers, without alarming the South's small, unobservant lords. They marked the Gift, and the southern Wolfswood, and the lake country east of Long Lake, and the empty steppes around Last Hearth. They marked Skagos, although Mance laughed at the marking and said Skagos would eat its own visitors before any walker did. They marked, last, the great open country south of the Neck, which would not be available to wildlings unless and until, Jon said this carefully, the Lord of Winterfell, Lord Eddard Stark, gave his consent. Mance had nodded at the carefully. Mance said, "Your father is not a lord who will give consent quickly." "He will give it when I show him the dragons," said Jon, "and he will give it when he sees the walkers. The walkers will come south of the wall. They will pass the wall in time. When they pass the wall, my father will see the wisdom in your people being south of his. He will not put his sons between the walkers and his bannermen. He will put your people there. We will defend them with the dragons. We will hold the line at the Neck if we have to." At the Neck. At the Neck if the line breaks at Moat Cailin. Before that, anywhere we can. I want to hold them at the wall. Mance smiled. It was a small, hard smile. Mance said, "We will see, Dragon Boy. 3 dragons or no 3 dragons, we will see. The wall has held them once. It can hold them again. But not forever." Jon flew home before dawn. He came in over the wall at the 3rd hour. He came down at Hollowmoss and slept a few hours in the meadow with his 3, and then he flew back to Winterfell, and he climbed in through the chimney, and he slept again in his cell until breakfast. He went to lessons. He attended sword practice. He sat at supper. He nodded politely to Lady Catelyn when she passed his bench. He kept the secret. The secret was bigger now. The secret was not just the dragons. The secret was the Wildling Alliance. The secret was the strategic plan for the long night. The secret was the boy of 14 who, between his lessons with Maester Luwin and his sword work with Sir Roderick, was running in his head a campaign across half a continent. The secret was, he understood, becoming a person. Or rather, he, Jon Snow, was becoming the secret. The secret had stopped being something he kept and had started being something he was. He was almost ready for what was coming. Almost. Through the spring of 297, the news from the south grew louder. Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, fell ill. Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, died. Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, died strangely, of a sudden fever that no Maester at the Eyrie could cure, and his death threw the realm into the kind of unspoken question that politics produces at the death of a man whom no one had expected to die. Lord Eddard came back from White Harbor with his face very still, and asked Maester Luwin to read him 3 days of accumulated ravens. Lord Eddard sat with Lady Catelyn for long hours that week. Lord Eddard, by the end of the week, was a man with a question on his shoulders. Jon, watching his father, knew the question. Jon had been told the question 2 years before by an old man at the end of the world. The man in King's Landing will come north. He will come because his hand is dead. He will write a letter. He will come north with 5,000 men at his back. Jon waited. He waited through the summer. The letters from King's Landing came. They came in increasing numbers. They came with the seals of the crown, the seals of the small council, the seals of the Master of Coin. Lord Eddard read them. Lord Eddard set them aside. Lord Eddard wrote no replies or only careful, brief ones. The summer wore on. By the late summer of 297, Jon understood. The question was no longer whether the king would come north. The question was only when. The when it came with the autumn. A raven from Castle Serwyn, close enough to the Kingsroad to see riders coming, arrived on a wet afternoon in early autumn. Lord Eddard read it in his solar. Lord Eddard came down into the courtyard. Lord Eddard summoned his bannermen. Lord Eddard made his small announcement in his quiet voice that nonetheless carried to the kitchens and the kennels. His Grace the King, Lord Eddard said, rides north for Winterfell. He brings his queen and his children and his court and his Kingsguard. They will be at our gate in 26 days. We have until that day to make this castle ready for a king. The courtyard was very still. Then the bannermen began their work. Jon walked away from the announcement. He walked through the kitchen and out into the kitchen garden, and he stood by the well curb where he had stood the night of the wildling raid 4 years before, and he looked out at the line of the wood, and he let the small, careful trembling of his body do what the body wanted to do. And after a few minutes he steadied. He thought, "It has come," he thought. "I will be the bastard at his table. I will be the bastard he expects to see," he thought. "I will not yield to the dragons. I will not yield to myself. I will be smaller in his presence than I have ever been small," he thought, with the small wry smile that was now his most regular expression. "My kinsmen would be proud of me," he thought finally, looking at the line of the wood, and through the line of the wood at the country beyond, and through the country at the valley at the end of it, where his three were rising into a long, quiet flight above the snow-covered ridges. "I will go to them tonight, and tell them not to come." He went. He climbed the chimney at the 3rd hour. He flew via Lyra to Hollow Moss. He sat on the meadow with his three around him. He sent them the picture of the king, what he remembered of the king from Maester Luwin's books and from one old portrait. And he sent them the picture of the queen and the queen's father and the queen's father's house, and he sent them, through the bond, the warning he had been rehearsing all summer. Stay, when he comes, stay. They understood. They did not like it. Tyraxes liked it least. Tyraxes paced. Tyraxes flicked his tail. Tyraxes made the low, churring noise that meant disagreement. Jon sent him the picture again. Jon sent him the picture of the spike at the Gate of King's Landing he had been seeing in his head since he was 5. Jon sent him the picture of the Maester at the wall who had taught them all, and Jon sent him the Maester's words, "You will not yield to yourself." Tyraxes settled. Tyraxes did not like it. Tyraxes settled. Vyhalira accepted at once. Vyhalira had always been the most patient. Meager was the one Jon had been most worried about. Meager was the slow watcher who did not move until he meant to move, and Meager was the one Jon could not bribe or soothe. Meager could only be reasoned with, and only on Meager's own terms. Jon laid his hands on Meager's great heavy jaw. He pressed his forehead to Meager's forehead. He sent him slowly the whole long plan. The visit, the years that would come after, the walkers, the line at the wall. Meager listened. Meager, after a long moment, lowered his great heavy head and brushed his blunt jaw against Jon's chest in the way that meant, yes. Jon flew home. He spent the next 26 days walking through Winterfell as the household made itself ready for a king. He carried buckets when he was asked. He swept the kitchen flag when he was asked. He polished the silver when he was asked. He took his turn at the small jobs because the small jobs were the jobs the household would notice him doing and would, therefore, ignore him doing. He was a bastard. He was a small, dark, dutiful boy who took the small, dark, dutiful tasks. He kept his head down. He kept his hands busy. He let the household see him as it had always seen him. He went to Hollow Moss every other night and sat with his three. He went to Maester Luwin's study every day for an hour and worked with the Maester on his Latin. The Maester did not ask him about anything else. The Maester knew what was coming as well as Jon did, and the Maester had decided. Jon could tell that the way to help Jon through it was to let the small, ordinary patterns of the day go on as if nothing were coming, so that Jon could rest inside them. The day the king came was a cold, clear autumn afternoon. Jon stood in the line of the household in the courtyard, beside his half-brothers and half-sisters, at the far end of the line, in a clean tunic, with his hands folded in front of him and his face very still. He was 15 now. He had been 15 for a month. He was tall for his age, narrow-shouldered still, with the long, dark, stark hair and the long, dark, stark face. He looked, to anyone who was not paying attention, like a half-brother. He looked, to anyone paying close attention, like a Stark cousin. He looked, to anyone paying very close attention indeed, which the king's court did not, like a man on whom the world had not yet quite decided what to write. The gates opened. The royal procession came in. Jon, small, dutiful, ignored, kept his eyes on the cobbles, and only looked up when his father knelt and he had to kneel too. And the king's voice came across the yard in the loud, familiar bellow Jon had been hearing in second-hand stories all his life. Ned. His father's quiet voice answering, "Your Grace." Jon kept his eyes on the cobbles. He breathed slowly. He felt, somewhere very deep, the small, low tug of his three at Hollowmoss 50 miles away. The tug was very faint and very anxious. He pressed back through the bond. He sent them, "Stay." They stayed. The king, fat, red-faced, with the king's beard he had grown to cover the king's jowls, walked the line of the household and clapped Robb on the shoulder and pinched Sansa's chin and tousled Bran's hair and gave Arya a look of great paternal amusement. Then the king's eye fell on Jon. Jon kept his eyes down. He felt the king's eye on him for perhaps 3 seconds. He heard the king say in a tone of polite disinterest, "And this," he heard his father say, "my son, your Grace, Jon Snow." He heard the king say in the same tone, stark face on him, "Good day, lad." Jon said, "Good day, your Grace." The king moved on. Jon kept his eyes on the cobbles. He understood in that moment that he had passed. He had been the bastard at the back of the line. He had been the bastard with the stark face and the small voice. He had been forgotten before the king had walked 3 more steps. He was, for the purposes of the great visit that was about to begin, invisible. He was the boy the king would not see. He stood up when the king had passed. He looked once, briefly, at the queen, who had not looked at him at all. He looked at the queen's brother Jaime, who had not looked at him at all. He looked at the queen's brother Tyrion, who had, for one quick, keen, interested moment, looked at him with the kind of attention Jon had been afraid all morning of receiving. And Jon had let his face go ordinary, and Tyrion had looked away. He looked at the great red-bearded fat hunting figure of the king walking away across the courtyard with his father's arm in his arm, 2 old friends gone old in different ways, the one fatter, the other thinner, both haunted, both kind, both no longer the boys they had been at the Eyrie. And Jon thought, it has begun, it had begun. He went into the dinner that night. He sat where Lady Catelyn told him to sit, which was, for the first time in his life, at the family table, because the king had asked at the door that the boys all be together, and Lady Catelyn could not refuse a king. He sat at the end of the table. He ate quietly. He spoke when spoken to. He did not look at the king. He did not look at the queen. He did not look at the queen's brother Jaime. He went to bed at the 2nd hour. He had not yet slipped out to Hollowmoss. He could not slip out tonight. The castle was too watched. He lay in his cell. He listened to the noise of the feast still rolling on 3 corridors away. He thought about his 3. He sent through the bond very gently, "Stay, it is well, stay." They felt him. They settled. He slept. In his sleep, he dreamed of cream gold fire on a slow pour, and of an old blind man at a desk, and of a chief in the snow, and of a lean dark man with sharp fingers, and of a great fat king with kind sad eyes who would die soon and not know why. And Jon, the small dark boy with the stark face, walked at the heart of all of them in the dream, in the long corridor that he could not yet see the end of. The first night of the king's visit ended with no man in Westeros knowing the secret of Jon Snow. The second night would be the same. The third would be the same. He had a great many small nights to walk through, and he would walk through each of them as he had been taught. Clean, careful, quiet, and small. He had been the bastard at the back of the line for 15 years. He could be the bastard at the back of the line for the few weeks it would take the king to leave. He had been told by his kinsman, who was dead, that this was what he must do. He would do it. Chapter 7. The king at the table. He came to know, in the first 3 days of the king's visit, that the longest hours of his life were going to be the hours after dinner, when the household sat in the great hall with the king's court and watched the king drink himself stupid. And Jon Snow had to sit on his bench in the back corner, where Lady Catelyn had reseated him after the first night, and look at the floor, and think about anything but the three. The three were restless. They had been restless from the day the royal procession came up over the South Ridge. Jon had been able to feel them, at the back of his head, in the same place his dreams came from, in the place he had cleared as a room for his kinsmen. From the moment the procession had crossed the last river, the dragons had felt the procession too. They had not felt it as men. They had felt it as a presence in the world, a presence with two distinct qualities. The first quality was the deep, familiar one Jon had begun to associate with the king himself, a quality of large, unfocused appetite and tired grief. The dragons did not find that quality alarming, only sad. The second quality was sharper. It came from a small subset of the procession, 6 or 7 people perhaps, and it was a quality the dragons recognized. They recognized it because it smelled in their sense of dead kin. It was the Lannisters. The Lannisters had been at the sack of King's Landing. The Lannisters had been at the killing of the dragon's queen, the dragon's heirs, the dragon's small black-haired niece baby who had been Jon's half-sister cousin, the small Targaryen princess who had been brained against a wall. The dragons could not have known the history. They had not been alive for the history. But the bond carried information by routes Jon had not yet finished mapping. The bond knew the smell of the killers of its kin, and the bond did not forget it across generations. Tyraxes felt it most. Tyraxes, in the first 3 nights, paced. Tyraxes, on the 3rd night, when Jon went to Hollowmoss on the brief 2-hour window between the end of the feast and the 3rd hour of the morning, was actively turning circuits of the meadow in the dark, pacing, snarling low, his tail twitching, his red eyes bright. Vihalira was calmer but was not calm. Meager, who had been Jon's reliable rock, was, for the first time Jon could remember, lying with his great head turned toward the south. Meager's eyes were open. Meager was listening. Jon spent the 2nd hour of every dawn at Hollowmoss in the first week of the visit, sending into the bond the patient repeated message, "Stay. It is well. Stay." He returned each dawn to his cell exhausted, slept perhaps 2 hours, rose, washed, went to breakfast, ate, attended Maester Luwin, attended Sir Roderick, attended whatever small task he was being given. He kept the secret. He did not show his fatigue. He did not let his eyes droop. He took the king's company at lunch when his father required him. He took the king's company at dinner when his father required him. He did not speak unless spoken to. He was the boy at the back of the line, and the boy at the foot of the table, and the boy in the corner of the great hall. And the small, invisible, dutiful figure he had cultivated for 15 years finally, at last, served him. The king forgot him entirely by the 4th night. The queen did not forget him. The queen, in her acid, careful way, took small note of every member of the household and arranged them in her head in order of how irritating they might be to her. But the queen, after the 4th night, dismissed Jon from her catalogue as the kind of small, sad, undangerous bastard a man like Lord Eddard could be expected to have in the corner of a household, and she stopped looking at him. The Queen's brother Jaime did not look at him at all except once in the courtyard, when Jaime was passing on horseback, and Jon was crossing the yard with a bucket. And Jaime's golden head turned toward Jon for an instant, and Jaime's eye lit on Jon's face for an instant. And Jon would think about this for years afterward, frowned. The frown lasted perhaps half a second, then Jaime looked away, then Jaime rode on. Jon went on with his bucket. Jon understood, walking, that something in his face had caught Jaime Lannister's eye, and that the something had bothered Jaime in a way Jaime had not yet articulated even to himself. He decided to avoid Jaime. He decided to be where Jaime was not. The Queen's brother Tyrion was a different problem. Tyrion looked at him. Tyrion looked at him a great deal. Tyrion was a small man, smaller than Jon, even at 15, and Tyrion had a face. Jon understood at once. That registered everything. Tyrion's eyes were sharp. Tyrion was the kind of mind that had taught itself, by necessity, to read other people's small faces, because Tyrion's whole life had been at the mercy of other people's small faces. Tyrion read Jon's face. Tyrion read Jon's face every day, in small accumulations. Tyrion did not, Jon thought, see the secret. But Tyrion saw, Jon was certain of this, the thing under the secret. The watchful, steady restraint. The boy who had taught himself, year by year, never to be noticed. Tyrion saw it. Tyrion was the kind of mind that could not help seeing it. And Tyrion, having seen it, was, Jon understood with a small sinking dread, interested. Tyrion did not ask Jon any direct questions. Tyrion was too clever for that. Tyrion stood in the courtyards and watched Jon at sword practice. Tyrion stood at the kennels and watched Jon feed the wolfhounds. Tyrion sat in the library. Tyrion had asked to use the library, and Maester Luwin had given him the run of it, and looked over the top of his book at Jon, who was reading a treatise on the diseases of riding beasts, a safe choice, in the far chair. Tyrion's eyes lingered on him for whole minutes. Jon kept his head down. Jon kept his face still. He had been keeping his face still for 10 years. He could keep it still in front of one small, clever Lannister for 2 weeks. On the 5th day Tyrion at last spoke to him. "You read a great deal, bastard," Tyrion said. Jon did not look up. He was on a bench in the courtyard, eating a small bowl of broth at midday with a book on the bench beside him. He had heard Tyrion's footsteps. He had not lifted his head until necessary. He lifted his head now. He composed his face. He said very mildly, "It passes the time, my lord." "What does the book say?" "It is on the diseases of horses." "Why does the bastard of Winterfell read about the diseases of horses?" "My father has many horses." Tyrion looked at him a long moment. Tyrion sat down on the bench beside him, uninvited, with the easy presumption of a guest in someone else's castle. Tyrion said, "You speak like an educated boy, bastard." "Maester Luwin teaches me. I am grateful for the teaching." "You are grateful for it?" "Yes, my lord." "And what do you intend to do with the teaching?" "I do not know yet, my lord. I've thought of going to the wall." Tyrion was quiet a moment. "The wall is a long, cold home for an educated boy." "It is a home, my lord, and it is far from your stepmother." Jon let the corner of his mouth do something. It was the closest he had come to a real expression in front of Tyrion in 5 days. He let it happen on purpose. He said, "Yes, my lord." Tyrion laughed. Tyrion said, "Never let it be said I do not understand the value of distance from one's family." "Tell me, bastard, what are you reading on these horses?" Jon, alive now, alert, beginning to enjoy the dance, turned the book on his knee. "There is a section here on a kind of lung rot the free cities call." He recited, briefly, in his ordinary boy's tone, 4 sentences of bad Meister's common about a disease he had read about 3 years ago and would never use. He kept his vocabulary plain. He used one word a half-tone wrong on purpose. He let his voice trail off in the middle as if he had lost the thread. He looked up at Tyrion with the polite, hopeful expression of a boy who has done his small best with a difficult passage. Tyrion smiled. Tyrion said, "I see." Tyrion stood up. Tyrion looked down at him. Tyrion said very gently, and Jon would not understand for almost a year, that what Tyrion had said in that moment had been kind. "Well, lung rot is a worthwhile thing to know about. Go on, bastard. Eat your broth. Read your book. Be well." Tyrion walked away. Jon kept his face still. He picked up his broth. He drank a slow spoonful. He let the small relief, small, only small, because the dance was not done, go through him. He thought, "He is interested, but he has dismissed me as ordinary," he thought. "I have bought a week." He flew to Hollowmoss that night and told his 3 about Tyrion. He found himself, surprisingly, telling them with affection. He said in his high Valyrian, sitting by the spring, "He is a clever man. He would be good to know in another life. In this life he will be useful only if I am very careful. I think his sister will not be hard. His brother will not be hard. He will be hard." The 3 rumbled. Tyraxes paced. Vihalyra sang very softly. Meager lay with his great head turned south, listening. He came home before dawn. The second week of the visit settled into a routine. The king hunted. The king hunted with Robb and with Lord Eddard and sometimes with Sir Roderick. The king hunted badly. The king had grown too fat to ride well. The king fell off his horse twice. The king returned each evening to bellow at the feast and drink himself into ramblings. The queen sat in her quarters with her women and her son. The queen's small son, Joffrey, Jon had seen him close up only twice, and both times had been enough. Jon saw clearly the kind of bad child that grows into the kind of bad man. There was a sneer carved into Joffrey at 12. There was no kindness in him. Jon avoided him. Bran, Jon's younger brother Bran, then 9, adored the Kingsguard. Bran spent hours each day in the courtyard watching them train, asking endless questions about their swords and their armor and their helmets and their ranks. Jon understood Bran. Bran had been born to be a knight, the way Robb had been born to be a lord. Bran could not yet be either, being too young. Bran was beating his small chest against the limits of his 9 years in the same way Jon had, in his own small dark way, beaten his against the limits of his bastardry. Jon spent more time with Bran in those weeks than he had in months, sitting on the kitchen garden wall with Bran beside him, listening to Bran enumerate the strengths and weaknesses of each Kingsguard in turn. Jon learned more in those conversations about the 7 men of the Kingsguard than he had learned in any of the books the Maester had ever given him. Bran was a careful observer for a 9-year-old. Bran had picked out by the second week that Sir Barrows Blount was a coward, and that Sir Meryn Trant was cruel, and that Sir Barristan Selmy was the best of them and getting old, and that Sir Jaime Lannister was the fastest but not the wisest. Jon listened. Jon stored. Jon thought, in a corner of his head, about which of these 7 men he would need to face in the wars to come and which he would not. The dragons were quieter that second week. Jon had been working at them through the bond every dawn. He had been settling them. He had been telling them, over and over, the picture of the king leaving, the picture of the procession turning around, the picture of the pale road south. They had taken the picture in. By the end of the second week, Tyraxes had stopped pacing. Vihalyra was sleeping in her old long shape. Meager had turned his head north again. Jon had thought he was through the worst of it. He was wrong. On the 11th day of the visit, Bran fell. Jon did not see Bran fall. He heard about it, like everyone else in the castle, in the small wave of horror that ran through the household at midday. Bran had climbed up to the broken tower of the old first keep. Bran climbed everything. Bran had been climbing the keep walls since he was 4, and Bran had slipped. And Bran had fallen 60 feet. And Bran was alive, but Bran was broken. And the Maester had been called for and was working on him. And Lord Eddard was sitting at his son's bedside. And Lady Catelyn was sitting at his son's bedside, and the household was holding its breath. Jon went to the door of Bran's room. He did not go in. He stood in the corridor outside the door. He knew he would not be admitted. He stood there for an hour with his hand on the wall. He thought, he will live. He thought, he is broken in his back. He thought, I will see him when I can see him. He thought, in a corner of his head he did not want to look at. I do not believe he fell. He had no evidence for the thought. He had only the feeling. He had only the dragons who had been quiet for 3 days and were now, suddenly, agitated again. Tyraxes pacing, Vihalira silent, Meager watching south. He had only the timing. Bran climbed the keep wall every day. Bran did not slip. Bran had been climbing the keep wall since he was 4 years old, in every kind of weather in summer and winter, and had never slipped. Bran had slipped today. Jon went to Maester Luwin's study that night after the Maester had finished with Bran. He stood in the doorway. He did not come in. He said, Maester. The Maester looked up. The Maester's face was gray with fatigue. The Maester said, Jon, come in, sit down. I do not need to sit, Maester. I have a question. Ask it. Did he fall, Maester? The Maester looked at him. The Maester said very slowly. He climbed up to the broken window. He looked into the broken window. He fell from the broken window. He has climbed to that window before. He has. He did not fall before. He did not. He fell today. He fell today. The Maester held Jon's eye. The Maester said nothing more. The Maester said nothing more because the Maester did not know more. And because there were 3 Lannisters in the castle. And because there were 6 Kingsguard in the castle. And because the king in his cups had spent the last 11 days bellowing his confidences across the table to Lord Eddard. And because the Maester was not a man who said what he did not know, Jon nodded once. He said, Will he live? The Maester said, Probably. He will not walk. Jon said, Thank you, Maester. He turned. He went out. He went to his cell. He sat on his pallet. He did not sleep. He did not climb the chimney. He sat in the dark with his hand on the cold flag of the floor, and he thought. He thought about timing. He thought about the broken window of the old first keep. He thought about who climbed that keep in this castle in the days when there was a king in residence. He thought about who in the king's party had had a reason to be in the old first keep at midday on the day Bran climbed it. He thought about which of those people had been seen at lunch that day in the Great Hall and which had been missing. He had not been at lunch in the Great Hall. He had been eating from the kitchens. But he had walked through the Great Hall on his way out, and he was almost certain of this, noted who was there. He counted. Lord Eddard, the king, Maester Luwin, the queen's father, no. The queen's father was not on the visit, the queen's brothers, and there he stopped. The queen's brother Jaime had not been at lunch. The queen had not been at lunch. Jon sat on his pallet in the dark and thought. He thought, there is a thing they had to talk about, out of any room, out of any ear. There is a thing Bran saw, he thought. I did not know what it was on the day. I do not know what it is now, he thought. It does not matter. It is enough that I know there is a thing. The thing will surface. The thing always surfaces, he thought. I must be ready for the surfacing. He lay down. He did not sleep for a long time. When he slept, his dreams were narrow and dark. Through the rest of the visit, Jon watched the Lannisters with new attention. He watched Jaime in particular. Jaime came down to the courtyards each morning. Jaime trained with the household guard. The household guard had become, over the king's visit, very proud, very alert, very pleased with itself, because the household guard had been training with the famous Sir Jaime Lannister. and the household guard was now reporting at the high table at dinner about whose stroke Sir James had complimented, and whose footwork Sir James had laughed at. Jon went to the courtyard to watch. He did not train. He stood at the back of the practice yard with the small boys and the unmounted squires, and he watched James move, and he memorized James' habits. James was fast. James was fast in a way Jon had not yet seen any man be fast. James had been the fastest swordsman in Westeros for 15 years, and it showed in everything James did. James moved with the casual, unhurried economy of a man who had never met anyone faster than him, and had stopped expecting to. Jon watched James, and Jon thought, "If I have to fight you, I will not fight you. I will burn you." The thought, when it came up in him, surprised him. He had not yet imagined a future in which he might have to fight a Lannister, but he understood, watching James, that he was now imagining one. Bran's broken window, the Lannisters' missing lunch, the Queen's hard, quick eyes when the King had clapped Robb on the shoulder. Bran would live, the Maester had said. Bran would not walk. Bran had seen the Lannisters had moved. Jon walked away from the courtyard. He took his daily route past the gates. He saluted as he always saluted the gate guards. He thought, walking, "I do not see the catspaw. The catspaw has not yet come. They will send one. They will send one because Bran will live, and because what Bran saw will come back to him when he wakes from his coma. They will send one in the night, when the household is asleep, when the king is gone south. They will send one with a Valyrian dagger or with poison or with a garrote. I do not know when. I do not know who. But it will be a man not of the household, not seen by the household before, perhaps a small loose footpad they have bribed for 10 gold pieces, perhaps a Lannister-trained sellsword they have brought up from the south in some merchant's wagon. It will be in the small hours. It will be in the corridor outside Bran's room. He told no one. He could not tell his father. His father could not believe the Queen's brother had pushed his son out a window. His father would need evidence, and Jon had no evidence. Jon had only the timing and the broken window and a dragon's 3 weeks of restlessness. His father would not believe. His father would, if Jon spoke, ask Jon what proof he had, and Jon could not say the dragons feel them as the killers of their kin, and Jon could not say the Maester at the wall told me to be ready for this 2 years ago. His father would think Jon had a fever. His father would send Jon to bed. His father would not put men on Bran's door. The Lannisters would slip a catspaw past anyway in the small hours, and Bran would die. Jon thought about this, walking through the courtyards, with the long, lean economy of his 15-year-old body and his small, expressionless, dutiful face. He thought, "If I cannot tell my father, then I must do it myself," he thought. "I will sit at Bran's door at night until the catspaw comes," he thought. "I will not let the catspaw past me," he thought. "I do not have a sword," he thought. "I will get one." He went very quietly to Sir Roderick. He asked Sir Roderick for a sword. He said he wanted to practice in his off hours. Sir Roderick, who liked him, in the gruff way of a master-at-arms who has watched a boy take instruction patiently for 10 years, gave him a sword. It was not the finest sword in Winterfell. It was a serviceable longsword of good steel, well balanced, with a plain hilt. Sir Roderick bound it for him in a leather scabbard and told him to take care of it and to return it when the king's party left. Jon thanked him. Jon strapped the sword to his hip. He walked back through the corridors to his cell. He laid the sword on his pallet. He sat down beside it. He looked at it. He thought, "I have not held a real sword for a real reason since I was a child playing," he thought. "I am about to hold one for a real reason." He thought finally with the small wry smile that had become his constant companion. "My kinsman would have said, 'Come to it clean.' I will. I have." He took the sword. He hid it under his pallet, which is to say he laid it casually under the rough wool blanket as if it were what it was, a sword for practice. He went to dinner. He sat at the foot of the table. He ate. He said, "Yes, my lord, and no, your grace, and may I be excused, and yes, my lady." He went up to his cell. He waited until the second hour of the morning. He picked up the sword. He buckled it on under his cloak. He went very quietly to the corridor outside Bran's room. There was a small alcove at the corner of the corridor, where a household servant might have rested if a household servant had been posted there. Jon went into the alcove. He sat down with his back against the wall. He drew the cloak close around him so that the sword would not show. He stilled his breathing. He waited the first night. No catspaw came. He went home at the 4th hour and slept 3 hours and rose. He waited the second night. No catspaw came. He went home at the 4th hour and slept 3 hours and rose. He waited the third night. No catspaw came. On the 4th night the king's party announced its departure. The king had decided. The king had been at Winterfell long enough. The king had business in the south. The king had Bran's broken body in his head, and the king had Lord Eddard's grim quiet at every meal, and the king had, Jon thought, watching the king these last few days, perhaps even the king's own private suspicion that something in his court was rotting. The king wanted out. The king would leave in 2 days. The king also wanted Lord Eddard to come south with him as the new hand. Lord Eddard had not said yes. Lord Eddard had not said no. Lord Eddard had been making his decision for 2 weeks. Lord Eddard, Jon understood at the breakfast table on the day of the king's announcement, had decided. Lord Eddard would go south. Lord Eddard would go south with 2 of his daughters, Sansa and Arya, and a small household, and Lord Eddard would leave Robb to govern Winterfell, and Lord Eddard would leave Lady Catelyn to watch over Robb, and Lord Eddard would leave Bran in his bed to heal or not heal. Jon's stomach turned at the breakfast table when he heard the announcement. He kept his face still. He did not look up from his porridge. He thought, he is going to die in the south. He is going to die. He is going to die. He had been told, by the old man at the wall 2 years ago, what would happen. He had been told that the king would die in his cups. He had been told that the king's death would be the beginning of the long collapse. He had not been told that his father would be in the middle of the collapse. He had been told only the king. But he understood now, sitting at the breakfast table on the morning of the king's announcement, that his father was going south because the king had asked him to go south. And his father was going south because the king's old hand had died strangely. And his father was going south to find out how the king's old hand had died strangely. His father was the kind of man who would investigate. His father was the kind of man who would find out. His father was, Jon understood with a sudden cold clarity, exactly the kind of man whom the Lannisters would have to kill once his father had begun to find out. Jon thought, I cannot let him go. Jon thought, I cannot stop him from going. Jon thought, I will have to go after him. Jon thought, but the dragons, he pushed the dragons out of his head for a moment. He let himself think only about his father. He looked across the table at his father, who was sitting at the head of the table with Robb beside him and Lord Eddard's hand on Robb's shoulder. The gesture that fathers make when they are about to leave a son in their place and want to tell the son everything the father knows in the last possible touch. His father's face, in the morning light, was a face Jon had seen 1,000 times and was looking at now as if for the first time. His father was 40. His father was a man in the prime of his life. His father had gray at his temples and lines on his forehead, and the small, ineradicable shadow under his eyes that Jon had been seeing his whole life and had only just now learned to name as grief. His father had been carrying his grief for 15 years. His father had been carrying it as Jon had been carrying his dragons. Jon thought, he is not ready. He is not ready for the south. He pushed the thought down. He finished his porridge. He stood up. He bowed. He said, "May I be excused, my lord?" "Yes, Jon." He went out. He walked through the corridors with his small, still face. He went to his cell. He shut the door. He sat on his pallet. He put his hands over his face. He breathed. He thought, "I have 2 more days. I have 2 more days to decide." He flew to Hollowmoss that night. He sat in the meadow with his 3 around him. He told them in his high Valyrian, in a long, slow, patient speech, what was about to happen. He said, "My father is going south. He is going to die there if I do not act. The catspaw has not come. The catspaw will come another night, perhaps, but my brother is being watched now by Robb and by Maester Luwin, and the catspaw will be harder. The catspaw is not the most dangerous part. The most dangerous part is my father in the south, walking into the Queen's house with his great honest face and his patient questions. He will be killed. I cannot stop him from going." He paused. He said, "I cannot tell him." He paused. He said, "Or perhaps I can." Vallyra lifted her head. Tyraxes flicked his tail. Meager, watching south, did not move. He said, "If I tell him, he will not believe me. He will think I have gone mad. He will think the wildling raid 4 years ago has put strange dreams in me. He will not." He paused again. He said, "If I show him." His 3 were very still. He said, very slowly, "If I bring one of you to him in the night in his solar by the chimney." His 3 rumbled almost as one. He said, "Vallyra, you would fit in the chimney. You would fit at the window of his solar. He could see you in the dark from his desk." Vallyra lowered her head and pressed her cream gold brow against Jon's forehead. He said, "But if I show him, I will change him. I will change him forever. He has known one thing about me for 15 years, and I will in 1 minute give him a different thing. He has carried all his life the secret of who my mother was. He has not told me. I am almost sure I know. He will not tell me even after I show him. He is a man who will keep his promises after his death." He paused a long while. He said in high Valyrian very softly, "But he will be alive to keep them." He decided. He decided that night, on the cold grass of the meadow with his 3 around him, that he would show his father. He would show him before his father left for the south. He would show him with Vallyra in the solar at the 3rd hour. He would speak quietly. He would tell his father everything. He would let his father weep if his father needed to weep. He would let his father refuse if his father needed to refuse. But he would not let his father go south without knowing what he was riding into. He would not let his father be murdered by the Queen's brothers because his father did not know the Queen's brothers had murdered before. He would put the truth into his father's lap, and he would let his father do what his father would. He flew home in the small hours. He climbed into his cell. He slept 2 hours. He rose. He attended his lessons. He nodded politely. He did the small, dutiful things. He kept the secret. The 3rd day after the king's announcement, in the evening, when the king had retired drunk to his chambers, and the household had drawn down to its small night rhythms, and Lady Catelyn was sitting at Bran's bedside, and Robb was making the small rounds of the gate captains, and Lord Eddard was in his solar with a lamp and a stack of papers, and the door closed. Jon climbed the chimney. He came out onto the slate cap. He summoned Vallyra. She came up the great central flue at midnight, her cream gold body bright in the dark, and she landed on the slate beside him as she had landed 4 years ago when he had taken her out to break a wildling raid. He climbed onto her back. He said in high Valyrian very quietly, "To my father." He sent the picture, the solar window, the small lit lamp, the gray figure at the desk. Vallyra lifted off. She flew very slowly, very silently, around the eastern tower of Winterfell. She came down to the level of the solar window. The solar window was a tall, narrow casement, glazed in small leaded panes, set 30 feet up the eastern wall of the keep. Inside, behind the glass, Jon could see his father at his desk, leaning over a paper with his quill in his hand and his face very still. Jon brought Vihalira to the window. He hovered her there, her great wings beating in slow, measured strokes that he could feel through her body as a pulse of his own. He sat on her back, with his small, dark face 15 feet from the glass, and he watched his father. His father did not look up at first. His father was reading. Then his father looked up. He looked up because the lamp at his elbow had flickered with the draft of the great wings, and because some small part of the back of any man's head can feel a great body in the air outside the window even when the lamp flickers. His father looked up. His father saw him. His father saw, framed in his solar window in the dark of a Winterfell night, his bastard son sitting on the back of a cream-gold dragon. Lord Eddard Stark, in the lamplight of his solar, did not move. His face did not change. His face did not, as Jon had imagined 1,000 times it would, register shock. His face did not register fear. His face did not register the great cracking open of a man's life. His face went very still in the particular way Jon had been imitating since he was small. His face went still, the way a man goes still when he has been carrying a secret his whole life, and has at last, in this exact minute, seen the secret come up the wall of his solar in the body of his son. Lord Eddard Stark, in the dark of his solar at the 3rd hour, set down his quill very slowly. He stood up from his desk very slowly. He walked across the solar to the window very slowly. He stopped at the glass. He looked through the glass at Jon. He looked at Vihalira. He looked back at Jon. His face, all this time, did not crack. Only his eyes, gray eyes, the same eyes Jon would see in any mirror for the rest of his life, only his eyes had begun, very gently, to weep. He undid the casement. He opened the window. He stepped back from the open window. He stood in his solar in the lamplight, with his hand on the back of his chair, and he looked at his bastard son and his bastard son's dragon, and he said very quietly, in a voice Jon had never heard from him in 15 years, he said, "Lyanna." The tears ran down his face. He did not wipe them. He said the second word. "Jon," he said the third, "come in." Chapter 8. The Knife in the Dark, the Dragon on the Tower. That was the way they would tell it later, in songs that had not yet been written and in alehouse stories that had not yet been told. The dragon on the tower. The simple plain picture of it. A morning in the year 298, the day before the king's party was to ride south. The sun coming up over Winterfell. And a cream-gold dragon standing on the broken roof of the first keep with her wings half-folded, and her tail curled around the parapet, and her great gold eyes looking out across the lands of the north. And beside her, Jon would think about this for the rest of his life. Beside her. The man on her back was not Jon Snow. The man on her back was Eddard Stark, but that picture, the picture of the songs, came later. Before it came another night, and that other night was the one that turned everything. Lord Eddard Stark, having seen his son and his son's dragon at his solar window, had let them in. He had not screamed. He had not summoned guards. He had stepped back and closed the window behind them as if he were closing the window against the cold, and he had sat down in his chair slowly, as a man sits down who has been on his feet too long, and he had laid his hands flat on the desk in front of him, and he had looked at Jon. Jon, who had slid from Vihalira's back to stand on the rug of the solar, had not known what to do with his hands. His hands had been useful all his life. His hands had stolen meat from kitchens, and turned pages of books, and worked picks into iron grates, and gripped the spines of 3 dragons. In his father's solar, in the first long minute, his hands had nothing to do, and he could not remember where to put them. He folded them in front of him at last, the way he had folded them at 5 years old in the corridor outside the great hall when Lady Catelyn had told him there would be no place for him at dinner. He folded them, and he stood at the rug, and he waited for his father to speak. His father did not speak. His father wept quietly, with his face mostly still, the way a man weeps who has been weeping in the privacy of his own head for 15 years and has just been given permission to let some of it onto his face. The lamp burned on the desk. The dragon stood by the window. Outside the window, the cold, dark courtyard of Winterfell slept its small castle sleep. After perhaps 3 minutes, his father said, "How long, Jon?" His voice was low. His voice was steady. It was the voice of a man who had decided, in the first 30 seconds after the window had opened, that this was a conversation he was going to have, and was going to have it the way he had had every difficult conversation of his life, slowly, carefully, without ornament. 10 years, father. 10. They hatched the night Lady Catelyn locked me out of dinner during your campaign at Pike. That was when you were 5. Yes, his father nodded slowly. His father's eyes were closed. His father's hands were still flat on the desk. His father said, "Where?" "In the crypts, father. Below the level of the named tombs. There was a sealed chamber, 3 eggs, a blood cut. They hatched on me. The chamber was hers." "Yes." His father opened his eyes. He looked at Jon. He said very quietly, "I sealed that chamber myself. Did you know that?" "No, father, with my own hand." In 283 AC. I had brought them out of Dorne in a saddlebag, because they were the only thing she had asked me for, and she had been past speech, but she had held my hand and she had pointed at the bag, and her eyes had told me. I did not know what was in the bag until I was on the road north. I unwrapped them at Riverrun in the dark of my chamber the night before I rode to Winterfell. I held them in my hands. They were warm. I thought for an hour that I might break them and bury her with what they were. I did not. I brought them home. I went down to the crypts at the 3rd hour of the morning. I cut 3 marks above the seal with my own knife. I have not been down to that chamber since. He paused. "You went down?" "Yes, father." "You went down when you were 5. "Yes, father." His father shook his head slowly. He said, "I do not think it is an accident, Jon, that you went down when you were 5. "No, father." "What is her name, the one in the room?" Jon turned. He looked at Vallyra by the window. She was looking back at him, her gold eyes patient, her cream gold scales catching the lamplight. "Vallyra," he said. "She who carries, and the others." "Tyraxes, black and red, the bold one, the other is meager, green and bronze, the watcher." "How large are they now?" 16 feet, 18 the largest, Tyraxes. "And where do you keep them?" Jon told him. He told him about the chamber under the crypts. He told him about the chimney. He told him about Hollowmoss. He told him about the maps and the old Septon's book and the great rare gift of an old man at the wall. He told him about the Meister at the wall. He told him about the wildling raid 4 years ago, and about the man called Tormund Giantsbane, and the man called Mance Raider, and the long alliance he had been building, very quietly, in the years his father had been believing him asleep in his cell. He told him all of it. He stood at the rug in the lamplight in the small hours, and he told his father his secret life, and his father listened. And his father wept gently and did not move. And when Jon had finished telling, when the long list of the secret had run out, his father at last spoke again. His father said, "I owe you an apology, Jon." "No, father, I do. You do not." "I do, Jon. I owe it to you, and I am going to make it. I have lived your life beside you, and I have not seen any of it. I have been a father in the small, narrow way of a man, who is not the boy's father but only his uncle, who has taken the boy in for honor and not for love. I have loved you, Jon. I have loved you all your life, but I have loved you in the small, careful way one loves a thing one has not given oneself permission to love properly. I have done it because I made a promise. I made a promise to her when she was dying. I made it to keep you safe. I have kept you safe. I have not done anything else for you. I have not been your father. I have been a guardian and a quiet one. I am sorry, Jon. Jon's throat closed. He had not expected his father to say this. He had imagined this conversation 100 times. None of his imaginings had ever included his father apologizing. He said, with his throat closed, "Father, sit down, Jon." He sat. He sat on the small chair by the desk. His father reached across the desk and took his hand. His father had not held his hand since Jon had been very small, and Jon had not in those small years allowed the holding to last, because Lady Catelyn had been watching. His father held it now. His father's hand was big and rough and warm. His father said, "I will say her name." I have not said it in this house, Jon. I have not said it aloud at all in 15 years. I said it tonight when you came to the window. I will say it again. Lyanna. Your mother was Lyanna Stark. She was my sister. She loved a prince of the south called Rhaegar Targaryen, and he loved her and he stole her. Or she went with him. The histories are not yet settled on it. And she had you in a tower in Dorne and she died of you. And her last words to me were the words a sister says to a brother when she will not see him again. She said, "Promise me, Ned, promise me." I promised. He paused. He looked at Jon. The promise was to keep you alive. The promise was to keep you with us. The promise was to take you north and to lie about you the rest of my life and to never, never, never let any man at any table know that you were a Targaryen. I have kept the promise. I have kept it well. I have kept it so well that I have not let myself, in 15 years, look at you and see what I am looking at. I have kept it so well that I have made you smaller in my own eyes than you deserved. I have failed in the keeping. I have kept you alive. I have not kept you anything else. Father. Hush, let me finish. Jon hushed. Now you sit in my solar at the 3rd hour of the morning with a dragon at the window. I have not lost you. I had not understood until I saw you tonight that I had been afraid for 15 years that I might lose you. I had not let myself feel the fear. I felt it tonight, all at once in 1 minute when I saw you. I felt it and it broke in me. I am whole now in a way I had not been whole. I do not know what to call what is happening in this room, Jon. I do not know what we will do tomorrow. I will go down to dinner tomorrow with this in me, and the household will look at me and they will see, I think, that I am another man. I do not care. I am tired of being the small, careful man. I have been the small, careful man for 15 years. I am going to be your father now. He held Jon's hand very tightly. He said, "Did you hear that, Jon?" "Yes, father, I am going to be your father now." "Yes, father." His father let go of his hand. His father wiped his face. His father took a breath. His father said in something closer to his ordinary tone, "Now, the Lannisters." "Yes, father, you think they pushed Bran?" "Yes, father." "Why?" "Bran climbed to a window he should not have climbed to. 2 of the king's party were missing from lunch. They were in the room he climbed to. They saw him at the window. They had a reason to do it. I do not know yet what the reason is. But the dragons have known all 3 weeks that the queen's people have the smell of the killers of dragons on them, and that smell did not come from the king. From whom? From the queen's brother Jaime. He was in King's Landing when the city fell. He was Aerys' guard. He killed Aerys. He was— Jon paused. He was in the throne room when the small princess was killed. He was not the killer, but he was there. His father said, "How do you know that, Jon?" "My kinsman told me. The Maester at the wall. He had it from his own letters." Maesters keep records. The Citadel's record of the sack of King's Landing is not the public one. His father looked at him a long time. "You have been doing a great deal of reading, Jon." "Yes, father, and the Maester at the wall. He is dead now." "Yes, he was. Aemon Targaryen." "My great-granduncle, he was kin." "Yes, he taught you." "Yes." His father nodded slowly. His father said, "I have not asked you anything about this what situation. I would like to ask one thing, may I?" "Yes, father." "What is it you want, Jon, at the end, when this is all done? What is it you want for yourself?" Jon thought. He thought a long time. He said, A winter that ends, father. The dragons hatched against the long night. They hatched on me because I am the blood that could hatch them, and because the long winter is coming, and because the men of the south have forgotten how to fear it. I do not want the Iron Throne. I would take it if it were the price of the winter ending. I would give it back. Father. Yes, Jon. The queen is going to send a man in the night to kill Bran. Bran saw something. Bran will wake up and remember. They cannot leave a witness who can speak. They will send a man tomorrow night, or the night after, or the night the king's procession crosses the neck. Probably while the procession is still near, so that the man can come back in their wagons. His father went very still. His father said, "You are certain of this?" "I have been sitting in the alcove outside Bran's room for 3 nights with a sword." His father stared at him. His father said finally, "Jon." "Yes, father, you will not sit in that alcove tonight." "Father, you will sit in that alcove tonight. I will sit in it with you. We will sit with the door of Bran's room half open and the lamp on the wall lit low. I will have Maester Luwin awake in the next chamber with hot water and bandages. We will catch this man, Jon. I do not say if. I say when. We will catch him, and we will name his employer at the king's table tomorrow morning in front of the king's whole court, with the man's confession in our hand. And then the king's procession will leave without me. I am not going south with this man. The south will come to us." Jon stared at him. He said very softly, "Father, are you sure?" His father said, "Jon, I have been a small, careful man for 15 years. Tonight you have come to me on a dragon. I am done being a small, careful man. Get your sword." Jon got his sword. The 3rd hour of the morning is the hour when castles sleep their deepest sleep. Jon had been sitting in the corner alcove of Bran's corridor for 3 nights and had observed it. The 3rd hour of the morning was when the guards on the outer gates settled into their long, blank stare, when the watchers in the kitchen yards rolled themselves in their cloaks, when even old Nan, in her chair by the kitchen fire, snored open-mouthed. Jon and his father took up positions in the corridor a little after midnight. Maester Luwin, awakened, took up his position in the next chamber. Lady Catelyn, sitting at Bran's bedside, had been told nothing. Lord Eddard had gone in and laid his hand on her hair and said, "Cat, I am going to sit with the boy tonight. Go to bed." Lady Catelyn, who had not slept a full night since Bran had fallen, had at first refused. Lord Eddard, in a voice she had not heard from him in 15 years, had said, "Cat, bed." She had looked at him strangely. She had stood up. She had gone. Lord Eddard had walked back out into the corridor. He had said to Jon, "She will sleep tonight. Better that she does. We will tell her tomorrow." They sat in the alcove. Jon at the wall, his back against the cold stone, his sword across his knees. His father at the corner, half standing, half leaning in his dressing gown over his trews, with his own long sword. Ice was downstairs in the great hall. This was the lighter sword his father took on the road, bare across his lap. They did not speak for a long time. The corridor was quiet. At the 2nd hour after midnight, his father said, very quietly, "Jon." "Yes, father." "After tonight I am going to bring you to her grave. I am going to put your hand on the stone. I am going to say her name aloud. I am going to do it before the household. I will not announce who you are. I will not endanger you, but I will end her silence in this castle. She has had enough of it." Jon's eyes burned. He said, "Yes, father." The 3rd hour came. The 3rd hour ended. The 4th hour began. He came at the 4th hour. He was a small man. He was a thin man. He had a dirty cloak over a dirty leather jerkin, and he had a small gray-flecked beard, and he had the eyes of a man who had done this kind of work before. He came up the corridor on the small dancer feet of a man who has trained himself out of every habit of his ordinary step. He held in his right hand, low against his thigh, the long, thin shape of a dagger. The dagger was the wrong color. The dagger was dark in the lamplight in a way most steel was not. Jon, in the alcove, saw the dagger and understood at once what it was: Valyrian steel. The queen had sent a Valyrian dagger. The man came to the door of Bran's room. The man put his hand on the door. The man heard, just then, the smallest of small sounds from the alcove, the faint shift of Jon's body against the cold wall as Jon prepared to stand. And the man's head jerked, and the man's eyes went to the alcove, and the man saw the boy with the sword. For half a second, the man considered. Half a second was all his father needed. His father came out of the corner of the alcove in the silent rush of a man who has waited his whole life to use his sword for something that mattered. And his father took the man through the throat with the lighter sword. And the man fell, and the dagger fell. And the dagger rang on the cold flag of the corridor with a high, pure note that did not sound like ordinary steel. And the man was dying on the flag with his blood running out around him. And Lord Eddard Stark put his boot on the dagger to still it, and looked down at the dying man and said, in a voice Jon had never heard from him in his life, a voice cold and slow and patient as a winter morning, "Who paid you?" The dying man choked. His eyes were rolling. "You will die in a minute," said Lord Eddard. "And if you die without saying the name, I will burn the body and scatter the ashes, and the stranger will not know how to find you. Who paid you?" The dying man said very weakly, "Lan." His eyes glazed. "Who?" said Lord Eddard. The dying man said, "Lannister." "The Queen." "The Queen paid half." "The other half Tyrion's dagger taken for the—" His eyes glazed again. "Tyrion's dagger," said Lord Eddard sharply. "Mock dagger Tyrion lost in the bet at." The man died. Maester Luwin came out of the next chamber. The Maester saw the body. The Maester knelt. The Maester confirmed the death. The Maester said, "His blood is on the stones." "Bandages?" "None," said Lord Eddard. "I did not need them. Jon, are you all right?" "Yes, father." "The dagger." Jon bent. He picked the dagger up. He turned it in his hand. The blade was dark. The hilt was dragonbone, very old. He had not held Valyrian steel before. He had read of it. The weight of it in his hand was extraordinary. It was lighter than ordinary steel. It was alive. "This is a Lannister dagger," said his father slowly. He said it was Tyrion's. He said it was lost in a bet by Tyrion. "Lost to whom?" His father said. "Robert." "Robert," said Jon. "The king has a great many daggers. The king keeps them on a rack in his bedchamber. He gives them away when he is drunk." "Then this dagger went from Tyrion to Robert, and from Robert to whom?" "To whoever is using it to kill Bran. To whoever took it from his bedchamber when he was not looking." His father knelt by the body. He felt at the man's belt and his pockets. He found a small purse. He shook the purse out. Coin. Gold coin. 100 gold pieces, perhaps. "Half on delivery," the catspaw had said. His father said, "We will bring this to the king tomorrow morning." "Father." "Yes, Jon. The king will not believe us. The king will see the dagger. He will recognize it. He gave it away. He will remember who he gave it to. He gave it away drunk. He will remember if I make him remember." Jon said, "The queen will deny." His father looked at him. His father said, "Yes, the queen will deny. And the king will be in his cups for the rest of the week, and the procession will leave. And the queen will tell the king in his bedchamber in some quiet inn between here and the Crownlands that I have gone mad. By the time the procession reaches King's Landing, the king will believe her. The king is—" His father paused. "The king is not the king I knew at the Eyrie. The king's reign is the queen's reign now. I have known it for 2 years. I have not let myself say it." "Then what do we do?" His father stood up slowly. His father said, "We do not let the king leave Winterfell." Jon went very still. He said, "Father, you cannot." "I am not going to harm him, Jon. I will not raise a hand against him. He is my friend. He has been my friend half my life. He is also a sick man and a tired man and a man who is dying of his queen, although he does not know it. I am not going to kill him. I am going to tell him what we have caught and what we have heard, and I am going to ask him, as his old friend, as his hand, as the brother I have been, to remain at Winterfell for the winter. I will tell him we will care for him. I will tell him he will not have to drink himself stupid every night, and I will tell him he will not have to ride south at the side of a queen who has tried to murder one of my boys in his bed. And I will tell him we will hunt with him, and I will tell him my sons will be his sons. And I will give him peace. I think he will take it. And if he does not, his father's face hardened. If he does not, the king will ride south, and the king will die of the wine and the boar and the woman, and the queen's son will sit the iron throne, and we will have a worse war than I have planned for. But I do not think it will come to that. I think he will take it. I think he wants to take it. He has wanted the whole visit to take something I had to offer him, and I had not figured out what it was. It was this. He wanted me to ask him to stay. You think? I think. He came north for a reason, Jon. He came north to be near a thing he had lost. Maybe he came north to find a way back to himself. I do not know. I will offer him the way back. He will take it or he will not. His father bent. He picked up the body. He carried the body without effort, although the man had not been small, to the next chamber. He laid the body in the corner. He came back. He said, Meister, the body will go in the ice house tonight, quietly. The blood here will be cleaned. The dagger goes in my drawer. The king will see it in the morning. Cat will sleep. Robb will be told at breakfast when his mother is awake. Jon will sleep in his own bed tonight. Yes, my lord, said Maester Luwin, who had not yet spoken. His father turned to Jon. His father said, Get some sleep, Jon. Yes, father. His father took his hand. His father said, Jon, you did this. You saw it. You sat in the alcove. You did not let me lose Bran. You did not let me lose myself. I will not forget. Jon could not speak. He nodded. He went to his cell. He laid the sword across his pallet. He laid himself beside it. He did not sleep. He lay on his back with his eyes open, and he watched the rafters slowly come into focus as the false dawn began outside his cell window. And he thought, with the small wry smile that had become his constant companion, my kinsman would have said, Come to it clean. My father has come to it clean. My father has come to it clean tonight. In the morning his father did not, in fact, take the dagger to the king at breakfast. His father took the dagger to the king at the king's bedchamber, where the king was hungover and ill. And his father, Jon would learn the details only later, had laid the dagger on the king's coverlet, and had said to the king what he had said to Jon in the corridor, and had let the king look at it for a long time, and had let the king say nothing for a long time, and had at last asked the king what the king wanted to do. The king had wept. The king had wept the way kings weep in private and never in public. The king had said many things. The king had named the queen. The king had named the queen's brother. The king had said he had known. The king had said he had not known, but he had known. The king had said he was going home, and then the king had paused, and the king had looked up at his old friend Lord Eddard Stark, and the king had said, Ned, tell me to stay. His father had said, Robert, stay. The king had said, I will, I will. The king, Robert Baratheon, the demon of the trident, the stag of Storm's End, the great fat ruin who had been a great young warrior, had decided in that hour in his bedchamber at Winterfell to remain in the north. He would send the procession south with the queen and her brothers and her son. He would write a letter to the small council announcing that the king was wintering at Winterfell with his old hand. He would not return to King's Landing in this lifetime. It was not the death the Maester at the Wall had foreseen. The Maester at the Wall, Jon would think later, had foreseen only the path that lay in front of Jon if Jon had failed to act. Jon had acted. The path had been changed. The procession left 2 days later. Lady Catelyn had been told everything by then. Robb had been told. Maester Luwin had taken Sansa and Arya aside and explained in his quiet, careful way that the king had decided to remain in the north for the winter, and that his lord father had decided to remain with him, and that the girls would not, after all, be going south. Sansa had wept. Sansa had been longing to go south. Arya had cheered. The queen had left without speaking to Lord Eddard. The queen had left with her eyes very cold and her hand very white on the door of her wheelhouse. The queen's brother Jaime had left without looking at Jon. Jon understood, watching him, at his own sister. Jaime had ridden out of the courtyard with his head down, a man who had not yet made his own decisions about whom he served. The queen's brother Tyrion had left with one curious last look at Jon, and Jon, for once, had not looked away. Jon had looked Tyrion in the eye for a beat too long, and Tyrion had. Jon was almost sure understood in that beat that the bastard at the back of the line had been more than the bastard at the back of the line, and that the king's decision to remain at Winterfell was somehow tied up with the bastard. Tyrion had nodded once. Tyrion had ridden out. Jon understood, watching him go, that he had won an ally there too of a kind. He did not know yet how to use Tyrion, but Tyrion was the Lannister least bound to Lannister, and that was a useful thing. The procession went south. The procession passed the neck. The procession reached King's Landing in due course. The queen, on her return, found the city as she had left it, except that there was no longer a hand of the king at the Tower of the Hand, and the king was not coming back. The small council learned of it in due course. The realm learned of it in due course. The lords of the south began to understand, as winter came on, that the king they had been told was riding north had not ridden home, and that the new arrangement of the kingdom, the king wintering at Winterfell, Lord Eddard Stark hand in absence, the queen ruling in fact if not in name, was an arrangement that could not last. It did not last. But that came later. The night the procession left, Lord Eddard Stark took Jon down into the crypts. He took Jon down by the lit torches. He took him past the named tombs. He stopped at the stone of Lyanna Stark. He laid his hand on the stone. He said in the small, quiet voice he had used in the Solar, Lyanna, "I have brought your boy. He has grown. He is 15, sister. He has 3 dragons. He has saved your brother's son. He has saved your brother. He is, I think, going to be very well." Jon stood with his hand on the cold stone, and his other hand in his father's hand, and he did not weep, because he had wept enough for one season. He stood and he looked at the stone face of his aunt, his mother, and he understood, looking at her, that her stone eyes had been watching him for 15 years, and that her stone eyes had at last seen the thing she had wanted them to see. "Mother," he said, very softly. The stone eyes did not open. They did not need to. The warmth that ran briefly through the crypt, the small private warmth that Jon had felt 10 years ago when he had carried his 3 out of her sealed chamber, passed through him once more. He understood it now. He understood it as her hand on his head. He understood it as her permission. He stood in the crypts of his ancestors with his father, and his father, who had been a small, careful man for 15 years and was no longer, laid his hand on his shoulder. His father said, "Tomorrow morning, Jon. Tomorrow morning the courtyard. Tomorrow morning the household sees who you are. Yes, father. You will not say the name we have just spoken. Not yet. There are things in the south that must die first, but you will stand at my side, and the dragon Vihalira will stand on the tower. And the household will see. Yes, father, in the morning the household saw. Vihalira stood on the broken roof of the first keep with her wings half folded, and her gold eyes on the courtyard. And Lord Eddard Stark stood in the courtyard in front of his bannermen, and his children and his household and his wife and his king. And Lord Eddard Stark said, in the voice that carried, The voice his father had once used and his brother had once used and that Lord Eddard had at last given himself permission to use. This is my son. His name is Jon. He has been my son 15 years. He has been more my son than I have allowed him to be. I will allow it now. He is my son. He stands at my side. Anyone in this castle who minds it will say so to me directly in this hour. Anyone who does not mind it will keep their place. The household said nothing. Lady Catelyn, standing very still beside her husband, with her red hair brushed and her face very pale, said nothing. The king, sober, gray-faced, hungover but standing, looked up at the dragon on the tower with the kind of long, slow recognition of a man who has known in his bones what he had been hating for 15 years. The king looked at Jon. The king looked at Lord Eddard. The king said in his great loud voice, although the voice was not quite as loud as it had been at the start of the visit, stark face, Targaryen blood, by the 7 hells, Ned, you old wolf, you old wolf. The king laughed. It was the laugh of a man who had been forgiven, although no one had forgiven him. The king turned to Jon. The king said, "Boy, I killed your father. Probably I killed him for the wrong reasons. I did not know it. I am not sure I would not do it again if I had to choose between him and your aunt." "But your aunt," the king's voice cracked. The king said, "Your aunt was the best woman I ever knew and I have been mourning her every day for 15 years. I am glad she is in you. Be well, boy." Jon, with his small, still face, said, "Thank you, your grace." The king clapped him on the shoulder. The king's hand was heavy. The king said, "Lo. And the next time you bring a dragon over my castle in the dark, give me warning. I am too old to be surprised by such things." The dragon on the tower lifted her great cream gold head and let out a single long note that hung in the cold morning air, a note that was almost a song, and the household, those who had been silent, those who had not yet been able to speak, at last began to murmur. The murmur was not fear. The murmur was something else. The murmur was a household coming to terms in the slow, patient way of a northern household with a thing it had not known about itself. The realm did not yet know. The realm would learn in time. But Winterfell knew, that morning in the autumn of 298 AC, and Winterfell, quiet, dutiful, steady, accepted. Jon stood at his father's side and watched the household see him. He thought, my kinsman would be proud, he thought. The long secret has ended, he thought. The long war begins. Chapter 9. The burning of whispering would the realm's collapse came faster than even the Maester at the wall had foreseen. And it came in the shape no one in Westeros had been preparing for, because the shape was made up, in the end, of a single fat king who had decided. In a Winterfell bedchamber over a Valyrian dagger and an old friend's hand, to be a different man than he had been. The procession had reached King's Landing in the early winter of 298. The Queen had returned to her court. The Queen, finding the Iron Throne occupied only by her son and her father's gold, had begun, as the Maester at the wall would have predicted, and as Lord Eddard Stark and Jon Snow and a great fat red-bearded man at Winterfell now expected, to consolidate. She summoned her father from Casterly Rock. She summoned a great host of her bannermen. She announced, in a careful series of declarations sent to every great house of the realm, that His Grace King Robert was wintering in the north out of his old friendship with his hand, and that in the meantime the great affairs of the realm would be administered by a council under the regency of Prince Joffrey, who would soon be coming of age. The declarations were polite. The declarations were correct in form. The declarations told every reader in every solar of every great house that the king was, in effect, deposed. The realm read the declarations. The Reach declared for the crown. The Riverlands waited. The Vale waited, and the Vale was a question, because Lord Arryn was dead, and his widow Lysa Tully, Lady Catelyn's sister, held the Eyrie with her young son, And Lysa was not a stable woman, and Lysa would do what Lysa would do. Dorne waited, and Dorne was, of all the realms, the realm with the longest memory of the killing of the Targaryen princess and her children. And Dorne had been waiting for a moment like this for a long time. The Iron Islands waited because Balon Greyjoy was waiting. Balon Greyjoy was always waiting. Balon Greyjoy had been waiting for 10 years and would wait for another, although the wait was running short. The Stormlands declared neither for nor against. Renly Baratheon, the king's youngest brother, was in the south raising his banners for himself, the rumors said, although Renly was being polite about it. Stannis Baratheon, the king's middle brother, was on Dragonstone, watching, with the long, quiet patience of a man who had been overlooked all his life. And the North declared, in a single brief letter from Winterfell signed by Lord Eddard Stark and addressed to no one in particular, that the king was at Winterfell, and that the king's will was at Winterfell, and that any party who wished to communicate with the king could do so through the king's old hand who was now resident with him. The letter did not threaten. The letter did not condemn. The letter only said, "He is here. Come to him. The realm read it." The queen's people did not come. The queen's people sent, instead, a small thin lord named Petyr Baelish, who arrived at Winterfell in early winter with a smile and a satchel of papers and a proposition. The proposition was simple. The queen would forgive Lord Eddard's small irregularity in keeping the king in the north, if Lord Eddard would forgive the queen's small irregularity in having attempted, by one means or another, to kill his son. The queen would even, the proposition said, name a new hand of the king, a man of Lord Eddard's choosing, from the north if he liked, and the realm could go on. Petyr Baelish smiled at Lord Eddard across the long table of the solar and laid out the proposition the way a merchant lays out cloth. Lord Eddard listened. Lord Eddard did not smile. Lord Eddard, when Petyr had finished, said, "Lord Baelish, the dagger that was sent to my son was traced to a hand at your urging. The catspaw confessed before he died. I have his confession in writing, signed by my maester, by my master-at-arms, and by his grace the king, who was present at the questioning." This last was a small lie. The king had not been present at the questioning of the catspaw, because the catspaw had not been questioned. The catspaw had bled out within a minute of his throat opening. But Lord Eddard had asked the king later, and the king, in his Winterfell sobriety, had said yes. He believed the catspaw had said what Lord Eddard said he had said, and the king had signed his name to it. The king's signature, on a paper Lord Eddard now held in his hand, had been signed sober and at Winterfell, and it would be very difficult for anyone in the south to dispute. The king had also said, very quietly to Lord Eddard, that he understood why the lie was being told and that he did not mind it. Petyr Baelish looked at the paper. Petyr Baelish smiled. Petyr Baelish said, "My Lord of Stark, I am not the man who hired the catspaw." "Then who is?" "The queen's brother Tyrion, possibly. Tyrion was at Winterfell at the time of my son's fall and has been polite to my son ever since. Tyrion is a sly man. Tyrion is the only Lannister you would name in front of me without consequence. That suggests to me that you would name him whether or not it were true." Petyr's smile did not change. Petyr said, "What would my lord prefer me to take back to King's Landing?" Lord Eddard said quietly, "Take this. Tell your queen that the king is wintering in the north, and that he will be returning south only when his health permits. Tell her that the realm's business may continue under the small council's hand. Tell her that any attempt to remove the king from his hand will be met with a force she has not yet imagined. Tell her this exactly. Do not embellish. Do not omit. Tell her you have seen the strength of Winterfell with your own eyes, and that the strength of Winterfell is greater than she knows. Tell her lastly that any further attempt on the life of any son of mine will be answered in kind. Goodbye, Lord Baelish." Petter Baelish, who had not expected to be dismissed so soon, gathered his papers carefully. He stood. He bowed. He said, "My Lord of Stark, the realm is a complex thing. The Queen is a complex woman. There are many ways forward." Lord Eddard said, "Goodbye, Lord Baelish." Petter Baelish went. Petter Baelish reported to the Queen in due course. The Queen, hearing the report, did what the Queen would do. The Queen ordered her bannermen to muster. The Queen ordered the Reach, which had declared for her, to muster. The Queen ordered her father Tywin Lannister to bring up the Westerlands. The Queen declared, in a small careful letter sent to every lord of the realm in the third moon of winter 299 AC, that the king at Winterfell was in fact being held against his will by his hand, who had abducted him on the king's recent visit to the north, and that the realm must therefore, for the king's safety, march to recover him. The realm read the letter. The realm did not believe it. The realm believed it, however, just enough that the realm allowed itself to be raised, in the small, hesitant way armies are raised when no one wants the war but no one can avoid it. Tywin Lannister rode out of Casterly Rock with 20,000 men. The Tyrells in Highgarden raised 18,000. The Tyrells did not march. The Tyrells held south to wait and to see. The Tyrells understood that whatever happened to the king at Winterfell would shape their next decade, and they did not want to be in the wrong place when the news broke. Robb Stark, Lord Eddard's eldest son, just turned 16, called the Banners of the North. The banners came. The banners came faster than they had ever come. The banners came because the North had been carrying, all winter, the strange news that there were dragons in Winterfell. The story had spread first through the household, then through the village of Winter Town, then through the smaller holdings, then through every keep from White Harbor to the Wall. The northern lords, Karstark, Umber, Manderley, Glover, Mormont, Forrester, Serwyn, Tallheart, had ridden into Winterfell over the course of the winter to see for themselves, and Lord Eddard had taken each of them down into the crypts and into the chamber Jon had once opened, which Jon had now properly opened, the cracked seal repaired, the wall taken down, the chamber visible. And Jon had stood with his three at Hollowmoss while the northern lords stood in the chamber, and Lord Eddard had told them in his quiet, careful voice what their lord had brought home from a dying sister 15 years ago. The lords had wept. Not all of them. The older Karstark had not wept. Great Jon Umber had laughed instead, the great booming laugh of a man who has been wanting to fight a Lannister with a real weapon all his life and has at last been given one. But many of them had wept. They had wept because Lyanna Stark had been a girl they remembered, and they had wept because Rhaegar Targaryen had been a prince the North had once not hated, and they had wept because the world they had thought they had been living in had been the wrong world. The lords had gone back to their keeps, and they had raised their banners. By the end of the third moon of winter 299, the North had 18,000 men in the field. Robb commanded them. Robb, 16 in his father's mail, with his tully red hair brushed and his stark face very serious. Robb had been preparing for this for 3 months. Robb had been working with Sir Roderick and Maester Luwin and his father over maps in the solar, and Robb had been growing into the work the way Jon had once watched him grow into his father's chair at dinner. Robb was not a brilliant commander. Robb was a steady one. Robb listened. Robb took advice. Robb did not pretend to know what he did not know. Robb was, in the small phrase Jon had heard him say once to himself in front of a map, learning as fast as he could. Jon flew. He flew with the three. He flew as scout. He flew the long lines of the Lannister advance from the air, perhaps 400 feet up, high enough not to be shot at, low enough to read banners. And he came home with the count and the disposition and the speed. He flew when he had to fly in daylight. The South needed to see him. The South needed to understand. The first time he flew the twins, just past midwinter, the bridge guards had seen Tyraxes long before he was overhead, and the great gate of the twins had been closed by the time he came over it, and the small gray figures of men below him had stood in the courtyards and looked up. Some had knelt. Some had run for cover. One or two had loosed arrows that fell short and to one side. And Tyraxes had circled once, twice, 3 times, and Jon had reported home that the twins were on a war footing and would not be passed easily by an army coming south through the neck. He had also reported home that the twins were Walder Frey's, and that Walder Frey was an old man, and that Walder Frey had been, for some weeks, in coded correspondence with the Lannisters. Jon had not gotten this from the air. Jon had gotten it from Maester Luwin, who had gotten it from a young Maester at the Twins who had been pupil mate to Maester Luwin at the Citadel a quarter-century ago, and who had been writing letters of a particular flavor to his old friend through the autumn. The young Maester at the Twins had a conscience. The young Maester at the Twins had seen the letters Walder Frey had been sending and receiving, and the young Maester had become uneasy enough, over a period of weeks, as the implications of the letters had settled into him, that he had begun to write his old friend with very small, careful, indirect notes. Maester Luwin had read the notes. Maester Luwin had brought them to Lord Eddard. Lord Eddard had brought them to Robb. Robb had said, "He is going to betray us. Walder Frey is going to let our army across the Twins, and then he is going to give us up to the Lannisters." "That is what the Maester believes," said Maester Luwin. "For what price? A marriage to a Lannister granddaughter, a new title, a grain monopoly south of the neck, a pardon for the more colorful of his sons." "He is a great old maggot," said Robb, in a flat voice Jon had not heard from him before. "He is a great old maggot, and he has been waiting his whole life to be in a position to do exactly this," Lord Eddard had said. "Yes, Robb, he has," Robb said. "Then we must not put ourselves in his position," Lord Eddard said, "or we must put him in ours." Robb thought about it. Robb said after a long moment, "How?" Lord Eddard said, "He has not betrayed us yet. He has only written letters that he believes are secret. We can, if we choose, make those letters public before they are acted on. We can write Walder a careful letter expressing our gratitude for his loyalty and inviting him to send his eldest grandson to Winterfell as an honored guest. We can mention, in the same letter, that we have read his recent correspondence with House Lannister and that we look forward to his explanation of it on his next visit to court. We can do this in writing. We can do it in a way that puts a witness on every line." Robb laughed once, sharply. Robb said, "And he will reply." Lord Eddard said, "He will reply. He will reply by either disavowing the Lannister correspondence and falling in line, in which case we have him on a leash for the rest of his life, or by failing to reply, in which case we know he means to go through with the betrayal, and we treat him as a traitor before he has done the deed. Either way we have stopped the Red Wedding." "The what?" said Robb. "The marriage feast at the Twins," said Lord Eddard, "where the Frey banners and the Lannister banners would have come down on our backs at the wine. That was the plan by the Maester's letters. We will write Walder Frey such a letter that he understands that we know, and that he and we have a different understanding now, and that the price of his life is the price of a long obedience," Robb said. "And if he means to go through anyway," Lord Eddard said, "then we ride to the Twins with 12,000 men and a dragon, and we behead him at his own gate, and we install his most cowardly son in his place, who will be too frightened of us ever to be a problem." Robb said, "I want to behead him myself," Lord Eddard said. "If it comes to that, you will." The letter was written. The letter was sent. The letter was answered by Walder Frey in a tone of vast offended dignity, denying that any letter to the Lannisters had ever been written, claiming that the Maester at the Twins was a senile old fool, and protesting his eternal loyalty to House Stark. The letter was signed in 3 places with the Frey seal and copied by Walder Frey's own grandchildren at his dictation. Lord Eddard read the letter, and Lord Eddard said, "He cannot disavow it now. We have him in writing. We have his grandchildren's hands on the paper. If he turns now, the proof of his earlier perfidy will follow him, and his bannermen, his more honest bannermen, of whom he has a few, will turn on him. He has signed himself onto our leash." "Good," said Robb, and Jon. "Yes, father, fly over the twins once more in the next moon. Lo, slowly. Make sure Walder sees you. Make sure his grandchildren see you. Make sure his daughters see you. Make sure his bannermen see you. We want him to remember every day what he is now bound to." "Yes, father." Jon flew. He flew low over the twins on a clear cold day in the 4th moon of winter, with Tyrax's great red and black body casting a shadow the length of 2 ships across the cold, dark river, and the gatehouses of the twins were full of small figures looking up. And the courtyards were full of small figures looking up, and the tall central tower had at its uppermost window a small thin figure with a long white beard who was looking up at the dragon and the boy on the dragon. And the small thin figure did not move while Tyraxes made 3 slow circuits of the bridge. Jon returned to Winterfell. Jon reported. Lord Eddard nodded. Lord Eddard said, "He has been seen. The Red Wedding never happened. The North's army marched. It crossed the neck. It crossed the twins." And Walder Frey received Robb at his own gate with a face like a man who had eaten his own tongue, and had decided he would chew the rest of himself if he had to, in order to keep his head on his shoulders. And the North marched south into the Riverlands, where Robb's mother's people were already in revolt against the Lannister incursions, and the North gathered the Riverlands' banners as it came. And by the 6th moon of 299, the army of the North and the Riverlands was 30,000 strong, and was moving down the western Riverlands toward the great host of Tywin Lannister. Jon flew ahead of it. He flew the country between the Trident and the Whispering Wood, low and slow, marking the Lannister positions. He marked Tywin's camps. He marked Tywin's outriders. He marked the places where the Lannister men were thin and the places where they were thick. He came home in the evenings to Robb's tent and laid out the map and showed Robb where the Lannisters were, and where the Lannisters' western Lord Jaime Lannister, yes, Jaime, who had been given the command of an army of his own and was riding fast up the King's Road with 16,000 men, would intersect with Tywin in perhaps a fortnight. The wedge of 2 Lannister armies was closing on Robb's host. Robb had to break the wedge before it closed. The plan to break the wedge was Robb's. Jon had helped him refine it. Maester Luwin had blessed it. Lord Eddard by Raven from Winterfell had approved it. The plan was this: Robb would split his force. He would send 15,000 men under Roose Bolton's command. And yes, the Boltons were in the host, although Roose was being watched by men of his own bannermen, whom Lord Eddard had quietly inserted into Roose's command structure with very specific instructions. Because Lord Eddard did not trust Roose and did not need to trust Roose to use him, east toward Tywin at the Green Fork. Roose's army was the loud one. Roose's army was the army Tywin would expect. Roose would skirmish with Tywin. Roose would lose, perhaps, a small battle. Roose would draw Tywin's eye and Tywin's full army into the eastern Riverlands. Roose was Lord Eddard had told Robb, the right man for this work. Roose did not have the ambition to do something heroic. Roose had the ambition to do something cautious. Roose would skirmish and withdraw and skirmish and withdraw, and Tywin would chase him for weeks. And Tywin's 20,000 would be miles and miles east of where they had started. Meanwhile, Robb himself would take 15,000 men. The cavalry, the Riverlanders, the Karstarks, the great Jon Umber's people, the Serwins, the Tallhearts, West across the Riverlands, fast, by routes Jon had scouted to intercept Jaime Lannister at the Whispering Wood. Jaime was riding north up the Kingsroad to relieve Riverrun, which was Lady Catelyn's father's keep, and was the central knot of the Riverlands rebellion. Jaime would be in the Whispering Wood, a narrow valley with steep slopes and a river running through it, by the new moon of the 7th month. Jaime would not be expecting Robb to be there. Jaime would be expecting Robb to be facing Tywin in the east. Robb would close on Jaime in the Whispering Wood at night, by river, with the cavalry ready to fall on his column at first light. And Jon would do what Jon had been waiting his whole life to do, which was to come over the wood at dawn on Valeria's back and burn the road. Burn it. Burn the Lannister column. Burn the great army of the Westerlands that had killed his sister cousin against a wall 15 years ago, that had paid the catspaw to slip a Valyrian dagger between Bran's ribs, that had killed his uncle Brandon and his grandfather Rickard and his good aunt Alia and his cousins the Small Princess and the Small Prince. Burn it, but not all of it. Lord Eddard had been very precise. Jon, he had said the evening before Jon had ridden south with Robb's host. Jon, hear me. You will burn the column. You will burn it in a way that leaves no doubt. But you will not burn the woods. The Whispering Wood is the people of the small holders. They have lived there 100 years. They will not have run far enough when the burning begins. You will burn the column on the road. You will narrow the flame. You will burn what you mean to burn. You will not burn what you do not mean to burn. Yes, father. And Jaime Lannister. Yes, father, if you can leave him alive. He will be more useful to us alive than dead. He is the Queen's brother. He is the Queen's most loved kin. If we have him alive in a cell at Winterfell, we can perhaps end this war by a different road than burning King's Landing. Yes, father, and Jon. Yes, father. His father had paused. His father had said, Tyrion. Yes, father. Tyrion is with Tywin's army by your scouts. Tyrion may be at the Whispering Wood or he may not. Tyrion did not, by Maester Luwin's letters, argue for the catspaw. Tyrion did not, by all accounts, argue for the murder of your brother. Tyrion is a Lannister, but Tyrion may not be the right Lannister to burn. I understand, father. Train your eye. Train it on the men you mean to take. Do not burn what you do not mean to burn. Yes, father. He had gone south with the army. He had ridden a horse on the marches, because riding the dragon would have been seen, and he had wanted his arrivals to be secret. He had ridden a horse like any other commander. He had ridden at Robb's right hand. He had been wearing, for the first time in his life, armor. A small dark plate harness Maester Luwin and Sir Roderick had made for him, fitted to his body, sized for the rider of a dragon, lighter and more agile than a knight's. He had carried at his hip a sword. The sword was the lighter sword his father had used the night of the catspaw. Lord Eddard had given it to him on the morning of the army's leaving. Lord Eddard had said, "This is my brother's sword. He died at King's Landing. It killed the catspaw who would have killed your brother. It is yours now." Jon had said, "Thank you, father," Lord Eddard had said. "Do not let it touch what does not need to be touched." Jon had said, "Yes, father." He rode with the host. He flew at night when no one but his commanders knew. He took Valera out of Hollowmoss each night and brought her south to a clearing they had pre-marked, a clearing 5 miles ahead of the host's encampment, where he could rest her for a few hours before the next night's flight. The three rotated. He brought Tyraxes on alternate nights. He brought Meager, who would not be ridden by anyone else and who would not stir if he was not needed, to the marches twice for spot raids on Lannister supply trains. Raids Meager undertook with the patient, methodical economy of his temperament, with no flash. No flame except where Jon directed, only the slow, careful destruction of a train of carts so that the Lannisters in the east would have, 2 weeks later, perhaps half the food they had been counting on. Meager was the right dragon for supply work. Meager's destruction was Meager's. Thorough, quiet, calm. By the new moon of the 7th month, Robb's army was in position above the Whispering Wood. Jaime Lannister was below in the wood, on his way north up the road. 16,000 Westerland's men. The road through the Whispering Wood was narrow. The column was long. The column would take perhaps 4 hours to pass through any given point of the wood, which meant that at any given hour, Jon could expect to find a third of the column on a road 2 miles in length. Robb's plan was simple. He would attack the column in the first hour of dawn with cavalry, from above, from the north slope of the wood. The cavalry would smash through the road and break the column in half. The half to the south would be cut off from the half to the north, and the half to the north would be held off by Jon's flame on the road. Jaime, who would be at the head of the column, Jaime always rode at the head, would be in the cut-off northern half, isolated with perhaps 2,000 of his guard. The mass of Jaime's army in the south half would be without command and would break and run. That was the plan. Jon flew Vihalira to her position at the 3rd hour of the morning. The wood was below him, dark. The river was a thin line of silver running through it. He could not see the column from the air. The column was inside the wood. The wood's canopy hid them. He could feel them. He could feel them through the bond, 16,000 men, mostly asleep in their bedrolls, their tents along the road in clusters, their horses tethered. He could pick out, by intuition that years of riding had taught him, the densest clusters of men. He could pick out, more importantly, the gaps between the clusters where the road's verge was empty of men. He would burn the empty verges first. He would put a wall of fire on either side of the road, away from the men. He would do it so that the men woke up between 2 walls of fire. He would not, on the first pass, burn the men. He would frighten them. He would give them the chance to throw down their arms. Robb's cavalry coming over the north ridge would not have to fight men in heart. They would have to round up men in panic. He looked east. The east was just beginning to gray. He thought, in High Valyrian, very calmly. Now, he brought Vihalira in over the wood low. He chose the place. He chose a long curve in the road where the cavalry would come down through a saddle in the ridge. He chose the verge on the riverside. The trees were thinner there. The burning would not catch the canopy. He chose the verge on the slope side. The slope was bare gorse. He sent the picture to Vihalira. He sent her, narrow, tight, low. She came down. She came down to 100 feet above the road. She opened her great cream-gold mouth. She put a long, thin lance of fire along the river verge, 300 yards of it, narrow and tall, a wall of cream-gold flame that lit the wood for a mile in either direction. She turned. She came back. She put a second wall on the slope verge. The wood lit up. The men below woke. Jon, banking Vihalira above the river, looked down at the road. He saw, very clearly in the new bright light of the dragonfire, the long winding mass of the Lannister column, and at the head of it, perhaps 400 yards north of where his fire had begun, the small shape of a man on a tall white horse in golden armor. Jaime Lannister had been awake. Jaime Lannister had been riding at the head of the column at the first hour of dawn, and Jaime Lannister had heard the wing beats above the wood and had looked up. And Jaime Lannister had seen, in the half-light of the just-begun dawn, the great cream-gold body of a dragon passing overhead. Jaime Lannister was now spurring his white horse forward, toward where the dragon had gone, toward the wall of fire, toward Jon. Jon understood at once. Jaime had decided. Jaime had decided that the dragon was the great problem of the army, and Jaime had decided that he, Jaime, would solve the great problem of the army personally, in single combat, in the small high time before the rest of his men were ready, with a lance. Jon turned Vihalira. He brought her down. He landed her on the road 30 yards in front of James' horse. He climbed down from her back. He stood in the road with his sword at his hip and his hood thrown back. He was 16 years old. He was lean and dark and small-shouldered and pale, with the long, stark face and the long, dark hair, and he was facing the famous Kingslayer in the road at dawn. The wood was bright around them with the cream gold fire of the dragon. The river was a dim shine to one side. Behind Jaime, the front guard of the Westerland's army was beginning to form up. Jaime had spurred ahead of them, and Jaime was alone for perhaps 30 seconds before they would catch him up. Jaime drew rein. Jaime stared at him. Jaime laughed. Jaime said in his clear, careful voice, "Bastard, so you did have a dragon?" Jon said, "3, my lord, 3. 2 are with my brother's host. The other I have flown south alone." "Why alone? To ask you to drop your sword, my lord." Jaime laughed again. Jaime said, "Boy, I have not dropped my sword for any man living." Jon said, "I am asking you to drop it for the man who is going to win this battle in the next quarter hour. I am asking you because my father wants you alive." "Your father? Eddard Stark? He is not your father. He is my father. He has been my father all my life. The man who fathered me was your queen's beloved, who is dead these 15 years. I owe your queen and your sister nothing on his behalf. I owe my father everything." Jaime's face changed. It changed by a very small amount. It changed in the way Jaime's face had once changed in the courtyard at Winterfell, when Jaime had ridden past Jon and frowned. Jaime, in this moment, was understanding again, a thing he had been resisting understanding for months. Jaime was the only one of the king's party who had ever come close to figuring it out, and Jaime in this moment was finally letting it through. Jaime said, "Rhaegar." "Yes, my lord, Rhaegar's son." "Yes." Jaime stared at him. Jaime, after a long moment, said, "Boy, do you know what I know what you did to his father." "Yes." "Do you know why?" "Yes." Jaime was silent. Jaime said quietly, "No one knows why. No one in the city has asked me. No one has wanted to know. They prefer the story that I did it for my queen." "I know why," said Jon. "Wildfire." Aerys had caches under King's Landing. He was going to burn the city if Tywin took the gates. You killed him to stop it. You killed him for the 500,000 people who would have burned. Jaime did not move. Jaime said, "How does the bastard of Winterfell know that, boy?" "From an old man at the wall," said Jon. "Who is dead now?" "An old man at the wall. Aemon Targaryen. He knew Aerys. He knew the wildfire caches. He had heard whispers of them in the city before he himself was sent north. He told me everything he had pieced together in his last years. He told me that you had done a thing in that throne room that the world would never thank you for, and that you had done it for the right reasons, and that I should know, if I ever met you, that you were not as you were called." Jaime, on his white horse in the dragonlight, was crying. It was a very small crying. It was the kind of crying that men who do not cry sometimes do. Only the eyes wet, only one tear on each cheek, the face otherwise still. But it was crying, and Jon understood, watching, that the Kingslayer had been waiting 15 years for someone to walk up to him in some corner of the world and tell him what he had told Jon a moment ago. Jaime said, "Boy, are you going to burn me?" Jon said, "Not if you drop your sword." Jaime considered. Jaime said, "If I drop my sword, my men will not drop theirs. They will charge. They will not charge a dragon. They will look at you, dismounted in the road, swordless, and then they will look up at the dragon behind me and they will throw down their arms. Some of them. Most of them. Some of them not. Some of them not. Those will die. I cannot help that. I have asked you to drop your sword. I have not asked your men. Your men have their own choices." Jaime nodded slowly. Jaime said, "And my sister?" Jon said, "My father will offer her exile across the sea with her son. He will not kill her if you give her up." "And the other one?" "Joffrey, my nephew." Jon hesitated. He said very carefully, "He will not be king." Jaime nodded again. Jaime swung down off his horse. Jaime drew his sword. Jaime threw it onto the road in front of Jon. Jaime took 2 steps back. Jaime raised his hands. Jaime said, loudly enough for the men forming up behind him to hear. "Hold!" The front guard of the Westerlands held. It was at this point that Robb's cavalry came over the ridge. They came as a single dark line down the saddle, 6 abreast, the great Jon Umber at their head, the Karstarks behind, the Serwans and Tallhearts on the flanks. 3,000 horse coming down through the trees with their banners up and their swords drawn. They hit the column at the curve where Jon had laid his fire, and the column broke. The southern half of the column was suddenly without command and was in panic. The southern half of the column threw down their arms in droves. The northern half, the half cut off with Jaime, saw Jaime in the road with his sword on the ground and a dragon behind him, and looked up at the slope where Robb's cavalry was coming down, and the northern half made the choice that was the only choice available to them, which was to throw down their arms. A quarter of an hour after Jon had laid his first wall of fire, the Battle of the Whispering Wood was over. 1,000 Lannister men had died, most of them in the first cavalry charge, when Robb's men had cut through the column and the panic had begun. 300 Stark men had died. 16,000 Westerlands men had been taken prisoner, or rather, had been disarmed, and were now standing in groups along the road in the gray dawn, watching the dragon on the road behind their captured commander. Jaime Lannister sat on the road verge with his hands in his lap and his face very still. Robb rode down to Jon. Robb dismounted. Robb stood beside Jon. Robb looked at Jaime at the prisoners at the wood. Robb said, "Jon?" Jon said, "Yes." Robb said, "I have a brother who burns armies." Jon said, "You have a brother?" Robb laughed. Robb laughed in the bright, clear way that Robb had always laughed. Robb clapped Jon on the shoulder. Robb said, "Father is going to be glad we left some of the wood standing." Jon said, "Father is going to be glad we left Jaime alive." Robb looked at Jaime. Robb said, "Yes, he will." In the weeks that followed, the Battle of the Whispering Wood became the great event of the war and the great turn of the war. The Lannister army of the West, 16,000 strong, was captured at a cost of 300 Stark men. Jaime Lannister was a prisoner. The Lannister army of the East, 20,000 under Tywin, was still in the field, marching east after Roose Bolton, and Tywin would not learn for 3 more days that his son was a captive, and his western army was gone. By the time Tywin learned, Robb was already moving south to cut Tywin off from his retreat to the Westerlands. Roose Bolton, in the east, was given his orders by Raven. Roose Bolton was told to engage Tywin at the Green Fork in the most formal possible battle. To lose, if he must, but to lose slowly, with great care for his men's lives, drawing Tywin's army deep into a position from which it could not retreat. Roose Bolton, who was being watched by men of his own bannermen who were watching for the small treason Roose Bolton was already plotting, did exactly what Lord Eddard expected him to do, which was to fight a small, careful battle in which he lost 3,000 of his own men and Tywin's army lost 6,000 of theirs. The battle pinned Tywin in place. The battle drew Tywin into a country he could not get out of quickly, and then Jon flew east. He flew east with Tyraxes on a clear, cold day in the 8th moon of 299. He came over Tywin Lannister's camp on the upper Green Fork at mid-morning. He came over it with Tyraxes at perhaps 300 feet, and he did what his father had told him to do, which was to make Tywin Lannister see him very clearly and to give Tywin a single opportunity to surrender. Tyraxes circled the camp 3 times. Below, the men of the Westerlands scattered and reformed again in panic. Pikes were raised, crossbows were drawn, quarrels flew up. They did not reach. The great red and black body of Tyraxes hung above the camp like a moving piece of the sky. Jon, on Tyrax's back with his hood thrown back, said in high Valyrian to himself, "The eye is the weapon." He looked very carefully at one man in the camp. He looked at the small figure in the gold mail at the center of the camp. The figure who had not moved when the dragon began circling. The figure who was standing at the door of the great command tent, looking up. Tywin Lannister, in the camp on the Green Fork, looked up at the dragon. Tyraxes felt Jon's eye on the figure. Jon did not give the command. He did not need to. He let Tyraxes feel his eye for a long moment, and then he closed his eye, and Tyraxes, patient, intelligent, bonded, understood. Not the man. Not the eye. Not yet. Show him what he would lose. Jon turned his eye to the tents at the edge of the camp. Tyraxes opened his great red and black mouth. A line of fire, narrow, controlled, neat, went down the long edge of the camp, taking the cook tents, the supply wagons, 3 of the smaller command tents. The fire was bright. The fire was hot. The fire was over in 15 seconds. The tents Tyraxes had taken were gone. Tyraxes circled again. Jon, on his back, looked at Tywin. Tywin looked up at him. Tywin Lannister, in his prime, alone at his command tent, with his army in panic around him and a quarter of his camp on fire, stood with his hands at his sides and looked at the boy on the dragon. Tywin did not speak. Tywin only looked. Tywin's face was the face of a man who, for the first time in his life of 30 years of unbroken political ascent, was being told that he had miscalculated. Tyraxes hovered above the command tent. Jon, on his back, said in his ordinary voice, although the dragon's wingbeats carried his voice across the camp the way a great hall carries a quiet voice, said, "My lord Tywin, your son is alive at Winterfell. Your daughter has lost her army of the west. Your eastern army is half dead and surrounded. Throw down your banners. Send your knights home. Pay the realm 300,000 dragons for the war you started. Surrender your daughter to my father's mercy, which will be exile. Surrender your grandson to be fostered with me at Winterfell, where I will teach him to be a man and not a monster. Do this and you may keep your seat at Casterly Rock. Refuse and your house ends at this Green Fork in this hour." Tywin Lannister did not speak. He stood at his command tent and looked at the dragon for a long, long minute. Then Tywin Lannister, who had broken the reins of Castamere, who had served as hand to a mad king for 2 decades, who had sent his own children into King's Landing to take the realm, Tywin Lannister, with his face very still, knelt in the mud of his command tent. He did not say the words. He did not have to. He had knelt. The Battle of the Green Fork, which would have been one of the great battles of the war, became, by Tywin Lannister's kneeling in the mud, in front of his bannermen, in front of his army of 20,000 men, in front of the dragon, a surrender. Roose Bolton's men disarmed Tywin Lannister's men by midday. Roose Bolton himself rode into Tywin's command tent at 3. Roose Bolton, who had been planning for the previous 3 weeks to switch sides at the convenient moment, discovered that the convenient moment had passed without him, and that Tywin Lannister had already knelt, and that there was no longer any side to switch to. Roose Bolton, taking the surrender, looked very small. Roose Bolton went home to the Dreadfort. Roose Bolton stayed there for the rest of his life, which was, by the careful arrangements Lord Eddard would later make, short. Roose Bolton's bastard Ramsay was caught in the Dreadfort kennels, 3 weeks later doing something that even the most loyal Bolton bannermen could not stomach. And Ramsay was given to the kennels, and the Boltons were extinct in the male line by the end of 299. And Lord Eddard's new warden of the Dreadfort was Great Jon Umber's cousin, who would be a steady man and a useful one. The war was over. It ended in the 8th moon of 299 AC, less than a year after it had begun. The Queen, Cersei Lannister, alone in King's Landing with her son and her uncles, and a small council that had begun in the last weeks to forget to come to its meetings, surrendered the Iron Throne in the 9th moon. When Lord Eddard rode into the city at the head of an army, the Reach had at last decided not to oppose. The Queen and her son were placed under house arrest at the Red Keep. The Queen would, in time, be exiled to Tarth, where the new Lord Selwyn Tarth would house her as a guest and a prisoner for the rest of her life. Her son Joffrey would not be king. Joffrey would be sent to the Citadel to be trained, at Lord Eddard's order, against Joffrey's furious objection, as a Maester. Joffrey would not be a good Maester. Joffrey would be killed in his 2nd year at the Citadel by a fellow novice who had grown tired of his cruelty. The novice would be punished, quietly, without execution. The realm would not weep for Joffrey. The realm would not be told the truth of his parentage. The realm would be told only that the small boy had not had the constitution for the Maester's life. Tommen Lannister, Joffrey's small younger brother, soft, was sent home to the Westerlands with his sister Miecella. He would grow up under his uncle Tyrion's care at Casterly Rock. He would be a kind young lord and a kind young man. He would never rule. He would not want to. Miecella Lannister would marry, in 304, the 3rd son of the Prince of Dorne, in a match that healed Dorne's old grievances and brought Dorne back into the realm's fold. The match would be Lord Eddard's, and would be a good one. Tyrion Lannister, the small, clever man who had looked at Jon at Winterfell with the long, curious gaze of a mind that could not stop noticing, was made the new Warden of the West by Lord Eddard, with the consent of Tywin in his last years. Tyrion would govern Casterly Rock for the next 30 years. Tyrion would marry late and would have one daughter who would marry a Tyrell. Tyrion would write a book about the war. Tyrion's book would be one of the great books of the age. Tyrion would say, in private, that he had known from the day he met Jon Snow at Winterfell that the bastard was no bastard, although he had not known what. Tyrion would tell the story of his half-second look at Jon in the king's procession line at every dinner he ever attended for the rest of his life. Tyrion would, in his book, write a chapter titled The Bastard at the Back of the Line, which would become, among scholars of the period, one of the most quoted chapters of any history of the era. And Jaime Lannister did not go home to the Westerlands. Jaime Lannister did not go to King's Landing. Jaime Lannister did not go to Tarth with his sister. Jaime Lannister, released from his imprisonment at Winterfell 3 weeks after the war ended, chose, when Lord Eddard asked him what he would have, to go to the Wall. He took the Black on his 30th birthday. He served at the Wall at Castle Black, in the cell that had once been Maester Aemon's by his own request, for the next 40 years. He never returned south. He never spoke to his sister again. He read, in the long, quiet years of his service, every book in Maester Aemon's small library. He wrote, in the last years of his life, a small memoir that has not yet been published. In the memoir he describes the morning at the Whispering Wood when the bastard of Winterfell, the bastard who was no bastard, Jaime wrote, landed his dragon in the road and asked Jaime to drop his sword, and Jaime did. Jaime writes, I do not know how I knew, but I knew at once that the boy in the road was Rhaegar's son. I had been carrying the secret of the wildfire in my heart for 15 years, and the boy lifted it out of me with one sentence. I owe him my life. I owe him my honor. I owe him the long, quiet years that have come after. I would not have lived without him. I would have died on that road, or I would have died in a Lannister keep with a Lannister knife in my back. He did me a great kindness in the wood. I have served the rest of my life, at his suggestion, by his guidance, to repay it. The war ended. Lord Eddard sat on the Iron Throne for 3 months as the temporary regent of the realm, Lord Eddard, who did not want it. But who had to do it until the question of who would sit it permanently was settled? The lords of the realm met in council at King's Landing in the 10th moon of 299. They voted. They voted by a great majority: the Reach, the Crownlands, the Riverlands, the Westerlands, the North, the Vale, Dorne, that the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms was the eldest grandson of King Aerys Roman II, the son of Crown Prince Rhaegar, the boy raised under the name Jon Snow in House Stark. They voted that he would be crowned at the soonest convenient hour. They voted that he would be styled Aegon, the sixth of his name. The Iron Islands abstained. The Iron Islands had been in revolt for 2 years. The Iron Islands were a question for another season. Stannis Baratheon, on Dragonstone, declined to vote and declined to recognize the result. Stannis would, in time, be brought into the fold by careful diplomacy and by the steady weight of every other house's recognition. Stannis was a stubborn man, but not an unreasonable one. Renly Baratheon, the king's youngest brother, had been already dead by then, killed at Storm's End by a Baratheon bannerman who had decided not to follow him into a war against the realm and had taken matters into his own hands. The Stormlands recognized Aegon. Jon, who refused to be called Aegon, except in the small, careful settings where the formal name was required, and who insisted on continuing to be called Jon by his family and by his closest companions, sat the Iron Throne in the 11th moon of 299 AC, in a small, careful ceremony at the Red Keep, with the High Septon presiding. He wore black. He wore the long, stark cloak. He carried the lighter sword his father had given him on the morning the army marched south, which had been Brandon Stark's sword, which had killed the Catspaw. He did not have a crown made. He wore an old one Aemon Targaryen had once worn as a small boy at Summerhall, which had been brought to him by a young brother of the Watch, the brother who had once read Aemon's letters to him, who had ridden south for the coronation at Jon's request. Jon set the crown on his own head. He did not let any Septon do it. He sat the throne. He looked at the room. He thought, in the small, careful Valyrian he had taught himself across 10 years in a hidden chamber under the Crypts of Winterfell, my kinsman would say, I have come to it clean. I have. I will hold it cleanly. I will give it back to the realm in better shape than I received it, he thought, with the small wry smile that he had brought with him from Winterfell, and that would be his face for the rest of his reign. And then the long night, he thought. But that comes next. Chapter 10. The Long Night. 5 years early he had been a king for 2 years when the dead at last began to walk south. The reign had been a quiet one in the way men who have not survived a war remember the years immediately after a war as quiet. It had not been quiet for the new king. The new king had spent the years 300 and 301 in the dull, patient labor of putting back together a realm that had been broken in too many small places, appointing maesters, settling disputes between bannermen whose blood feuds had been suspended by the war and were now resuming, restocking the King's Landing granaries that had been emptied during Cersei Lannister's last summer, rebuilding the destroyed parts of the southern Westerlands, negotiating with the Iron Islands, paying off the war's debts to the Iron Bank. And, perhaps the great quiet labor of the 2 years, laying the slow, careful groundwork for the war he knew was coming. The war the Maester at the Wall had warned him about. The war that no one in the South wanted to believe in. He worked from a study in the Red Keep he had carved out of what had been Aerys Targaryen's old library. The rooms had not been used by the Baratheons. Jon had liked them. They had a high north-facing window, and they had, as Jon had discovered on his second morning, a small set of locked cabinets in the inner wall, which his father had helped him open, and which had contained Aerys' old papers, most of them ranting and incoherent. But a few of them, perhaps a dozen, which had been the careful private records of the Mad King's more lucid days. Jon read them. He read them all. He understood, reading them, that Ares had himself known about the long night in the small lucid corners of his mind, and had been planning, in his madness, to defend the realm against it with the only weapon his madness could conceive, which was wildfire. Ares had been preparing the wildfire caches not against his own people, but against the dead. The madness, in his sicker days, had inverted the target. The madness had directed the wildfire against the city he meant to defend. But the wildfire itself, Jon understood, reading, had been laid in for a purpose, and the purpose had been the long night. Jon, in the small, careful month of his reign during which he read the old papers, had the wildfire caches dug up by his master of war. The wildfire was, the Alchemists' Guild assured him, twitching at the work, still potent. The wildfire was, in fact, the largest known cache of wildfire in the world, perhaps 2,000 pots, and the wildfire could be moved. Jon ordered it moved north. He ordered it carted, very carefully, by the route his army had used a year earlier, to Moat Cailin, where it was placed in the deep dry cellars under the old keep, and where it would wait until needed. He had also, in those 2 years, executed the great work he had promised Mance Rayder he would execute. He had brought the free folk south. He had begun in the second moon of 300. He had sent for Mance. Mance had come south, not on a dragon, because Mance had refused to ride a dragon and would never ride one in his life, but on a horse, escorted by 10 of Mance's own men, with a letter of safe conduct under the king's seal. Mance had ridden to King's Landing. Mance had been put up in the Tower of the Hand, as the king's guest. Mance had eaten at the king's table, sat on the king's small council in observation, and met every great lord of the realm in turn over the course of a moon. Mance had said very little. Mance had listened. Mance had learned what the South was. Mance had taken his learning back over the wall. Then, in the third moon of 300, Jon had brought the free folk through. It had not been one great migration. It had been many small ones. Mance had been organizing his people for 2 years. Mance had been gathering them, very quietly, in 3 or 4 staging valleys north of the wall. Now Mance moved them. They came through the wall at the gate of Castle Black, in groups of 300 or 400 at a time, over the course of a year and a half. They came with their goats and their dogs and their few possessions. They came with the old and the young. They came with the women who were pregnant. They came with the men of fighting age. Jon's officers received them at the wall. They counted them. They moved them south by long, careful routes to lands that had been prepared for them. Empty lands, mostly. The abandoned holdfasts of the Gift, the cleared villages of the eastern Wolfswood, the upper lake country east of Long Lake, the high country north of Last Hearth. The empty hills of the western Stormlands, where the small lords of Renly's old bannermen had been thinned by Renly's war, and had not yet had the population to fill back in. The free folk were given the lands by King's grant. They were given seed, livestock, and 3 years of taxes forgiven. They were given the same protections under the king's laws as any of the king's lords had. They were, in return, sworn to a single condition. When the long night came, they would fight. They had agreed before Mance had even spoken on their behalf. They had been preparing to fight the long night their whole lives. They were grateful for the seed. By the end of 301, over 100,000 of the free folk were south of the wall. They were not a great body of people by southern measures. The Reach alone had 4 million, but they were the largest population of fighting men the long night would have. They were, very largely, dispersed in the country north of the Trident, where they could be deployed quickly. They had in their new villages smiths who Jon had sent to teach them the working of obsidian, dragonglass. Jon had begun mining it in the second moon of 300, from Dragonstone, where Stannis Baratheon, now Lord of Dragonstone in his own right, having at last been brought into the realm in a settlement in which he had received Dragonstone and Storm's End and a seat on the small council, had given Jon permission to work the great deposits in the volcanic mountain. The mining was constant. The mining was slow. Jon had 200 men working at day and night, in shifts. The dragonglass was being carted north, in great wagons, by the same routes the wildfire had taken, to Moat Cailin and then beyond, to the free folk villages, to the smiths of the north, to the new garrisons of the wall, where the watch had been doubled and tripled and quadrupled in the past 2 years, and where the men were being armed and trained for the work coming. Each man of the watch was issued a sword of ordinary steel, but also a dagger of dragonglass, an arrowhead pack of dragonglass, and a small bone whistle that, when blown, called for a dragon. Jon had been working on the whistle. The bond, he had learned, could carry the call of a particular high pitch over distance, and the dragons could be taught to come. The whistle was an emergency tool. The whistle would be one of the great untold weapons of the long night. He had also, in those 2 years, completed his collection of Valyrian steel. He had asked, in the first moon of his reign, for the Valyrian blades of the realm. He had not commanded, he had asked. He had written to every house that held a Valyrian blade and had explained, in his careful, patient voice, what was coming. He had asked them to send their blades north. He had asked them to send the blades not for himself, but for the war. He had promised that the blades would be returned after the war. He had given his word as king and as Stark and as Targaryen. The houses had answered. Most of them had sent. House Mormont sent Longclaw. House Hightower sent Vigilance. House Lannister, by Tyrion's hand, sent Brightroar, the famous lost blade of House Lannister, which Tyrion had quietly tracked down in Volantis and bought back at his own cost, and which he sent north with a small letter saying, "Your Grace, I hope you will lose this blade in better company than my house did." House Tarly refused at first. House Tarly was given a year to reconsider. House Tarly reconsidered. By the end of 301, Jon had 13 Valyrian steel blades stockpiled at Winterfell. He had broken 3 of them in the slow, careful smithing work of Tobho Mott, the great smith of King's Landing, brought north for the work, into smaller blades. He had 140 arrows tipped with Valyrian steel. He had 18 blades of full length, distributed to the men who would lead the great companies of the long night. His father, his brother Robb, his uncle Benjen at the wall, his commanders of the watch, his commanders of the free folk, his master-at-arms. The captain of the new dragon guard he had founded, a small body of 50 knights sworn to ride with the dragons, and his sister, Arya had asked in the second moon of 300 when he was making the list. Arya had been 12. Arya had said, "I want one. I'll learn to use it." "I am going to be at the long night," he had said. "Arya, you are 12. Arya had said, "I am going to be 13 when the long night comes. I am going to be 14, perhaps. I am going to be old enough. I have been training with Syrio since I was 8. I am going to be at the long night, brother. I am going to be there with a sword or without one. Give me one." He had given her one. Arya had carried it for 2 years. She had been training with it for 2 years. Syrio Forel, whom Lord Eddard had paid to remain in King's Landing as a master of arms during the new reign, on Jon's careful suggestion, had been training her every morning at dawn in the courtyards of the Red Keep. And then, when Arya had come north with Lord Eddard in the autumn of 301 to prepare for the war, Syrio had come too. Arya was, at 14, the fastest sword the realm had under the age of 20. She was, Jon understood, watching her train one morning at Winterfell from the kitchen garden wall where he had sat as a boy, going to be very good at killing whites. She also had another job. He had made her his master of whispers. He had made her on her 14th name day. He had given her a small office in the Red Keep, and a small office at Winterfell, and a budget of 50,000 dragons a year, and the run of his ravens. Arya was small. Arya was a girl. Arya could go where his official agents could not. Arya, in the past year, had personally walked Bravu's in the disguise of an apprentice, and had brought back to Jon a complete picture of the Iron Bank's positions in the realm, and the names of every man in the realm who owed them money privately. Arya had personally interviewed 3 Old Town merchants who had been doing business with Pentos under cover names, and had brought home a precise map of where the dragon eggs of Daenerys Targaryen's brood were probably hatched, and where she had taken them in the year of Jon's coronation. Arya had run, by the autumn of 301, a network of 23 small, careful agents across the realm, all of whom believed they were working for a clerk of the king's exchequer, and would not have believed any of them was working for a 14-year-old girl. Arya was the great hidden weapon of the reign. Arya was Jon's eye, and Sansa. Sansa, who had grown into her great quiet, courteous dignity during the war years, and who had been Lady of Winterfell in her father's absence, was now, by Lord Eddard's own preference, which Jon had agreed to, the Lord of Winterfell in her own right. Lord Eddard had refused to take back the wardenship of the North after his year as regent. Lord Eddard had said, "Jon, the North is yours by blood and Robb's by birth. Robb is your brother and your bannerman in the field, and Robb will be that for the rest of his life. Sansa is my eldest unwedded daughter, and she has been the lady of this castle for 2 years, and she has done well. Let her have it. Robb does not want it. Robb wants the field. Sansa wants the chair and is good for the chair. Give her the chair." Jon had given her the chair. Sansa was Lady of Winterfell and Wardness of the North. Sansa, at 16, was already a more careful administrator than her father had been at twice her age. Sansa had a precise mind for inventories, a careful instinct for marriages, a steady hand for the small daily diplomacy of a half-dozen northern bannermen, and a great forgiving heart for the small daily personal failings of her staff. Sansa had been broken once by the Queen at King's Landing in the long winter. The King had been wintering with her father. Sansa had spent the visit being tutored by the Queen in courtesy, and the tutoring had been a kind of slow cruelty, and Sansa had come out of it sadder and harder and wiser. Sansa was, now, the wisest Stark of her generation. Jon trusted her judgment more than he trusted his own in matters of the household and the small civic running of the realm. He had told her this. She had smiled. Sansa's smile was a thing Jon had not seen often as a boy, because Sansa had been too well trained to smile freely, but it had emerged in her in the years since the war and had said, "Of course you do. You are better at burning things and I am better at filing them." Bran. Bran was the strangest of all. Bran had not walked since his fall. Bran had spent the war years in the small private chambers Lord Eddard had built for him at Winterfell, with a wheeled chair and a small library and the constant company of his direwolf Summer. Bran had learned in those years to do something no man in Westeros had been able to do in centuries. Bran had learned to slip out of his body. Bran had learned to be in his direwolf, and then to be in other wolves, and then to be in the ravens at the rookery. Maester Luwin had observed it carefully and had written, in a small, careful private letter to Jon at King's Landing in the 2nd year of his reign, "Your Grace, your brother is a warg. He is more. He is the kind of warg the histories tell of, the kind who can be in any beast he chooses. Children of the forest are said to have walked north of the wall in the older histories. Some of them are said still to walk. Your brother has been having dreams of one of them. A three-eyed raven, he calls it. I do not know what to make of it. I do not know what to do. Please advise." Jon had advised by Raven. Let him do it. Do not stop him. Make sure he eats. Make sure he sleeps. Bring him out of it gently if he stays in it too long. Above all, send a raven to me if anything happens that you do not understand. Send a raven to your old friend at Castle Black if the matters become more than a maester's knowledge. There are old men at the wall who may know more about wargs than the citadel does. The young brother of the watch who had once read Aemon's letters to him had become, in the years after Aemon's death, Maester Aemon's successor at Castle Black, Maester Celador. The brothers called him, though his given name had been Ed. Maester Celador had taken up the old man's correspondence with Jon, and had taken up the old man's library, and had begun, very slowly, to teach himself the things Aemon had been teaching Jon. Celador was not yet wise. Celador was perhaps 23, but Celador was loyal and Celador was patient, and Celador had answered the Maester's question about Bran with the long, careful patience he had learned at Aemon's elbow. Celador had written back, "Your Grace's brother is what the old histories called a greenseer." The greenseers were the priests of the children of the forest. They had eyes that could be everywhere. They were the seers and the rememberers of their people. Your brother is, by the descriptions in the old books, a greenseer of the line that thinned and disappeared from the south 4,000 years ago. The three-eyed raven of his dreams is, almost certainly, a teacher, perhaps a child of the forest in another body, perhaps a man of first men blood who has lived too long in the company of greenseers. The brother should be allowed to dream. The dreaming is his school. Jon had told Bran to keep dreaming. Bran had kept dreaming. Bran had begun in the year 301 to wake from his dreams with the names of places north of the wall, and with the locations of barrows older than the wall, and with the warnings of where the dead would first wake. Bran had told Jon, in a small, careful letter dictated to Maester Luwin in the autumn of 301, "Brother, they are coming. They are massing at Hardhome. They will come south on the night of the first full moon of 302, by the eastern flank of the wall, around the unmanned watchtowers between Eastwatch and Long Barrow. There are perhaps 100,000 of them. The walkers are 6 in number. They are led by one whose face I have seen, and that I will not write down. He is the one you must kill." Jon had read the letter at his desk in the Red Keep, and Jon had folded it neatly, and Jon had sent for his hand, his father, who had remained as hand for the first 2 years of his reign, although he was now preparing to step down so that Tyrion Lannister could take his place, and Jon had said, "It comes. We march." The army of the realm marched in the 11th moon of 301. It marched not all at once. It marched in waves. The cavalry of the Reach came up first, 15,000 strong, under Lord Garland Tyrell's command. Garland, the kindest of the Tyrells, who had become a friend of Jon's during the first year of the reign and who had volunteered for the work without being asked. The infantry of the Reach came after, 20,000 more, with the great army of mounted knights of the Crownlands and the Vale, 10,000. The host of the West came up under Tyrion Lannister himself. Tyrion, no longer hand, but commanding personally the 8,000 men he had raised from Casterly Rock, the small, clever Lannister who had decided, in the same private way Jaime had decided, to come north and to put his weight against the great enemy of all men. Dorne sent 4,000, the Stormlands sent 6, the Riverlands sent 10. The Iron Islands sent, to everyone's surprise, 3,000 longboats with 2,000 fighting men, sent by a Shag Greyjoy, who had become queen of the Iron Islands after her father's death in 300, and who had answered Jon's appeal personally with a single short letter, "Your Grace, we will come." We do not like the cold either. The North, under Robb Stark, raised 25,000. The Free Folk, under Mance Rayder, raised 40,000. Every one of their fighting men, in every village from the western Wolfswood to the eastern Stormlands. The Watch, swollen by the new recruitments of 2 years, was 8,000 strong. The total host on the wall by the first full moon of 302 was over 150,000 men. Jon, riding north on Tyraxes at the head of his army, and beside him in the air Vihalira and Meager, the three of them visible for miles. With the great host of the realm marching below in a column that stretched 100 miles long, looked down at the realm and understood that this was the army the Maester at the wall had been trying to make him capable of leading. He had grown into it. He had grown. He was 18 now. He was tall and lean and dark and very still. He wore black armor that had been worked by Tobho Mott to fit him. He wore the long red cloak of his house. He wore the small crown of Aemon Targaryen on his head. He carried at his hip Brandon Stark's lighter sword. He carried on his back the great long Valyrian sword that Tyrion had sent him, Brightroar. He carried in his belt a dagger of dragonglass. He carried in his head every plan that the Maester at the wall had taught him. The army reached the wall in the second moon of 302. The wall was as it had been when he had first flown over it years ago, a long white line from horizon to horizon, glowing faintly. It was less occupied. The Watch had been moved south to the inner lines of defense by Jon's order. The wall itself was now manned only by 1,000 brothers who had been chosen for the work of holding it for the first hours. The great mass of the Watch had been deployed at the inner gates and at the holdfasts on the southern slope of the Gift. The first full moon rose on the night of the 7th of the second moon. The dead came at moonrise. They came not in one wave but in 3. The first wave was the small dead, the recent dead, the dead of the last decade, the men of the wildling tribes who had been killed in raids and small wars and had been laid in their thaws to be claimed by the walkers. They came up out of the snow in the front of the wall by the thousands. The second wave was the older dead, the dead of the previous centuries, the dead the walkers had been gathering for 300 years from every northern grave and every northern battlefield. The third wave was the wights of the walkers' own making, the great beasts the walkers had revivified, the giant bears that had once roamed the Frostfangs, the great hairy mammoths that had been hunted by the first men to extinction, and that walked again now under blue eyes. The great wolves the size of horses, the small creatures that had been killed by ice and had never thawed. The third wave was the worst. The third wave was the wave Jon's army had been least prepared for, although Bran's letters had warned of it. The walkers themselves stayed in the rear. There were 6 of them, as Bran had said. They rode horses that were not horses, pale, gaunt creatures, dead beneath their riders with blue eyes. The walkers were tall and thin and white. The face Bran had seen, the face Jon had seen in his dreams, the face Jon had been preparing to kill, was the 7th figure that rode with them. He had a crown of ice on his brow. He had been a man once. He was no longer a man. Jon flew Tyraxes high above the wall as the dead came. Vihalira was to his left, ridden by no one. Vihalira carried 2 Stark archers in her saddle, but Vihalira knew the plan and did not need a rider, and Jon had decided after long argument with his father that Vihalira would be safer flown without a man on her back. Because a man on her back would be a target. Meager was on the ground in the south. Meager would not fly tonight unless he had to. Meager was holding the eastern flank where the walkers would come around the wall. Jon's first work was the wave. He took Tyraxes low, 100 feet along the line of the wall, and he opened Tyrax's mouth, and he laid a long line of fire along the snowfield in front of the wall, 3 miles wide. The first wave caught fire and burned. Whites burned. Whites burned with the small, high crackling sound of dry wood, and the smoke went up in long, greasy black columns, and Jon could feel through the bond, through the deep place under his ribs, Tyrax's fierce joy at the burning. Tyrax's had been bred against this enemy. Tyrax's did not know it. Tyrax's was a creature. But Jon understood, watching Tyrax's burn the wave, that the great Targaryen secret his line had been carrying for centuries was that the dragons had been made by old Valyria, by some older power, for this work. The long night was the work they had been hatched for. Valyria took the second pass, then Tyrax's again, then Valyria. They alternated. They burned the first wave to ash. They burned the second wave as it came up behind the first. They worked in coordination with the great trebuchets that the army had brought north. The trebuchets had been loaded with pots of wildfire, and the pots of wildfire were now being flung over the wall into the third wave, where the giant whites were, and the giant whites were burning too. Although the wildfire on them did not go out, and the wildfire continued to burn for hours, lighting the snowfield in a slow, constant green that would be remembered for 100 years. The trouble was the walkers, and the seventh, the Night King, were behind the third wave. The walkers did not burn. The walkers were untouched by the fire and the dragon flame and the wildfire. The walkers moved through the burning whites as if the whites were so much smoke, on their not horses, with their long pale faces and their long thin swords. They came to the wall. They did not climb. They did not have to. They had a different way. The seventh, the Night King, rode his not horse up to the wall. He stopped 20 yards from the ice. He raised his pale hand. The wall began to crack. It cracked along its eastern face, in a long high splitting that Jon, 500 feet above on Tyrax's back, could hear, could feel, could see by the way the white line of the wall became, in a slow, careful moment, 2 lines. The crack ran east for a mile. The crack ran further east. The crack went past the watchtowers at the eastern end. The crack stopped. The wall fell into the gap. The wall in the eastern stretch of about a mile became, over the course of perhaps 3 minutes, a pile of rubble. The walkers walked through the rubble. The whites walked through behind them. The long night was on the south side of the wall. Jon flew Tyrax's down to where the rubble was. He flamed the rubble. He flamed everything walking on it. The rubble was bright with cream gold fire and red and black fire. Valyria had come down too, and the whites on the rubble burned and burned, but the walkers kept walking, and the Night King kept walking. And at the bottom of the rubble pile the Night King turned his pale face up to Jon and looked at him. Jon felt the look. The look was a thing across the bond. The Night King. Jon understood at once, with a clarity that ran from his throat to his hips, was reaching for his bond with his 3. The Night King was trying to take the dragons. The Night King could take dead things, and the Night King had assumed from a great distance that any creature with a name old enough to remember the long winter would be a dead thing waiting to be claimed. The dragons were not dead things. The dragons were not waiting to be claimed, but the bond Jon understood with the same clarity could be pulled at. The bond could be tugged. The bond, if the Night King tugged at it long enough, might fray. Valyria, Tyrax's, meager, they would not turn against him. They would never turn against him, but they might be made to hesitate. They might be made to fall. He sent through the bond with the patient certainty he had been practicing for 10 years. No, you are mine. Stay with me. He felt the 3 respond. He felt the Night King's tug fall away. The Night King, Jon could see this in the long, pale face that turned up at him from the rubble, understood that he had not been able to do the thing he had tried to do, and the Night King was now considering his second option, which was to come to Jon directly. The Night King raised his hand. A spear of ice formed in his hand. The Night King threw it. The spear came up at Tyrax's. The spear came up faster than any arrow Jon had ever seen, faster than a crossbow bolt, faster than a thrown javelin, faster than a man can think. Vihalira was in the air. Vihalira came across in front of Tyrax's. Vihalira took the spear in her left wing. The wing tore. She fell. She fell, slow and graceful in the way she had fallen 10,000 times in the chamber under the Crypts of Winterfell when she had been very small, and Jon had thrown a piece of mutton across the chamber for her to dive after, and she had folded her wing the same way then, and had landed soft. She did not land soft now. She landed on the rubble of the wall, hard on her left side on the broken wing. Jon felt her through the bond with the part of him that was her. She was not dead. She was hurt. He sent, "Get up. Get up, sister." She got up. She got up on her 3 good legs, with the broken wing folded against her side, and she lifted her great cream gold head, and she opened her mouth, and she breathed her fire, cream gold, the color of her name, into the rubble around her. And the whites climbing the rubble at her caught and burned, and she held the rubble against perhaps 400 whites for perhaps 2 minutes by herself, on the ground, on 3 legs, with a torn wing and a dragon-glass spear still through the wing. Jon brought Tyrax's down beside her. He slid from Tyrax's back. He stood beside Vihalira. He put his hand on her great cream gold flank. He sent through the bond, "I am here." She made the long note that was her song. He looked up. The Night King was 20 feet from him. The Night King had walked, in the chaos of the rubble, through the whites, into the gap between the dragons, on his knot horse, with his long, thin, pale sword in his pale hand. The Night King stopped 20 feet from Jon. The Night King looked down at him. The Night King, Jon could see in the pale eyes, which were not blue exactly but the white blue of glacier ice, was older than the realm. The Night King was older than the wall. The Night King had been a man perhaps 8,000 years ago, and had been changed by the children of the forest, and had been the great mistake of the children's last desperate war against the first men, and had been outliving his mistake ever since. Jon had read all of this in Bran's letters. He understood it now in the bond he could feel running between himself and the Night King. A small, thin, freezing line, the way a bond felt when the other end was not a living thing. The Night King did not speak. The Night King did not have words. The Night King raised his sword. Jon drew Brightroar. He drew the great Valyrian sword that Tyrion Lannister had bought back from Volantes, and he drew Brandon Stark's lighter sword in his left hand. He had been training in 2-handed sword work for 2 years, with Syrio Forel personally. And Syrio had told him that 2-handed work was a poor idea against most opponents, but that against an opponent with a longer reach and faster reflexes. 2 short blades might give him the tempo of a third move that a single sword would not. And he stood beside Vihalira with 2 swords drawn. And he looked up at the Night King. He said in the old tongue very softly because he was almost out of breath, and because the Night King would understand the old tongue better than any other. "Come then." The Night King came. The Night King came down off his knot horse in a single motion, a fluid drop, the way a cat drops from a wall, and he came across the rubble at Jon with his thin, pale sword. And Jon, who would think about this moment for the rest of his life, was for 1/2 second sure he was about to die. He did not die. Tyrax's took the Night King. Tyrax's had been waiting behind Jon for the moment when the Night King would come into range, and Tyrax's, patient, deliberate, intelligent, had timed it. Tyrax's great red and black jaw closed around the Night King's chest from above. Tyrax's lifted the Night King 10 feet off the ground. The Night King, Jon would think about this for the rest of his life too, did not flinch. The Night King hung from Tyrax's jaw without struggling, with the long pale face turned down toward Jon, and the pale eyes were still on Jon, and the pale sword was still in the pale hand. The Night King brought his sword up. The Night King brought his sword down into Tyrax's upper palate. The Night King, even held in a dragon's mouth, 20 feet off the ground, stabbed. Tyrax's screamed. Tyraxes screamed in a way Jon had heard only once before, when Tyraxes had taken a bad fall in the chamber years ago and had broken a foreleg. This scream was 1,000 times louder. Tyrax's jaw opened. The Night King fell out. The Night King landed on the rubble on his feet. The Night King turned to Jon. Jon was already moving. Jon went at the Night King with both swords, in the rhythm Sirio Forel had drilled into him 5,000 times. Brightroar high. The lighter blade low. He drove at the Night King with Brightroar. The Night King parried with his pale sword. Jon brought up the lighter blade, Brandon's, the one that had killed the catspaw, and put it into the Night King's side under his armpit, in the small, unprotected gap between the ribs and the shoulder. The Night King looked at him. The Night King looked surprised. The Night King had been alive for 8,000 years, and had not, in that time, been struck. The Night King had never been struck. The Night King had not believed it was possible to be struck. The Night King, Jon could see this in the eyes, was, in this moment, learning that he was capable of being struck, and the learning was a great surprise to him. Jon left Brandon's sword in his side. He drew back Brightroar. He brought Brightroar through the Night King's neck. The Night King, pale, thin, 8,000 years old, fell apart. He did not fall in the way men fall. He came apart. The body of him cracked at the neck, and at the side where Jon's 2 blades had taken him, and the cracks ran along the body, and the body broke into smaller and smaller pieces, and the smaller pieces fell, and the smaller pieces became smaller still. And at last the Night King was a pile of ice shards on the rubble of the wall, and the ice shards melted, and a small black wet patch was left on the snow. Behind Jon, in the snow and the rubble and the wildfire, the whites, every white that had crossed the wall, every white on the snowfield, every white on the ground fell. They fell at once. They fell like puppets cut from their strings. The great mammoth on the southern slope, that had been about to take Meager's flank, fell with a thump that shook the rubble. The whites at Vihalira's flank fell where they were. The walkers, the 6 of them, behind the rubble who had not yet engaged, fell apart in the same slow shattering way the Night King had fallen apart, although smaller and faster and with less ceremony. The long night had ended. It had ended at the 3rd hour of the dawn of the 8th of the 2nd moon of 302 AC. In the eastern stretch of the wall, in the burning rubble, at the feet of Vihalira, the cream gold dragon, and Tyraxes, the Blackhand Red, with the Night King in pieces on the snow and the realm's army at its back. Jon stood on the rubble. He let Brightroar fall from his hand. He went at Tyraxes and put his hands on Tyraxes' jaw. Tyraxes was bleeding from the upper palate, but Tyraxes was not dying. The dragonglass sword had cut deep but not deep enough. Tyraxes would heal. Vihalira was a worse problem. Vihalira's left wing was through and through with the dragonglass spear. The wing was torn from the elbow joint to the wrist, the long pale wing membrane in shreds. Jon stood with his hand on her flank for a long minute. He listened to her breath. She was breathing slow and deep. She was not in distress. The wing would not heal back the way it had been. The wing would heal. The meisters of the realm and the weismen of the free folk and the children of the forest who had come south through Bran's communication would all work on it together over the next year. But the wing would not be the wing it had been. Vihalira would fly again. Vihalira would fly slower and on shorter routes. Vihalira would never be the long, circling, slow, graceful dragon she had been in the meadow at Hollowmoss. Vihalira would, for the rest of her life, be a dragon who had once been struck by another. She would not mind. She had taken the spear that was meant for Tyrax's. She had done it because Jon, on Tyrax's back, was her brother, and her brother was about to die. She had moved without being asked. She had moved as the bond moved her. Jon stood with his hand on her cream gold flank in the burning dawn, and he wept. He wept properly this time. He wept the way a man weeps who has been holding it for 14 years, and at last has been given a moment in which the weeping cannot be punished. He wept until his small, hard face had run with tears. The men of the realm who came across the rubble that morning, Robb, his father, Tyrion, Garland Tyrell, Mance Rayder, the great Jon Umber, Ashag Greyjoy, Arya in her leather armor with the small Valyrian blade at her hip, found him standing with his hand on his sister dragon's flank in the cream gold smoke, weeping, and they did not interrupt him. They had won. The realm had won. The dead had ended. The long night had ended 5 years before the Maesters had said it would. And the realm, which had been told it would last a generation, had ended it in one night. With the help of 3 dragons and a wildling alliance and a small dark Targaryen king, who had been a bastard boy with a candle in the Crypts of Winterfell, the war ended. The realm did not collapse. The realm went into the slow, careful work of mourning the dead and resettling the living. The free folk, who had fought in the great mass on the eastern flank under Mance Rayder's command, had lost perhaps a quarter of their fighting men, 10,000 dead, but had kept their families safe. They would resettle the eastern gift and the upper Wolfswood and would, over the next 2 generations, become a recognized people of the realm under the king's protection. The Watch, halved in number, would be rebuilt. The wall would be repaired slowly, with the help of the giants and the few remaining children of the forest who came south with Bran. The realm would do as the realm had done after every great winter, would mourn, would rebuild, would forget some things and remember others. Jon, with the 3 dragons at Hollowmoss for the long months of Valeria's recovery, took a year away from the Iron Throne. He left his father as regent again. He went home to Winterfell. He sat with his 3 in the meadow he had brought them to as a boy. He helped Maester Celador and the children of the forest who were working on Valeria's wing. He learned, in those quiet months, how to be a man who had survived a war that had been planned for 15 years. In the autumn of 302, he returned to King's Landing. He held the throne for 9 years more, for a quiet, well-administered, broadly popular reign, and then, at the end of 311, he abdicated. He did not have a son. He had not married. He had been asked, very politely in the year 305, by Daenerys Targaryen, who had come west from Essos at his invitation, with her 3 dragons of her own brood, and who had stayed at his court for a season, whether she might be his queen. He had said, also very politely, that he would prefer her to be his ally and his cousin, and the Queen of Meereen on her own behalf. He had explained quietly, with the great tact he had developed in office, that his branch of the family had married enough of its own, and that the realm needed an alliance between the 2 lines, not another marriage within them. Daenerys, who had been warned by her advisers that the offer might be refused and who had been preparing, they all warned her to take offense, had been instead relieved. She had liked Jon. She had told him in their last conversation. She had not loved him. They had parted as cousins and as allies, and Daenerys had returned to her 3 dragons and her vast city of Meereen, and the 2 thrones of the Valyrian heritage had stood side by side across the narrow sea, allied without being united, for the rest of both their lives. When Jon abdicated in 311, he was 28. He had been king for 12 years. He named his successor, not Daenerys because Daenerys had refused to leave Essos, but a son of Robb's eldest, Rickard Stark, who was 9. Jon would, he announced at the ceremony of abdication, serve as Lord Regent until Rickard came of age, and then would step away from the Iron Throne and would not return. He stepped away. He took his three to Winterfell for the last time. He flew north over the wall, which had been rebuilt now, although in a smaller form, and he came down at Castle Black. And he visited the grave of Maester Aemon, which had been moved to a small garden plot at the Maester's Tower where Aemon had once written letters to a Stark child. He sat by the grave for an hour. He said in High Valyrian, "I have come to you clean." He did not say more. He flew on. He went north of the wall. He took his three to a place that was empty even now, even after the long night, even after the resettlement, a place high in the Frostfangs where no man's foot had ever walked. He landed there. He made a small camp. He sat with his three for the rest of his life. That life was not short. He lived to be 93. He lived in the small camp with his three, and the three lived with him, and the three flew when the three wanted to fly and slept when the three wanted to sleep. And Jon hunted what they needed to hunt and ate what he wanted to eat, and read the books that were brought to him at long intervals by the ravens of his nephew the king, who had come of age and who ruled. And Jon was, in the long years, the kind of man his kinsman at the wall had wanted him to be. He was careful. He was clean. He was a man who had used his great gift wisely and had given it back to the realm in better shape than he had received it. He died in the small high camp in the year 372 AC, in his 93rd year. Meager, green and bronze Meager, the watcher of his life, who had been the one who had taught him everything, was beside him at the end. Tyraxes and Vihalira came down from the long high circuits of their evening flight to be beside him in the last hour. They held him as they had held him as a 5-year-old in the chamber under the Crypts of Winterfell. He died with their warmth against his face. The three lived after him, for many decades more, in the small camp in the Frostfangs. They were left alone by the king's order and by the long, careful arrangements of every king after. They did not come south. They did not need to. They had a meadow. They had each other. They would have, in some indefinable way. Jon had spent his life teaching them to have the memory of him. They lived. Tyraxes died first, in the year 401 AC. Vihalira died next, in 412. Meager, green and bronze Meager, the watcher who had taken the longest to come into the world and would take the longest to leave it, lived until 437, when he was found one cold morning in the meadow by a wandering ranger of the watch, dead with his great heavy head on his forefeet, looking south, in the direction of the wall and the wolfswood and the hollow moss meadow in Winterfell, and a small kitchen garden wall where a 5-year-old boy had once sat after he had been locked out of dinner. The realm went on. It would have its troubles. It would have its small wars. It would have its kings and queens and its great dynastic confusions. It would have, in the years to come, dragons again. Daenerys' dragons would breed. Her successors would, in time, send eggs west. The line that Jon had reawakened would not die. The realm would have its songs. The songs about the bastard at the back of the line, the small, dark, Stark boy who had hatched 3 dragons in a sealed chamber, who had sat alone in the dark of the Crypts of Winterfell with 3 small, impossible companions against his chest, who had ridden out unseen one winter night to break a wildling raid, and had spoken in the old tongue to a chief in the snow, who had written letters to an old man at the end of the world and had been taught, over slow years, to be a Targaryen carefully, who had brought a dragon to a solar window at the 3rd hour of the morning to show his father what his father had not let himself see, who had killed the Night King in the rubble of the wall with a sword in each hand at the age of 18. The songs about that boy would be sung for a long time. In a great many small holdings and great halls, in the realm he had helped to save. and in the small kitchen garden of Winterfell, on a low wall by a well curb, the children of the household sat sometimes in the long summer evenings of the centuries to come, with their small hands folded and their small dark eyes looking out at the line of the wolf's wood. And they sometimes, when no one was watching, pressed their small palms against the cold flag of the wall and felt, or thought they felt, a faint warmth there, the warmth of a place where a long secret had once begun. They did not know what it was. They only knew it was warm. They would go in to dinner. They would have a place at the table. They would eat. The boy who had not been given a place at the table in the year 288 had bought for them all the places that came after. And in the deep crypts of Winterfell, far below the named tombs, the sealed chamber, resealed by Jon's own order in 302, with new stones and new mortar and a new sigil cut into the seal, the three-headed dragon over the wolf kept its quiet. The chamber had been emptied. The chamber held only the memory of three small, impossible eggs that had been laid there by a girl who had loved a prince, and had waited there 100 years, and had at last been answered by a small, dark boy with a candle. The chamber waited. The chamber would wait until it was needed again. It would not be needed for a long time, but the chamber, in the slow, patient way of all such chambers, kept its readiness, and the song under the stone, very faint now, very small, went on singing very softly, for the long winter that would, eventually, come around again. When it did, Jon Snow's great-great-great-granddaughter would be 5 years old in the household above, and she would dream of a song under the stone for 3 nights in a row, and she would slip down into the crypts with a candle. But that, of course, is another story.